In the era of spiritual energy restoration, everyone has the chance to awaken their talents. When they first awaken their talents, a fruit-shaped egg will appear behind them. The patterns on that egg determine the potential of the awakened individual. There are a total of 9 patterns, ranging from low to high, representing 9 different levels. Those who can awaken all 9 patterns will become the highest existence in the world in the future. Du Sheng is the main character this time. He is a sensible young man with hidden exceptional talents. This family has a son who is a failure, and his father, Du Yi, is a dissolute man. Seeing his father about to go out to pay for his vices, the young man quickly called the police. After that, he reheated his food and started having dinner, feeling a bit tense because tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. He wonders how many patterns he can unlock. Since childhood, Du Sheng has discovered that there is always a scroll in his mind. He just does not know how to unlock it. Du Sheng is looking forward to the awakening day to see if that scroll will react in any way. Half an hour later, Du Sheng had finished eating and washing the dishes, and returned to the sofa to read. His phone rang. It was Du Tam Thoy calling. Du Sheng thought it was the police officer who could not catch his father in the act. But as soon as he answered, the person on the other end started yelling. The greenish hue of the vegetables indicates he does not know who the scoundrel is that set his father up. He hurriedly brought money to the police station to bail him out. Du Sheng coldly said he had no money, but Du Tam Thoy urged him to get a key from under his bed. Then he opened the back door to his father's adjacent room, where the money was hidden under a pile of vegetables behind her door. Following his father's instructions, Du Sheng found 2,000 yuan. Just as he got the money, he called the police station to ask if he wanted to bail Du Tam Thoy out. As a result, he could not bear it. He refused to bail his father out, who told him not to behave properly and to spend all day chasing after women. If he has committed a crime, he should face the consequences. I hope you all carefully rehabilitate him so he can become a useful member of society. This is the positive energy that she always talks about. We must remember to comply at all times. And so, Du Tam Thoy was thrown into the detention center. That night, Du Sheng had a dream. He dreamed of holding a girl's hand and running through the rain. Chasing behind them was a group of people whose faces clearly showed they were not decent individuals. They continuously called Du Sheng a little mongrel and even attacked the two of them. In the face of the enemy's pursuit, Du Sheng and the girl took out their weapons. They were just 2 ordinary daggers, yet they managed to take down an entire gang. It was still pouring rain, but all their enemies had been eliminated. Du Sheng then slowly walked out of the city gate holding a passport. This was not a vague dream, but fragments of his old memories. When the dream ended, Du Sheng also woke up, and it was already bright outside. He took care of everything himself and headed to the examination school. It was already very crowded there early in the morning. Everyone is excited. Some even saying they were so happy last night they could not sleep. It is no wonder. Today is the much anticipated examination ceremony. Yu Sheng has no friends. He heads straight to the exam room. Class leader Liu Thanfeng announces that in 1 hour, the awakening test for innate talents will officially begin. After awakening, they will need to train even harder, waiting for the day they can leave and hunt monsters, protecting the city and earning the respect of everyone. Leader Liu truly lives up to his reputation of guiding many generations of students. With just a few words, he stirred the spirits of all the kids. Everyone is excited, vowing to protect the prosperity of humanity and serve the people after awakening. Only Yu Sheng is not participating in this enthusiasm. He sits at the back of the class, muttering softly, I wonder if it is about serving the people or the people being served. Liu Thanfeng can see Yu Sheng's resistance but has no comments. Time passes quickly, and an hour later, he guides all the students to the awakening point. Leader Liu's gaze is fixed on Yu Sheng. He is also looking forward to seeing how many literary realms Yu Sheng can awaken. The students, full of spirit, head towards the awakening point. Everyone hopes to awaken as many literary realms as possible, just like that boy Lu Wuhin, who awakened 4 literary realms, which is considered quite talented. If he gains the strength of a generation after the awakening, he can join the police force, and his future will be worry-free. After Lu Wuhin, it is Yu Sheng's turn. Before passing through the innate talent testing machine, Liu Thanfeng asked him to remove all metal items on him. As a result, Yu Sheng pulled out 7,749 weapons to everyone's astonishment. What is this? How could he hide so many weapons on him? Is he planning to settle a score with someone? The other students started to whisper, but Yu Sheng did not care. Leader Liu also genuinely did not understand how this kid managed to hide so many weapons on him. After almost making him strip completely, Yu Sheng finally passed the innate talent test. Like all the other students, he placed his hand on the talent testing orb. The orb revealed his level. It became the most shocking event of the day, because on the orb appeared a total of 9 literary realms. This is the highest level there is. The officials in charge of the test could not believe their eyes. They had lived half a lifetime, but this was the first time they had seen someone awaken with a talent of 9 literary realms. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this shocking event did not know what to think at that moment. He simply looked at the talent testing device and said, "Teacher, the machine is broken." The examiner was very confused. It is not broken. Just as he said that, Yu Sheng smashed the talent testing orb, then calmly continued, "Now it is broken." This young man really knows how to keep surprising people. The teachers in charge of the assessment were temporarily at a loss on how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, class leader Lu quickly grabbed D Sin's hand and demanded he follow him for damaging public property. D Sin obediently agreed. Lu then summoned his pet beast. It was a bright blue phoenix. Lu jumped onto the beast's back first, and D swiftly climbed on after him. In that moment, he discovered something unusual. The scroll that had always been silent in his mind was now reacting. Lu led D Sin straight to the principal's office. The bald principal was intently examining his file. D Sin, 18 years old, but had only started attending 6 months ago. The principal looked at him in confusion for a moment and then asked, "Are you someone who came out of the criminal city?" As soon as the words criminal city were spoken, both Lu and the secretary beside the principal seemed uneasy. However, D Sin appeared unconcerned, as all his attention was focused on the scroll that had just opened. It had opened right at the moment of awakening his innate talent. Just as D Sin had predicted, there was a lot of special energy contained within, and he still could not grasp what the symbols in the scroll represented. D Sin, the principal is talking to you. Class leader Lu noticed D Sin in a daze and patted him on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Strange. The principal stared at D Sin for a long time, noting that this talent was something an ordinary person could never possess. Only a prodigy born from the cries of thousands could have such a fate. Yet, D Sin was someone from the criminal city, which left the principal with a headache. D Sin, may I ask you a question? If one day you awaken a high-level talent, what do you want to use it for? To serve the people. D Sin replied without even thinking, his voice high and clear. The principal was astonished. He did not expect a child from the criminal city to have such a sense of enlightenment. The principal then requested him to prove his ideals. D Sin, unfazed, directly recounted how he had reported his father for going out with a woman yesterday. The 3 people in the room were left speechless by D Sin's bluntness. The principal held his head and said, well, just forget it for now, go home and rest. Don't rush to tell anyone about this awakening. I will think of a way to arrange your studies in the future. D Sin was not one to say many polite words. Since the principal had let him go, he simply brushed himself off and left. The principal continued to watch D Sin's silhouette with frustration. How could a prodigy with such talent come from the criminal city? D Sin returned home late. His sharp instincts alerted him that his house had been broken into. Inside, a young man with red hair, covered in blood, was searching for something. He sensed that someone had returned, so he threw it into a corner and drew his weapon. But D Sin's knife was quicker. The cold blade was pressed against the young man's neck. Faced with someone whose identity was unclear and whose intentions were unknown, D Sin knew he had to use his most serious tone to threaten. It is best if you do not move. The knife is very close to your carotid artery. Just a little more movement, and you are dead. What I hate the most is having to clean up. That guy is scared out of his mind right now. He hurriedly pleaded for his life and said he just came to get some medicine. D Sin pointed out where he could find the medicine in his house, but the blade remained against his neck. Unmoving. Who would dare to move in such a situation? The red-haired young man did not dare to act recklessly. The two stayed like that for a long while. Eventually, D Sin, losing patience, asked, "Why do not you go get the medicine? Your wound looks serious. Just put the knife away first." The young man's inner thoughts screamed, but he was in a vulnerable position and could only say, "I feel much better now. Maybe I do not need the medicine anymore." Feeling the blade sliding across his neck, the guy was extremely tense, but D Sun was only threatening him, having no intention of taking his life, because killing someone outside the crime city is illegal. Once he confirmed that the other party was not going to take his life, the young man finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, even though the knife was still at his throat. "If you do not harm me, then I owe you my life. I will repay this favor. Do you need my help with anything?" DC's expression suddenly darkened. "Well, if you owe me your life, can you take your own?" The red-haired young man gritted his teeth in anger, saying he would spare his life, but then asked him to take his own. "Hey, is this some kind of joke? You still want my life, right?" Though he was very angry, with the knife at his throat, the young man did not dare show any attitude. He continued to plead with D Sin with all his might. "Look, I am an assassin. I can help you eliminate someone for free. Can you spare my life?" "Fine," D Sin replied firmly. But before the young man could breathe a sigh of relief, he continued, "Then please help me eliminate yourself." He had never been in such an awkward situation. The opponent said he did not want to take his life but insisted he take his own. Finally, he could not hold back anymore, and all his emotions exploded. "I have no grudge against you. Why are you so intent on taking my life?" D Sin calmly replied that it was because he had invaded his home without permission and had dirtied his place. "If this were the crime city, you would have been killed the moment you stepped in." Hearing this, the young man's face turned pale. "Are you from the crime city?" "No way. Only one person escapes punishment each year. You are so young, it can be," ignoring the other party's feelings. DG just felt he was too noisy and was talking nonsense. The red-haired young man felt he could not be too tough or too soft, deciding to close his eyes and wait for the worst. He just hoped D Sin would act quickly so he could still be an assassin in his next life. And moreover, the best assassin in the world. However, Even with his eyes closed, he waited a long time without feeling D Sin's knife come down. After a while, he finally dared to open his eyes. D Sin was still standing there, unmoving. Why have not you made your move? Because killing someone outside the crime city is illegal. Dusheng repeated the same answer as before. The young man was left speechless, feeling that Dusheng must be out of his mind. Now, they were not taking his life but also would not let him go. What did they really want? He found Dusheng to be quite odd, but from start to finish, he kept bringing up the words illegal, as if he was obsessed with following the law. Seizing on this weakness, the red-haired young man shouted, "You keep saying illegal, but do you know that capturing me like this is also illegal?" This line clearly had an effect. According to legal standards, the penalty for imprisonment is 3 years. Severe cases, it can be 5 to 8 years. How old are you? Seeing the other party talk a bit more, the young man finally saw a glimmer of hope. He replied he was 17, and Dusheng pondered for a few seconds. Being 17 also meant he was not fully awakened. In the end, Dusheng decided to let him off. This sudden change caught the young man off guard. He seemed unable to believe what was happening. "Wait, I can really leave?" "Yes." "Goodbye," Dusheng replied tersely, then turned to head into the kitchen. Realizing the situation, the young man immediately bolted for the door. He wanted to escape from this crazy guy's house as soon as possible, but unfortunately, just as he reached the door, Dusheng grabbed him again and pulled him back. The young man was thrown down, feeling utterly confused about what the other party intended to do. Dusheng claimed that since he had left that room, it did not count as restricting his freedom, nor was it illegal detention. In truth, the young man did not know what to say anymore. His heart, which had just settled, was once again in turmoil. He thought Dusheng was crazy and would definitely torment him to death, but unexpectedly, Dusheng only told him to sit still while he went to get some medicine. While waiting, Dusheng tossed him a bar of soap and a brush to clean the blood off the floor. Seeing that Dusheng seemed to have acid, the young man gritted his teeth and complied. However, while he was busy cleaning the floor, Dusheng detected a powerful source of energy from the young man. To clarify this, Dusheng handed him a bottle of medicine. Before the young man could feel grateful, Dusheng doused him with cold water by saying the medicine was expired. He was so furious he could hardly speak, and Dusheng confirmed his suspicions. A source of energy was emanating from this young man, or more precisely, that energy was generated by the negative emotions of others, emotions that he himself had created. After that, he could absorb all that energy through the power of his mind. "Just kidding. There is nothing wrong with the medicine. Drink it quickly, or you will bleed out in half an hour." Although not happy about it, the young man ultimately had to obediently take the medicine and sit down to bandage his wounds under Dusheng's watchful gaze. After exchanging a few words, Dusheng learned that his name was Lei Dichhan. But looking at the amateurish demeanor of Lei Dichhan, "You really do not believe he is an assassin? Don't underestimate me. I just had a temporary setback. Give me time, and I, Lei Dich, will surely become the world's top assassin," Lei Dichhan boldly said. But Dusheng did not quite understand his ideals. He just felt that risking one's life to become an assassin was not really worth it. However, even though Lei Dichhan was young, he was not afraid of death. If he had to die, he just wanted to die with dignity like a true assassin. "So why did not you take action against me earlier? If you killed me, you could have left safely." Dusheng wondered. "I have my own code of conduct," Lei Dichhan replied. "I only take people's emotions into account, help them eliminate dangers, and swore to accept a mission to attack you. So I could not act against you." Lei Dichhan's words sounded noble, but Dusheng knew he could not act because he could not defeat him. However, after this conversation, he began to believe that Lei Dichhan was a true assassin. Only, he was an assassin who had yet to awaken his potential. Who knows who would trust him with a mission? "I still have half a month until I turn 18, and I can soon undergo the awakening ceremony," Dusheng exclaimed. So this kid was intentionally lying about his age to take on missions. He just did not expect the gap between someone who had become an awakened and someone who had not to be so large. Lei Dichhan was only attacked with a spoon, yet it caused a fatal wound. If he had not managed to escape to Dusheng's house, he might be dead by now. After hearing the story of this rookie assassin, Dusheng had an expression of no comment. He reminded Lei Dichhan to heal properly and not forget to clean the floor, and when he left, to help him take out the trash as well. This also meant he had spared Lei Dichhan's life. However, the life he owed me still counts. If something comes up later, I will come find you, and this money is for you still being alive, Dusheng reminded him. Also, not every awakened person is as strong as you might think. About 100 years ago, the spiritual energy was restored on this planet, and the demon race began to rise. Due to the rampant slaughter by the exotic beasts, the living conditions of humanity became increasingly difficult. As you know, humans also awaken extraordinary abilities, referred to as the awakened, and during that time, the first awakened person stood up, paying with his flesh and life to forge the 4 great barriers. They were the demon suppression barrier, the breaking barrier, the no-peak barrier, and the kneeling gate barrier. These 4 barriers stand tall in 4 directions, with powerful human experts stationed inside to prevent the demon race from invading humanity. However, Recently, the 4 barriers have shown signs of weakening. The evidence is that today, when Yang Xin went out, he heard news that the demon suppression barrier had fallen. From that direction, several monsters had broken in. They attacked Lam Hai City, causing heavy casualties among the citizens. This news is now spreading rapidly on social media. Whether you want to believe it or not, you have to. Master, what are you doing? The situation is getting more unstable by the day. What will become of our future? Unlike the anxious look of the passers-by, Dong Sun appeared very calm. He walked towards the grocery store but not to buy anything. The shopkeeper seemed to have been waiting for Dong Sun for a long time. As soon as he saw him, he handed him a paper bag. Here's your stuff. This is the last favor. From now on we are even. Well then. Goodbye. Dong Sun took his things and left. Just after he disappeared, the shopkeeper's expression twisted. Goodbye. It seems we won't meet again for a long time. Turns out, the shopkeeper had been taken out a long time ago. The owner Dong Sun met earlier was just an imposter. We do not know what his intentions are. Dong Sun returned home and took out the items from the paper bag to check. Inside were several magical stones. The essence condensed after the demon race absorbed the blood of humans. After checking the items, Dong Sun began setting traps around the house. He placed a crossbow at every entry point of the house. The mechanism was set to shoot arrows at intruders, all gathered in one place for easy handling. With this setup, if anyone breaks in, Dong Sun can attack and take them down immediately. Once the preparations were complete, he sat down in the corner of the room and began activating the magical stones. At the same time, a group of young awakeners approached the demon guard, but on their way, they encountered an old man with white hair sitting in meditation. This path is blocked. The old man said a few simple words, but they seemed to carry immense power. Senior, we are just passing through. The leader of the awakeners clasped his hands and spoke politely. The old man then opened his eyes, his expression resolute, reiterating the 4 words. This path is blocked. The expression of the leader of the awakeners changed instantly. What if I insist on passing through here today? Truly someone who does not know the limits. Facing such a profound and unpredictable senior, he dared to show such an attitude. The old man remained seated but this time released a fierce aura. To answer the young awakener's question, he simply uttered one word, die. The old man's staff appeared, carrying overwhelming energy. With that, dark clouds began to gather overhead, ready to unleash a storm at any moment. The group of awakeners turned pale with fear, quickly clasping their hands in apology. I was just joking. Our sect has always devoted itself to humanity, never intending harm. How could I dare to dispute with a senior? We will leave immediately. With that, they quickly turned around and left, but just 3 steps in, they heard a shout. Did I just let you go? It is a simple question, but all those wannabes had to turn back in unison. They are all afraid that if this senior loses it, their lives are as good as over. Sir, do you have any more advice for us? Go back and tell your master to rename themselves as a cult. That would be pretty funny. People like you are not even considered human. Those with power really dare to say anything. His words hit like a slap in the face. The old senior also said that if he did not need to stay here, he would have taken out all of them already. Although he was furious, to protect his own life, the wannabes had to thank the senior for the lesson before scurrying away. Once they were far enough away, he withdrew his authority. A week later, Du Sheng was still sitting in his meditative posture. Just as he finished absorbing the last of the essence, his phone rang. It was Director Liu calling to inform him that someone from the UCC would be coming tomorrow. They will thoroughly examine the reserve student team and allocate resources to the most outstanding students. Since this assessment is very important and each school only has a few spots for the best students, Director Liu reminded Du Sheng to be on time and give it his all. By the way, why can't I get through to your dad? Director Liu asked. Maybe it is because phones are not allowed in prison. Du Sheng replied nonchalantly. Director Li let out a loud grunt. Almost forgot about Liu Sanshui going out with a girl and getting locked up by his own son. The next morning, Du Sheng listened to Director Liu and arrived at class very early. The students seemed very excited, all hoping to be chosen by Yu Sen. Not long after, Director Liu arrived with a new announcement. Among those coming to the school today were not just people from EU sex, but also personnel from the security department and reserves. Furthermore, the method of assessment has changed. They will no longer be evaluating all the students. Instead, each will choose 4 of the best students for a screening test. The students looked at Director Liu with hopeful expressions, all wishing to be selected. Since everyone coming to the school today are high-ranking officials, even if they are not ultimately chosen, just being presented to them is a great opportunity. However, only one student from Director Liu's class was selected. Moreover, it was personally pointed out by the principal, and that person was none other than Du Sheng. As soon as this name was announced, the classmates were furious and slammed their desks. Based on what? It is not even clear who is stronger. Exactly. Ozu. It must be Ozu. The most vocal opponent was a boy named Tiao King. However, he barely got out 3 sentences before Director Liu scolded him like he was slapping him in the face. It is understandable that Tiao King felt disgruntled. In this world, what is fairness? If you feel wronged, then endure and improve yourself. One day, your strength will shatter the injustice in your eyes, not by complaining here in helplessness. Lu Thanfeng's voice has more power than a loudspeaker. The students were immediately scared into silence. After that, he called Didi Sin to the principal's office. This time, the principal seemed to be in better shape, even though his head was still bald. Didi Sin, you are still in good spirits today. Huh, is your dad okay? The principal will ask about your family situation. It probably is not bad. Bread in the city is quite expensive. Didi Sin responded nonchalantly. The principal was speechless. This kid really has a knack for ruining the atmosphere. If we can't bond with you, then I have to get straight to the point. The big officials visiting this time are not just here to assess the students, but also to check the school. This inspection is also very significant. This city is too small, with 3 schools, which is why they intend to merge all 3. However, the control of the school after the merger cannot be shared among the 3. It will largely be decided through this assessment. Therefore, the principal is counting on Didi Sin, asking him to give it his all, and not to let the other schools win. The principal believes Didi Sin will surely rise to the occasion and promise to contribute to the school, but unexpectedly, he just opened his mouth and said 2 words. The price. The principal immediately sprayed black spray glue, thinking he must have misheard. To put it bluntly, Didi Sin is asking for money. The rule when he was in the city was that if you had someone else do your work, you had to pay. If it was free, he would not do it. He originally thought this was just a regular assessment of outstanding students, but now, it directly affects the interests of the school and the principal, so payment is mandatory. This is the first time the principal has encountered such a formidable kid. But I let you go to this competition. If you win, it is a double victory, benefiting you as well. In your understanding, you need me to compete and bring benefits to the school, so attending the competition is the ticket. And of course, it is the owner's responsibility. As for the payment, that must be calculated separately. In the city, those who do not adhere to the rules are the ones who fall first. Convincing Didi Sin is indeed not easy. He keeps bringing up the rules in the city, which gives the principal a headache. Although he did not want to lose to a child, he still wanted to be the principal of the merged school. So, the principal gritted his teeth and took out his wallet to pay Didi Sin 3 level 1 crystal stones. This price was very agreeable to him, and Didi Sin immediately accepted. Before leaving, he asked a question that scared everyone in the room. By the way, no need to kill anyone. Right? No, please do not take anyone's life. The principal was so scared he jumped up, hurriedly waving his hands. He felt that after meeting Didi Sin, the few remaining hairs on his head were about to fall out. Well, that is good. Taking a life outside the law is a crime. At that point, even 3 spirit stones would not be enough. The principal has lived to this age, but has never encountered a kid as terrifying as Didi Sin. He almost felt like he could climb onto his head and sit there. Outside, the school bus was ready. The principal invited the young man into the car to rest, reminding him not to pay attention to the other students and absolutely not to take any lives. Didi Sin was the first to get into the car, and shortly after, 3 more people joined. The blonde boy's name was Tradina Then, and the 2 accompanying him were Alakai and Dayardani Sium. Out of basic courtesy, Didi Sin introduced himself. Then, Trining and Thuder casually sat down next to him as if they were long-lost brothers. He brought some insider news that the upcoming assessment would be led by Mefsi. However, the city of Mefsieke where they lived was just a small city, and Mefisexi had never invested much effort there. The elder of Mefiseish, Tun Sidex, intended to select a few outstanding talents from the local area and then train them to become experts. These young experts would be tasked with becoming guardians in place of the long-established masters. This meant that those chosen would join Mefiseix. Holding a very high status, this was a golden opportunity for a significant leap forward. However, the other 2 high schools also had many experts. Trenging and Then suggested that among the 4 of them, one should be chosen as the main force, with the other 3 providing support. This way, the chances of winning the assessment and joining Mefiseix would be slightly higher. As he said this, he began to show a troubled expression. But who should be the leader now? Just as Tranang Yi to Then finished speaking, Duling Yin and Sienna raised her hand. Of course, let us have the senior as the leader. Next to him, Lhoke kept chiming in, adding fuel to the fire. He mentioned that Tragangita Thun's father was the chief of the Mekbasi Bibik police department. If he were to successfully secure this opportunity, all he had to do was speak to his father, and he could bring the other 3 along. These guys were quite in sync. To put it nicely, they wanted to collaborate, but to be blunt, they wanted Dinangangda Sihan to be a stepping stone for Trot Ingi Thun to easily win the assessment. He promised that if Denging Nechi Si followed him, there would be endless bright prospects. His father is the chief of police. After all, that is right, 100% true. Nothing more real than that. Right now, my father is in jail. Dudigin and Si had just spoken, barely finishing his sentence. Trantrangi then quickly guessed that he wanted him to help get his father out, but Digin and Si's intention was not like that. He wanted Trandangi Tithun to ask his father to keep Day Tam Thui locked up for a few more days. Traniga Thiman thought he misheard, and the atmosphere quickly grew tense. He had to look at Ding and Si differently, suspecting that there must be deep-seated hatred between them for him to push his own father into prison like that. Dudinyan and Si could clearly see the other person's worried expression. It was unclear what Trudangita Thun was thinking, but he certainly did not have a good view of him. It was just that unlike Loa D. Sihun last time, This time, there was no negative energy emanating from Trajang Then. Duongnu began to wonder if making the opponent feel negative was not the way to operate that authority. The bonbon vehicle sped off, and a moment later, they had left the city limits. Although the market leader had insider information, he was still quite surprised. He did not expect the assessment location to be outside the city, so he asked the driver to check the route again. "Driver, did we take a wrong turn? Something just happened in Lamhai City. It should not be safe outside the city." "No wrong turn. The higher-ups just reported a temporary change in the assessment location. The exact spot is at an old factory on the outskirts. Not far now." The driver continuously reassured the market leader that since there were people from the military accompanying them, there was no need to worry about danger, so he felt at ease to return to his seat and take a nap. But for some reason, Duongnu always felt there was something off about this driver, especially the way he smiled. It seemed very suspicious. Not long after, the four of them arrived at the destination. After seeing Lu Thanfeng, Duongnu temporarily lowered his guard around the driver. While Duongnu was looking around to observe the terrain, the market leader's gaze collided with someone. It was Du Huck, known as a rare genius for awakening 6 literary realms. The market leader looked very serious. He reminded Duongnu to be cautious of the person named Du Huck because he was a very strong expert. Duongnu casually acknowledged him, but did not take the market leader's words to heart. Just 6 literary realms and they were acting like this. If the market leader knew he had awakened 9 literary realms, he would probably be shocked. No matter how the 3 of them wanted to team up, Duongnu began to separate from the crowd. At this moment, the suspicious driver appeared in the frame once again. To be more precise, he had been observing the group of students this whole time. After observing for a while, the driver extinguished his cigarette and went to find a room. Inside, there was another unfamiliar man monitoring the students through a dense camera system. "What is up?" Seeing the driver come in, the man asked. "Nothing much. Low alertness. Very easy to listen to a stranger. Simple-minded, not worth paying attention to." Saying this, he pointed at the screen displaying images of Duong Xin. "However, this kid might be a bit interesting." This time, Director Liao appeared here as the team leader. He was responsible not only for his own students but also for the students from the other 2 schools. Even Liao Thanfeng himself was not aware of the specific content of the assessment. He could only remind the students to cherish this opportunity while maintaining caution and calm. This way, their chances of winning would be higher than others. Although he reminded all the students, Director Liao's gaze was fixed on Duongsen. He really looked forward to seeing if this time the kid could bring another surprise. As soon as Director Liao finished speaking, the old rusty gate of the factory opened. A military vehicle rushed in like a bolt of lightning. A muscular man stepped down from the vehicle. As soon as he scanned the crowd, he rushed straight to Liao Thanfeng. "Old Liu, I have been looking for you for years. Where have you been?" When Liu Thanfeng said he was a teacher, the man was so shocked he almost dropped the cigarette from his mouth. But thinking about it, being a teacher is not too bad. At least it is safer than his current job. After catching up with his old friend, the man glanced over at the group of students gathered together. "Those kids are the students from your school, right? I do not know why, but this uncle gives off a strange, intimidating presence." The 3 of them felt scared just hearing his voice. Only Ding, from start to finish, remained calm, not even changing his expression. The man found this very interesting and walked straight up to him. "Kid, are not you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid?" Doling shot back with a question. The uncle not only did not get angry but instead patted Ding on the shoulder, calling him an interesting kid. Then he introduced himself. "This man, named Lathin, is the captain of the 3rd team of the Jiangbai province's supernatural department, and a 5th-level awakened one." Lathin has many achievements, but he did not show them off, as they meant nothing to these kids. He seemed to be a carefree person. Even when he arrived, he had not thought about what the assessment would entail. After finishing half a cigarette, Lathin suddenly came up with an idea. It would be a direct combat competition among the students. Winners continue, losers are eliminated. The students looked at each other in confusion. They did not expect an assessment that everyone took seriously to be so casual. Amid the chaos, only Di maintained his usual spirit. This pleased Lu Thanfeng very much. Lathen wasted no time and immediately summoned his beast, a green dragon. The azure dragon circled in the air and then drew a circle on the ground. Using it as the arena, 2 students would fight at a time, and whoever was knocked out or lost would be considered defeated. Even the arrangement of the matches was quite haphazard. Lathen just randomly picked 2 boys to go first. The 2 kids who just stepped into the arena rushed to hit each other wildly. Lu Thanfeng felt extremely embarrassed, as these 2 had no sense of martial arts at all. However, this was not too surprising. After all, these students all came from small cities like Mekhe and had never learned any martial arts before. After a fierce exchange, the young man named Tiu Feng emerged victorious. Although he was not in great shape, Lathen then picked the next 2 contestants. This time it was D and the X. Before they even stepped into the arena, The Hexi was already boasting about his 6th level talent. That kid just wait until I knock him out. Lu Thanfeng knew Vihik's abilities, so he was quite tense. Honestly, he hoped D could pull off a surprise, but D remained expressionless the whole time. After stepping into the arena, he only asked Lathian one question. Could he use weapons? Lathian immediately agreed, but the other students all laughed at Du-sin, calling him an idiot. If he can use them, then Du-huk can too. Isn't this just asking Du-huk to cripple him? Contrary to that dismissive attitude, Triyu Tu-than, whom I have always suspected to be a villain, was cheering for Du-sin with all his might. I do not know what the future holds, but for now, let us consider him a good guy. At this moment, Lathian had switched to smoking a cigar. He was not overly hopeful about Du-sin, so as soon as the signal to start was given, he fixed his gaze on him without blinking. Wei Hussey wielded a wooden stick as a weapon, exuding confidence. However, as soon as the starting command was announced, he stood frozen in shock at D-sin's incredible speed. Before Hexi could grasp what was happening, his right arm was slashed deeply. In pain, Wei Hussey clutched his bleeding arm, screaming uncontrollably. Meanwhile, D-sin had already injured his opponent with just a tiny blade. Wei Hussey's screams echoed loudly, clear enough to be heard from afar. D-sin had no intention of letting him rest. He grabbed the opponent's head with his left hand and pressed it forcefully to the ground. His right hand was ready with a dagger. Hexi was terrified, pleading immediately. This is just a spar. Please do not take my life. D-sin's gaze was as sharp as the dagger in his hand. Ignoring his opponent's plea, D-sin resolutely drove the tip of the knife down. Of course, he did not intend to take a life. He just wanted to scare him a bit. The blade plunged into the ground, pulling a few strands of Wei Hussey's hair with it. He was so scared he panicked and screamed, tears and snot flowing freely. Are you messing with me? Wei Hussey shouted. This might be the first time he found himself in such a miserable situation. His image as a master fighter had vanished into thin air. Lathian laughed heartily, but before he could praise, he saw Dizia grabbing Wei Hussey's mouth, then reaching inside. A pile of question marks appeared over Lathian's head. What is he trying to do? Without saying a word, D-sin immediately yanked out one of Itzy's molars. His move was truly unexpected. After just pulling a tooth, D-sin's face remained unfazed. Why was not there any poison? Could it be hidden elsewhere? Lathian was just as confused about what this kid was thinking. Out of nowhere, he pulled out his opponent's tooth to search for poison. After not finding any poison, he began to rummage through VFC's body. It is possible he does not hide poison at all. No way. If captured by the enemy, without a way to end it himself, he would be tortured to death. Seeing D-sin so adamant, Lathian was even more at a loss for words. This kid was not acting with a survival mindset. He was living while his opponent was dying. The Hexi was still crying. It was then that he realized he should have hidden the poison in his teeth. Only then could he free himself from this miserable situation. Noticing D-sin's unusual behavior, Lathian raised his suspicions. You came from the crime city, right? Hup. Unexpectedly, D-sin admitted immediately. People outside the crime city really do not hide poison on them. It turns out that because those in the crime city do it, DD assumes the people outside do the same, and you just want to find poison so that ZFD can't end it himself. Seeing Thien's frown, he turned to ask Eldu Thanfeng if he knew that D's son was from the crime city. Of course, Director Ulzu knew that, but D's, besides being from the crime city, was also an awakened with a heaven's gift of 9 and literary acumen. Therefore, he had to protect D-sin at all costs. Where he comes from, doesn't matter to him being my student. According to the rules, regardless of past crimes, once out of the crime city, it does not count anymore, unless he commits murder again. Director Liu affirmed that as long as D-sin did not make a mistake for one day, he would still be his student. Seeing his determined look, Lathian felt it was not appropriate to pry further into the boy's background. After all, these matters had nothing to do with Lathian. His enemy was a demon, not a human. However, upon learning that D-sin was from the crime city, Lathian lost interest in continuing the evaluation. He dismissed the students, reminding them that they would continue tomorrow. Before leaving, Lathian wanted to invite Eldu Thanfeng for drinks. After all, it had been years since they last met, but Director Eldu declined, citing his responsibilities to the students. This left Lathian feeling quite disappointed. You are always so picky. It is really annoying. However, that student of yours from the crime city might turn out to be impressive because the evaluation would continue tomorrow. The students had to stay in this abandoned factory. But this place was shabby, dirty, and chaotic. Many people did not even want to sit, let alone lie down. Lu Thanfeng found a quiet corner to sit down, but before he could get comfortable, he saw a helper coming towards him. Teacher, I have a question I do not understand. Go ahead. His mood was not good because today's evaluation shattered the worldview of the city's students. Until now, he always thought that higher talents and literary skills represented a bright future. But today, when Lathian arrived, it seemed that their talents did not matter at all. His demeanor seemed careless, causing the students from the city to start doubting the professionalism of this evaluation. Lu Thanfeng could understand the feelings of these young people. After all, having high talent but not being valued is quite disheartening. Talent is the most important factor for someone to reach the peak. This is true, but the world is not short of geniuses. Director Liu replied calmly. With so many humans, it is common for new geniuses to appear every year. But to say that just having good talent guarantees reaching the top of the world is not accurate, because if that were the case, humanity would have subdued the demon race long ago. Lu Thanfeng said he had met many geniuses with exceptional talents, but few ever reached the pinnacle. He had encountered countless people claiming to be inherently gifted, self-proclaimed experts, arrogant, yet ultimately failed miserably. He had also met those from prestigious schools, born as prodigies, but when stepping into the love hall, he was so scared that his whole body shivered without even having harmed the enemy yet, and he was already on the verge of losing his head. Talent is something you can never have too much of in this world. Just by facing a group, they all had stronger innate abilities than you. But, is it worth it? You have never been to the 4 major checkpoints of the human race. There, everyone is like straw, even less valuable than a sip of water or a piece of bread. Lu Qingfeng knew these kids had never been to the checkpoints and had never faced monsters themselves, so he was not sure how much they understood from his words. But he wanted them to know that surviving is not just about talent, it also depends on character and resourcefulness. If you have high talent but lack determination, courage to move forward, a calm mind in crisis, or enough vigilance, then high talent will ultimately become a joke. He wondered how much his students understood after saying so much, but Lu Qingfeng felt tired nonetheless. He slowly sat down again and told them to find a place to rest. However, the spoiled brats had always been pampered and had never spent a night in such a filthy place, so they seemed to complain. This made Lu Qingfeng even more displeased. Complaining about the dirt already? Have you ever had to sleep in a pile of severed limbs? Do you know that every time you sleep, there is a possibility you won't be able to open your eyes again? Do you understand what that feeling is like? Only a few people were starting to vaguely grasp the meaning of changing the location of this examination. The officials not only wanted to test the students' talents but also to assess their willpower. Sit down now. When you get to the 4 major checkpoints, you will see how good the conditions here actually are. Lu Qingfeng shouted loudly, and the students quickly sat down. Then, he pointed at Yu Sheng, who was quietly sitting at the corner, using him as an example. Compared to the earlier match, Yu Sheng defeating Du Huck was enough to surprise everyone, but he did not show any arrogance. He quietly found a corner to sit down as soon as he entered. He looked at himself and could not help but feel startled. After that, Yu Sheng stood up with a sigh. "Where are you going?" Lu Qingfeng called after him. "To the restroom." Yu Sheng replied shortly. He increasingly found that dealing with the young master was the most annoying thing in the world. At this moment, the outside of the workshop was getting a bit dark. After leaving the resting place, Yu Sheng quietly walked around the workshop and stopped when he reached the main entrance. He cautiously hid behind a large wall, his expression slightly contemplative. After a while, Yu Sheng peeked out to observe his surroundings and indeed saw a sophisticated surveillance camera above him, monitoring every move of those entering and exiting the workshop. Yu Sheng frowned slightly, starting to think that this must be the last camera. But what exactly was in the workshop? From Yu Sheng's observations, the entire workshop was filled with surveillance cameras, with only one secluded area lacking them. After pondering for a long time, he speculated that perhaps the answer he was looking for was inside it. After thinking, Yu Sheng estimated that he waited about 3 seconds before quietly turning around to leave. Du Sheng hid himself in the shadows quite well, successfully avoiding the camera to move into another room, but there was still a camera inside, just not aimed in his direction. Seizing the opportunity, Du Sheng continued to run in the darkness, skillfully evading the camera's blind spots. After a moment, Du Sheng stopped in front of a door, the outer door already rusted. He initially wanted to push the door open to enter, but suddenly paused because he heard voices inside. Du Sheng pressed himself against the wall, adjusted his breathing, and leaned in to listen. Inside, someone was asking if the other had investigated Liu Thanfeng's information, to which the other replied no. Then, the other person suggested that based on the previous conversation with that idiot, he was probably someone from the Zhenyu Bureau, a qualified teacher who was not valued here. As soon as this was said, the person opposite nodded in agreement, wanting to suggest to the higher-ups that he should be transferred to a provincial level as his educational methods were very meaningful. Du Sheng found these words meaningless and turned to leave, but his silhouette was seen by a supervising staff member. The staff member could not help but feel that Du Sheng was quite an interesting little creature. Meanwhile, Du Sheng retraced his steps back and quickly arrived at the resting room. He casually pushed the door open as if nothing had happened and took a seat. However, Liu Thanfeng seemed to have noticed his return and suddenly asked if he was ready to be a lone wolf. Du Sheng ignored his words, directly sitting down and resting, while the room fell into silence. Just then, a strange shadow suddenly appeared outside the workshop, accompanied by a low growl. Although the sound was very faint, both Du Sheng and Liu Thanfeng noticed it. Their eyes, which had been closed, opened wide in alarm. Du Sheng did not hesitate for a moment and drew his weapon, preparing for a fight, but Liu Thanfeng remained calm, just sitting there, shaking his head as if it had nothing to do with him. Du Sheng ignored whether Liu Thanfeng would participate or not and directly brushed past him to leave. Liu Thanfeng watched his retreating figure and could not help but sigh. The fate of the lone wolf was always tragic. At the same time, Outside, Lashin stood with a huge dog beside him. Soon after, he smiled wickedly as he looked into the distance, thinking it was time for the little friends inside to understand what a wake-up call really meant, how nice it was to sleep in the wild. As he finished speaking, Lachin immediately let the chain in his hand go, gently releasing a fierce drug to let the little friends prepare for the upcoming wild joy. The moment it was freed, the dog in Lachin's hands immediately charged toward the workshop. Lachin's dog entered the workshop in an instant, and before long, it was spotted by the supervisors, causing their faces to change in shock. Why was there a monster? What did that Lachin want to do? Did he want to let the students who had not even left the school gates go fight monsters? Immediately, two supervisors looked anxiously at the person lounging on the chair, hurriedly calling for him to wake up. However, the other person remained completely calm, reassuring them not to panic and just sit down. Then he got up from his chair, feeling that a little demon could cause some chaos, which he thought was quite good. In the classroom, no one could read anything. Letting the students see some blood would be good. Hearing this, a supervisor immediately asked him if he had ever considered the consequences if something actually happened. As this was playing with lives, the driver could not help but smirk, casually saying he was here. With that, he took off his outer jacket, revealing a merit badge on his shirt sleeve, and said that if there was anything to discuss, he was ready to talk. The supervisor, after seeing his badge, immediately reined in his anger and nodded respectfully. Meanwhile, the driver casually mentioned that moving around a bit would not be bad. He wanted to see how much weight those students could handle. At that moment, the demon summoned by Lathian found the students resting and barged in through the door. The roar of the beast startled the students awake, and they quickly began to flee. They had no idea why this place was inhabited by beasts, and their unanswered questions did not matter. The red-eyed beast attacked a slow male student who could not escape, causing him to scream for help before the beast could use its sharp teeth to kill the male student. A wooden stick unexpectedly struck the beast, causing it to recoil in pain. It was Du-Huk who stepped in front of the student, his eyes showing determination as he reassured the student not to be afraid. He would protect him. The beast, caught off guard, was now furious, its eyes reddening even more, growling threateningly at Du-Huk. Immediately, the beast aggressively attacked, using its large mouth and sharp teeth to bite at Du-Huk, who was bitten hard, blood starting to drip onto the floor. At that moment, a foot kicked at the beast from the side, catching it off guard and knocking it away again. Chuatu then glanced back at his companions, reassuring them not to be afraid. As long as they stood together, the beast would not be able to harm them. However, the students who had never seen blood were not so calm. They looked around searching for Lu Thanfeng. But unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found, and they started crying loudly wanting to go home. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Thanfeng stepped out, leaning against the wall, squinting at the camera in front of him, and quietly asked if those people really thought this was a good thing for the students. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the driver witnessed all of Du-Huk and Chuatuthan's actions and could not help but chuckle, appreciating their spirit. They were just a bit foolish. The most vulnerable part of a demon was its head, yet they still attacked. But being so energetic was not bad either. As he said this, he rubbed his head in dissatisfaction, checking on Du-Sin, causing discomfort. The supervisor heard this and chimed in, questioning where he was. However, at that moment, the driver suddenly walked to the door and directly grabbed the doorknob to open it. After that, he could not stop mocking the two, saying they did not need to look anymore. If they found it, they would not be stuck being a clerk. By the time he opened the door, Yuxing had already appeared there without him realizing it, and he calmly invited him in to sit down. Yuxing stepped in without hesitation, and the two supervisors looked at him in surprise, asking how he discovered this place. Yuxing replied plainly that it was the footprints. The supervisor's face changed in an instant, horrified that such chaotic footprints could lead to this place. Were the people from the crime city all this twisted? At that moment, the driver suddenly asked him why he was not helping his classmates. Yuxing leisurely sat down in a chair, indifferent as he said they would not die. Upon hearing this, the driver could not help but frown, questioning how they would not die if he did not help. But Yuxing remained very calm, with no trace of disturbance in his eyes. That kid of his was clearly very capable. Even if the driver did not intervene, they would not die. The driver grew more frantic and angrily asked what if his kid's strength suddenly increased. Yuxing calmly shook his head, saying it would not happen. The driver, hearing this, immediately said he would make it happen. Upon hearing this, Yuxing raised his eyebrows and told him that would be considered premeditated murder, even attempted murder, which under Article 75 of the criminal law could lead to over 7 years in prison or even the death penalty. The driver fell silent upon hearing this. He was aware of the law. However, he did not let it go and continued to ask if he wanted to kill those students. Would Yuxing help? The two supervisors behind them could not help but break into a cold sweat. The driver was really desperate. Nonetheless, after hearing this, Yuxing still firmly stated he would not help. Seeing Yuxing's indifferent attitude, the driver could not help but angrily question why, since they were all classmates, he wanted to watch them die. Could this little prisoner really be so selfish? Yuxing did not care at all, blandly looking at him and saying if he could not beat them, how could he save them? Should he die alongside them? It would be better to take practical action and report to the police to receive some compensation. Yu Sheng sincerely explained the law to him, saying that under the latest policy, if someone died while carrying out a task, they could receive between 30,000 to 50,000 in compensation. As a witness, they could also receive a reward. Killing 11 students would be a serious crime, and Yu Sheng could claim up to 100,000 in compensation. After saying this, he raised his eyebrows at the driver, asking if he would kill them. The driver was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, staring blankly at him. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, several middle-aged men dressed somewhat unusually were looking toward the factory in the distance, continuously shouting together with fervor. A man in a suit was looking up at the sky, his eyes full of admiration, murmuring that today the celestial energy was abundant, and the gods were paying attention to them. Then he looked up at the sky and loudly proclaimed that if they successfully completed their plan this time, they would have the opportunity to ascend as gods. This was a tremendous favor. As soon as he said this, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with killing intent. And tonight, the best students in the city of Mobei would face their doom. As he spoke, the other two boldly shouted out loud. A second later, all three clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and prayed fervently, willing to pay with their lives for the gods to save them. Once the ritual was complete, the man in the suit gave orders according to the plan to wait until midnight to take action. Meanwhile, in the office of the deputy leader at the Butch Shunthen, a man was currently working. This man was the leader, Lum. While he was busy, the phone beside him suddenly rang. Startling him, he paused his work, slowly picked up the phone, and the voice on the other end went straight to the point, wanting to make a deal with Lem. Lum furrowed his brows in confusion, seemingly pondering something, before calmly telling the caller to speak quickly. The voice on the other end resumed, extremely calm, just wanting to borrow a path. 10 minutes later, a convoy would enter the north gate while the south gate would exit, hoping the guards would not make things difficult. Upon hearing this, Lum asked who was in charge, and the voice hurriedly explained it was the Ven Then Jiao. Lum muted the speakerphone, setting it down on the table, while handling some documents and asking how much he was offering. Hearing this, the caller seemed to recount a normal situation, saying Lum had just held an exam for students far from the city. Among these, the exam for the students from Buxithun had no results, totaling the lives of 12 students. How did Lum feel about that? Lum fell silent for a few seconds before continuing to say that due to the situation, someone had to ensure it, and they always spoke one way but acted another, leaving him helpless. The phone rang again with a soft chuckle, saying he had no right to negotiate conditions, but if Lum wanted to abandon those students, he would not say anything. This was clearly a warning, and Lunjum took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold, agreeing that if a student from Buxithun was lost, it would be a serious matter. At this point, Lum slowed down a bit, then warned with great anger that in the next 6 months, Tianjin would launch a crackdown on heretical sects. He said what he meant, and the voice on the other end quickly corrected that it was Ven Then Jiao, then hung up. At the same time, in the surveillance room, Di Sin continued to educate the driver about the law, causing him to fall into deep thought. In his eyes, a hint of regret was hidden. He had spent so much money, 30,000 for one person, which meant 300,000. While he was still pondering this issue, Di Sin suddenly pointed to the surveillance camera and asked if he could get a copy, to which the driver suspiciously asked what he wanted to do. Di Sin did not hide it and honestly explained his purpose. During the exam, he did not know the answers. Lum thought this was the truth. If he saved people, he could get a reward. 12 people would be 360,000. As soon as he said this, the driver immediately shouted angrily, berating Di Sin for being incredibly bold, claiming this was unfair to the other students, and he would report to the authorities about pests like him. The two monitors behind reacted to his passionate attitude, feeling that he was indeed someone of merit, earning respect. However, Di Sin was not concerned about what the driver said. He directly proposed splitting it in half and then pushed the door, disappearing from the room. The driver was momentarily stunned by those words but quickly smiled in agreement, saying he would handle things here. The two supervisors watching could not help but feel awkward. Meanwhile, in the students' resting room, Zakaxi and Chi Then leaned against each other, battling with their crush. Chi Then anxiously asked the Asi if he could still hold up. Zec shook his head, saying he was fine, and could not help but reflect on how insightful Di Sin was. As soon as Di Sin was mentioned, Chi Then's expression showed some dissatisfaction, wondering where he had run off to. If he came back now, he would call him Dad. However, right after saying that, Chi Then's face changed dramatically, while Zxe looked pleased because there was still a demand behind. The one they were waiting for had returned. Di Sin had appeared. Remembering his earlier words, Chi Then's expression became a bit awkward, but he still called out Dad. Di Sin was startled by this and looked at him, saying it was not quite appropriate. Chi then angrily scolded him, asking where he had been all this time. DC scratched his head lightly, saying he had just come back from the restroom. However, Chi Then did not believe him, scolding him for lying, saying how could he not have heard such a loud noise. Di Sin's lie was exposed, and he honestly admitted he was not good at lying, Both Chu Thin and the FC were caught off guard by Di Sin's words, unsure how to respond. Seeing this scene, Zeki asked him in surprise why he just walked over like that, not seeing their crush was right there. Di Sin did not answer but directly walked towards the two of them, and Di Hex quickly realized something was off and retreated. He quietly told Chu Thun next to him that he did not know why he felt safer being near their crush. At that moment, DC suddenly hesitated, looking at the two of them, his eyes showing a hint of anxiety, and then a bit of shyness. Seeing his attitude made the ex feel even more nervous. After a moment, DD Sen shyly and cautiously asked if the two of them could be injured seriously. As soon as he said this, the Heti unconsciously shifted his body further away from DD Sen. While Chu Thian was somewhat at a loss for words, Chu Thivin glared intently at the person across from him, hesitating for a while before finally dropping to his knees, clutching his chest, and shouting in pain. Zi and D Sin faced each other for a long while before he sighed helplessly, not knowing why D Sin would ask for this, but he did not refute it and followed Chi Thun, rolling on the ground, making the students watch in shock. Soon after, he started clutching his back, pretending to be in pain. D Sin nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the two of them, then turned to the surveillance camera and sighed lightly. After that, D Sin's expression turned serious, glaring at the fierce creature and boldly stating that such a beast was bullying their kind. Under the leadership of the brave, they fought for the humans and sought vengeance. However, before Sin could finish his sentence, the creature finally lost control, its eyes bloodshot with rage as it lunged towards D Sin. At the same time in the control room, the driver could not help but chuckle at D Sin's display. What was the big deal? The two supervisors in the back stared at the driver, speechless, while he regretted not realizing sooner that controlling the monster would give Yu Sheng more room to excel. Perhaps they could collaborate in the future. But just then, the screen displayed an image that left the supervisor horrified. Supervisor quickly tapped the driver's shoulder, urging him to look at the screen, making him jump in surprise. They saw Yu Sheng at that moment punching the monster with his bare hands, muttering about protecting the people, that righteousness cannot be ignored, and that the fire of humanity will burn on. The driver's face was now drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "This is how he can fight." Meanwhile, Yu Sheng stepped back after a while, pretending to gasp and saying how could there be such a fierce monster, if he had not arrived in time. The driver in the monitoring room felt a bit flustered watching Yu Sheng's act, then angrily scolded him for being so overdramatic, warning him not to jeopardize their money-making plan. After his speech, Yu Sheng glanced at the surveillance camera from a corner, and the students saw the monster he had beaten, bloodied and lying on the ground, looking a bit dazed. At this point, Chudithan stopped pretending. If you are asking if this is the end, on the contrary, he felt a bit sympathetic toward Yu Sheng. They were all students, yet the gap between him and them was too great. Were they just useless? At this moment, he felt very insecure about himself, while they were all sighing in relief. A sudden sound from the door startled them as they looked toward it. Suddenly, a beggar burst in through the door, locking his gaze onto the students in front of him, and there was an item on his head. It was a broken bowl, with a gemstone embedded in it, and he was shouting loudly to offer a new soul to the deity. Chudithan saw the pure light emanating from the bowl and could not help but be shocked. This person had reached level 1 awakening. At this moment, they looked forward with astonished eyes, questioning why their teacher's people were able to appear here. He said nothing, just smiled at Yu Sheng and pulled out something. Chudithan stared at him, wondering. He had heard that the teacher's people were relentless workers. Was this really a test? The level 1 awakened were much stronger than the requirements, and now the only ones they could rely on were. After saying this, all eyes turned toward Yu Sheng with expectation. At this moment, they immediately pretended in front of him, complaining that their wounds hurt too much to fight anymore. Chudithan smiled while acting, asking, "Aren't we being very understanding?" Yu Sheng had no choice but to step forward and look at them, saying that harming others is against the law, but since he was the first to speak, the cultist decided that he would be the target he aimed for, as being the talkative one made him the first choice. Just like a flash of lightning, he immediately dodged the dangerous attack from him. This caught him off guard. His skills were not bad, and the deity would like this. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone realized he had disappeared. Another person was aiming at that spot with a crossbow. When he saw his target had vanished, he immediately set down his crossbow. The cultist had appeared behind Dijna Sin's friends without him realizing it. Harming others is a crime, so I will send you all down to complete oblivion, accompanying the deity. The light of the deity is eternal. But before he could finish his incantation, Didi Sin appeared from behind. He quickly performed an action, placing something on him, and in the end, he swiftly glided past his body like a flash of lightning. The thing he placed on the cultist's body caused a deep wound to appear on the cultist's arm, but he did not take advantage of this to continue attacking. Instead, he retreated, with a vigilant gaze fixed on the man before him. He charged straight at Didi Sin as if nothing had happened. Along with that came sharp attacks aimed directly at his heart, but no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that his skill and reflexes were still too lacking compared to Didi Sin, so he could not land a hit on him. Meanwhile, the others outside began to view the boy differently, questioning why the cultist had come here. Yes. Unexpectedly during the assessment, one of the cultists appeared and was dealt with swiftly. The person next to him reminded, DD Sin is from the cult. Anyone can take him down. Lu Thanfeng, seeing him continue to evade, was puzzled. So he called out, DD Sin, take out the cultists. It is not illegal to awaken at level 1, and there is a reward of 100,000. Hearing that he could earn a reward for taking down the man before him, he quickly tightened his grip on the cultist's arm. Then he looked at the cultist with a fierce gaze. He easily used his blade to create a long cut across the cultist's neck. In that instant, the cultist had completely lost his life. The others, witnessing this, were all stunned. Was not this an assessment? Wasn't he being too ruthless? DG Sin, at this moment, did not look at them but turned to Lu Thanfeng, asking why he had never heard of the policy of mercy the teacher spoke of. He sighed, saying this rule can only be known after truly becoming an awakened one. From a distance, Wei Hut looked at DG Sin and exclaimed, after all, he is still human. Lu Thanfeng shook his head at him, saying, this is the first time you have seen someone sacrifice themselves. Right, do you think D Sin is too ruthless? Why must he eliminate that person? But do you know that if DD Sin had not stopped him, you would be the ones lying here? I have observed you for a day, and your performance is truly disappointing. Now each of you must sit next to that corpse. Look at his wounds, look into his eyes, and keep staring until you feel the victory deep in your hearts. Che Tathan stepped up, saying he was not afraid. His father was the chief of the guard. The others, hearing this, despite their bodies trembling, shouted out, if Tathan is not afraid, then neither are we. Lu Thanfeng looked at them with a sigh. Perhaps for you, a normal person is the best outcome. Come back to school tomorrow morning. After finishing his words, he looked at DD Sin and reminded him to come out with him. Once both of them stepped outside, Lu Thanfeng gazed at the distant sky, wondering if it had ever taken a life before. After all, I see your skills are quite refined. Tell me, when was the first time you did that? D Sin reminisced, probably around 6 years old, or was it 5? He could not remember clearly. Hearing his casual tone about it, Lu Thanfeng sighed. This kid, in the midst of the silence, DD Sin suddenly thought of something. He quickly looked at his teacher. If I eliminate someone on the wanted list, is that illegal? Lu Thanfeng shook his head. Of course not. Honestly, you are the most talented person I have ever met. Soon, you will fully reveal your potential and become the pride of this generation. I want to speak about your past, but as your teacher, I have high hopes. In the future, be a kind person and never turn weapons against your own people. Okay. DD Sin looked at him. I will try my best. His answer left the teacher puzzled. But why? D Sin continued, today I will consider it a righteous deed, regardless of the reward. Hearing this, Lu Thanfeng nodded. That is only natural. When you save someone, even if you do not ask for money, I will still give you some. DD Sin then took out a knife. Is not a magical beast worth something? I will dissect it and sell it for money. Lu Thanfeng immediately reminded him, this newly transformed beast is not worth much. And besides, the meat is still quite bitter. Hearing that, he immediately turned back. At this moment, a man approached Lu Thanfeng. Unexpectedly, I have taken care of it. Lu Thanfeng looked at him and asked, can you rely on me a bit? The other man smiled. Do not delay this kid's reward for passing the assessment, or he will get angry thinking you are embezzling his assets. Lu Thanfeng nodded, looking at DD Sin's back. This really needs to be done quickly, or if he waits a few years to come back, things might not go well for me. At this point, D Sun had returned to his place, quickly opening the door to enter. There was someone waiting for him. Hey bro, let us get to know each other a bit. My name is Viding Vien Hien. We have handled things well today. Actually, you saved someone twice, so I will edit a video separately for you. We can split it 2 ways. DD Sin shook his head. It can be counted as double. The job of a contractor is to protect them. Asking for payment is against the rules. Those who do not follow the rules will be out quickly. But Vin Hien thought about this. Surprisingly, he was quite honest about it, knowing he could not convince him. He smiled. Well, when the time comes, if there is any cooperation, just call me Big Bro. I will always be your support. Anyone who hinders our wealth will be taken down. D Sin looked at him seriously. I have said that doing things like that is illegal. If you still intend to have me deal with others, I will report it. The Vin Hien smiled on the outside, but inside he was not happy. Perhaps we should consider finding someone else for future collaborations. The survival technique in the crime city is the third thing. The path to getting too close to a fool, whether he is an enemy or a friend. The next morning quickly arrived, and D's friends had been sitting beside the corpse of that priest all night. The Vin Hien stepped in from outside, reminding them that they could go home now. Hearing this made them very happy because they no longer had to look at that corpse. After a tiring night, they finally got on the bus to head back. At this moment, Tri Thin called out to Dia. He looked at D, reminding him that he would help him as soon as they got home. Hearing this, Dia recalled his previous offer. Knowing that Tri Thun had agreed, he immediately put his hand on his best friend's shoulder. Just 3 words made Trido to Thun's eyes light up. Was he finally recognized? While the two were preparing to express their affection, another arm rested onto Dee's shoulder. Zihet looked at him and said, "Can I follow you for a while? Maybe you can teach me how to take out others." Dee looked at them, puzzled. "You guys have such a heavy killing intent. Why do you all want to harm others? Isn't that illegal?" Zihati smiled at this. "I am not good with words. I just want to become stronger." Dee looked him up and down, smiling playfully. "If you shave your head, you might get stronger." And so they concluded their journey in Tai Thun. The Vun Vinheen was still trailing behind, bothering DZ. "Dujia, do you think we have rested enough?" Dee looked at him seriously. "I just got off the bus." After saying that, he quickly went to a room with that guy to report. The man looked at him. "I have heard, but the assessment results are not out yet, and the specific rankings have not been decided. Since it is due to the epidemic, let us wait to see the results." DG turned to V Vinheen and asked, "What do you think my ranking will be?" He was extremely confident. "Of course, it is first place." D then glanced at the old man. "I am already in first place now." The old man was still in disbelief. "What do you mean first place? You just asked a random passerby." After saying that, he immediately pointed to V Vinheen and asked, "May I ask who this is?" Before D could respond, the old man quickly brushed past him. He went to shake hands with the guy in front. It turned out to be a leader from the province. Very impressive and good looking. "In a small place like ours, we have no money, no resources, and can only watch geniuses struggle due to a lack of resources. I wonder which department the leader is from." Hearing him praise him like that, Vong Van Heen immediately felt embarrassed. Being a reserve soldier, those 3 words hit the old man hard. He immediately snatched back what he had given to Vong Van Heen, with an attitude 180 degrees different from before, and then returned to his seat with a colder demeanor. Why did not he say earlier that he was a reserve soldier? Du Sin, unfazed by his attitude, inquired about what he should have received after completing the task. The old man looked at him disapprovingly, but eventually provided what he needed. Receiving these items made him smile immediately, as they would help him grow much more. Then, both quickly left his office. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Du Sin quickly grabbed his phone to check the information. It turned out to be a call from Triyu Tuthan. He smiled. "Du bro, your old man is quite the lecher." Today, he visited the old man, who was not in the cell. Apparently, he was reading palms for the lady officer, which was quite admirable. He hesitated a bit before continuing. "Du bro, we are so clever under my management. He has become a notorious womanizer and won't be out for at least another year." Hearing that his request was fulfilled, Du Sin felt very satisfied. After that, he quickly headed to the sand beach with Vong Van Heen. He looked ahead and reminded him, "Look over there, that is the sand department in Tinthan. It is really beautiful, is not it? Aren't you going to take a photo to remember this moment?" But he was captivated by the lively atmosphere here. At that moment, a staff member saw Vong Van Heen and showed an unhappy attitude, wondering why he was here again. With no other choice, she quickly called, "That guy is back again. Everyone gather up." The others, upon hearing this, became flustered, sensing the urgency of the situation, and so, all the temporary service signs were quickly put up. The other customers, seeing this, wondered what was going on. They were enjoying themselves, so why did it suddenly stop? Vong Van Heen, hearing the chaotic crowd, seemed to guess what was going on. Du Sen then looked at the man beside him and sighed. "People who talk too much are indeed unreliable. This crime really does not lie to me." At that moment, and Tam suddenly appeared at the reception desk. Her eyes filled with tears as she asked the receptionist if she could process a request. The old man had been severely injured and was still in the hospital. She wanted to claim the reward to save them. In a hurry, the receptionist quickly put away the temporary service suspension card and asked Tam to explain what was going on first. Hearing this, Tam felt even more desperate. She quickly recounted her story, emphasizing that fighting against the cult could lead to a reward for saving lives. "He is fighting for humanity," she said, her voice growing more pained. The receptionist frowned slightly at her words and then told Tam to wait a moment. She would check the policy for her. Immediately after, the receptionist opened the policy manual to look it over. After a moment, she mumbled to herself in confusion, realizing that there was indeed such a regulation. However, who had the time to record footage during a fight? Just as she finished speaking, Tam pulled out a used drive and placed it on the desk. The receptionist was taken aback. Someone actually recorded it. Quickly, she reacted and went to plug the USB into the computer to check. The images of the rescue operation quickly appeared on the screen. The footage clearly showed the brutal fighting conditions. With impressive skills on display, the entire video exuded a tense atmosphere. The final image showed several seriously injured individuals, their faces solemn and resolute as they left. At this moment, Tam disregarded her image and cried out loudly, asking the receptionist for help. "If this drags on, my team leader will really die," she said, putting the receptionist in a difficult position. She did not have the authority, but just after saying this, the receptionist immediately stood up from her chair and turned to run off. saying she would go find a leader to discuss. Outside, Wang Wenxin observed Tam's every move in astonishment, his eyes wide. She really has a way, he thought. Meanwhile, Yuxing glanced at Tam and then looked at Wang Wenxin beside him, sighing. This was true professionalism. You really picked the wrong partner. Wang Wenxin suddenly gritted his teeth and muttered that at any cost, reputation did not matter. He quickly messed up his hair to look like he had just returned from battle. A man ran towards home, crying out, "Sis, help me, boss. I am about to die." He wept bitterly, his legs injured, leaving only his head hanging. Yusheng, watching this scene from behind, found himself at a loss for words. Wang Wenxin continued to stand in line, his emotions growing more agitated as he shouted that if Wenxin did not give him money, it would be tantamount to murder against the backup team of Baik Xuancheng. He even frantically gestured for Yusheng to come quick and help him get the money. Yusheng remained quiet, intently watching Wang Wenxin's performance without saying a word. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind Wang Wenxin, radiating an intimidating aura. Seeing this person, Sin's gaze turned sharp, and after a moment he spoke up, saying if he was not mistaken, the one behind him was indeed the boss he mentioned. In an instant, Vin Vinheen's expression turned grim. At that moment, the Vin Vinheen felt a chill run down his spine, as if a ferocious beast was staring at him like prey. His body could not help but tremble. A cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He struggled to swallow, hiding the worried expression he had just shown. He passionately praised his boss's aura, filled with courage, thinking how could someone with that much strength be killed. Vin Levine looked at Vin and Hin as if he were insane, angrily glaring at him and cursing him for being crazy, then moved on to the next 10 people. Meanwhile, a thoughtful voice came from behind Vin Vinhen. Based on what he had just said, was not the boss he spoke of just a head barely surviving? Vin Vinheen's body immediately stiffened, nervously turning to look at the person behind him, forcing a grim smile. What a coincidence, it is the boss. The person in front of him was Trondheim S. Vin Vinheen's boss, who responded with a cold smile, but Vin Vinheen knew what awaited him. Quickly pulled DMC's arm and decisively urged him to listen to his explanation. DMC stood still, and Vin Vinheen had no choice but to tiptoe and whisper a few words in DMC's ear. Upon hearing this, DMC was astonished and asked, "Is Sin really that impressive?" Vin Vinheen nodded firmly, confirming that he was indeed a wealthy patron. Upon hearing this, DMC immediately pushed Vavahian's hand away and looked at Sun with a face that began to contort in disbelief. The more he looked, the more confused he became. Soon after, Tron approached Sin and introduced himself. At that moment, Vigid and Hien learned Tron DMS's real name and could not help but marvel at how elegant it sounded. Tron DMS patted Sin's shoulder twice, kindly calling him little brother, saying that if he ever faced any trouble in Buxwan City, he could just tell him, and he would send his troops to handle it. Sin looked at Tron DMS's face, finding it somewhat intimidating, and calmly took a step back, stating he did not like fighting. He just wanted to make money. Upon hearing this, Tron MC immediately became sincere, passionately thumping his chest and saying that if he could not get the money today, he would follow Sin's family. However, Sin felt increasingly skeptical after hearing this. After Tron D. Mensch finished speaking, he turned and walked over to the Venenvian booth, confidently stating that he could handle anything that came his way, and Team could not help but furrow her brows upon seeing him, secretly hoping this guy would not ruin her plans. At the same time, the Venenvian finally returned, accompanied by a bespectacled leader, Lumasiskachi. As Tron DMC approached, he pushed Team aside and boldly instructed the two to get started on his behalf, ignoring the soldiers who heard him say he was just a dying head. The two newcomers could not help but fall silent. Clearly, he was a hero fighting for the nation, yet here he was, getting into trouble every few days. Lumasiskachi looked a bit awkwardly at Tron DMC and asked him to wait a moment while he dealt with some official matters first. He then turned to Vin and asked where the girl she mentioned was. And immediately, Vin pointed towards Tem. The moment he saw Tem's face, Lam Kaju's expression grew even darker, murmuring in a slightly impatient tone that it turned out both the dragon and Phoenix had appeared at the same time. Lam Kaju took a deep breath to steady his emotions before he started instructing Van Vien to remember these two faces. They are both on the blacklist. It is a scam. The staff member nodded hurriedly, a bit flustered. After finishing, Lam Kakshu sighed and added that neither of their roles could be fulfilled, and if there were any mistakes, they would not be excused. Hearing this, Trandimak angrily cursed at Mither. Fun jam. Trandimak shouted loudly, then affectionately pulled on Sin's shoulder, asking if he knew who this was. Hearing this, Lam Kakju hesitated before turning his head, suspiciously asking who Sin was. Trandimak was the prime minister of the Jiambai reserve team, an awakened expert, so who could be of a higher status than him? Trandimak fiercely introduced him as his good little brother, fighting for the human race and killing monsters. Sin. Hearing this, let out a helpless sigh. Lam Kaju was even more speechless after that. What was this jerk babbling about? Immediately after, he started to rage, tugging at his tie and gritting his teeth while scolding Tran Dai Mac for indulging these kids who were still out there robbing. Tran Dai Mac was not intimidated and boldly replied, asking what Lam Kagju could do about it. Soon after, the two locked eyes, entering a standoff, neither willing to back down. The tension thick in the air. At this moment, Dusin beside them could not hold back and coughed twice, helplessly opening his mouth to urge them to say something. Dusin did not try to persuade them, instead adopting a tone like a law machine, reciting legal regulations and penalties for fighting in the city. Engaging in a fight without reason could lead to a 15-day detention, with a fine of 10,000 yuan, while influential people could face a 15-day detention and a fine of 100,000 yuan. As soon as he said this, Trun DMC's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as he remarked that 100,000 was essentially a death sentence for him. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, and Dusin felt quite satisfied. He then continued, stating that he wanted to resolve the matter legally, and if it dragged on or was neglected, he would have the right to protect his legal interests. Right after, he began to sit down to handle the paperwork with Vivin Vin. Seeing this, Trun DMC could not help but quietly ask Ving Vin Hin if he was out of his mind. The Vin Vin Hin also shook his head in confusion. He did not know either. Dusin quickly pulled out a used drive and handed it to Vin Vin, who looked a bit helplessly at the boss behind her. He was nearly at his breaking point, feebly telling her not to look at him and to proceed with DZ's paperwork. Hearing this, Vin Vin sighed and then began to seriously review the video that Sin provided her. The footage showed Sin fighting with the other party's people, devoid of any dramatic flair or emotional soundtrack. It was only the sound of echoes, and after watching for a while, Vin Vin hesitated and looked at Sin, asking if the video had been edited. Sin, unfazed, calmly admitted that it had indeed been edited, but she could arrange for specialists to analyze the situation on site. The strength of both sides did not require the students to lose, hence the establishment of righteous action. Sin mentioned this and wanted to impart more knowledge to Vin Vin when the boss, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly spoke up, instructing him to come over and distribute the full reward according to the standards. Vin Vin initially looked a bit confused, but quickly nodded to accept the orders, skillfully operating on the computer. After a moment, she smiled at Sin, announcing that the application had been submitted and would arrive within 3 business days. Thanked her, then he stood up and turned to the boss, asking if he could share the reason behind this. However, the leader did not answer his question but instead asked if he had ever considered working in the shadow sector. Pondered for 2 seconds before shaking his head, saying he did not have plans for that at the moment. The boss did not press him, handing him a business card introducing himself as Lam, the deputy chief of the northern branch. He promised Sin that after joining the shadow sector, his income would not just stop at this level. Tran Yima felt anxious upon seeing this scene, quickly rushing to block Sin from receiving the business card. He kept cursing that old bastard, saying that this was someone from his reserve team, and that it was not easy to find a smart person like him after all these years. However, Lam Gikchu just smiled at him, not even reacting, and simply turned to go upstairs, leaving Tran Yima there, furious and powerless. Tran Yima let out a huff, then changed his expression, realizing that Sin's restraint this time was unexpected. His strength is unquestionable. Next time, if you want to make money, just look for him. With that, he immediately dragged Wang Wenshan, who was hesitating behind, away. No longer able to face the situation, Wang Wenshan panicked, saying he had not gotten his money yet. Tran Yima instantly exploded, cursing him for still thinking about the money. When Wang Wenxian saw this, he quickly kept his mouth shut and followed Tran Yima away. Meanwhile, after leaving Lam Jiek, Sin returned to school and, upon arriving at the entrance of Zhang, saw Trong Yithen waiting there. Trong Yithen was overjoyed to see him. He rushed over, grabbing his hand and crying, saying that without him, the school was about to go chaotic, and that they had passed the exam. But 2 students were still causing trouble every day. Sin looked at him blankly and did not reply. Trenjing and Thitterin continued rambling that it would be easier for him to take the exam now, and that if they went together, it would definitely be a chaotic mess. Hearing this, Sin frowned and hesitated to ask if he was in charge of the chaos. Trun Yithen's hands flailed in the air, wanting to retort but not knowing what to say. He decided to change the subject, saying that Liu Thanfeng was looking for him at the nearby restaurant. Sin furrowed his brows in suspicion, wondering what he wanted. He went to the restaurant with doubt and indeed found him waiting there. Sin asked what he wanted, but he did not answer, just pointed to an uncle carrying food and asked if he had met him before. After observing for a moment, Sin nodded, saying he had seen him, as his classmates called that Uncle Wang. Liu Thanfeng casually took a sip of water and then asked him how he felt. Sin looked a bit confused, seemingly not understanding why Liu Thanfeng asked that, casually pointing to his eyes and saying he saw with his eyes. Liu Thanfeng smiled and shook his head, realizing he should not have asked him. Then, Liu Thanfeng suddenly changed his tone, thoughtfully saying that this person had been part of the reserve team training for 2 years, but due to insufficient data, he had to go break through. On the 3rd day, while the enemy attacked at night, his leg was broken, forcing him to return here, having trained for 2 years but only lasted less than 3 days on the battlefield. As he spoke, Sin, who had been quietly listening, Noticed Liu Thanfeng pause for a moment before continuing his main point, to let him know that the human race was not as optimistic as it seemed right now. Liu Thanfeng looked up sharply at Du Xin, asking if he would save a person like the lame king if he was in danger before him. Du Xin fell into deep thought for a long time before finally saying he did not know. After a while, he looked up in confusion and said that he had witnessed someone he saved stab their benefactor, and had also seen 3 lives lost over a bloody bun, so his compassion for saving others had long since been shaken. Hearing this, Liu Thanfeng suddenly felt a pang of heartbreak, then stood up and sighed helplessly, saying maybe it should not be forced. After all, the world had never protected him. He walked up to Du Xin, forcing a bitter smile and saying he was relying on his head to ask him to protect the world, while reaching out to pat Du Xin's head. However, at that moment, Liu Thanfeng suddenly recoiled in shock, pulling his hand back because he saw Du Xin instinctively tilt his head away, even holding a blade in his hand. For a moment, Liu Thanfeng felt a bit complicated, then sidestepped Du Xin and changed the subject. Liu Thanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, pulled out a cigarette, and asked if he had any friends. Du Xin, now back to normal, replied nonchalantly that he did, but they were in prison and would be out in 307 days. Liu Thanfeng glanced at him and asked what if someone wanted to take her life. Du Xin firmly replied without hesitation that he would eliminate everyone. Hearing this, Liu Thanfeng frowned, then looked toward the crippled king sitting nearby, saying that he also did what Du Xin was doing, only he was protecting the world and its people. Du Xin seemed to be deep in thought. Is this what protection means? At this moment, Liu Thanfeng threw away his cigarette butt, intending to lead Du Xin to a place, and Du Xin followed him without any resistance. A little later, the two arrived at the old soldiers' camp, which was filled with many elderly people. Everywhere there were injured individuals, some with broken arms, some in wheelchairs, and others who walked with canes or had lost their sight. A mix of conditions. Upon seeing Liu Thanfeng, an old man suddenly stepped forward and asked if he thought this place was a zoo. Coming back here so often, he inquired who Liu Thanfeng had brought with him, and Liu Thanfeng calmly explained that Du Xin was his student. At that moment, something unexpected slipped out from the man's jacket. However, it caught Du Xin's eye, and he could not help but frown, wondering if one could actually play with that. The old man approached to observe Du Xin for a moment, then hesitated before complimenting him, saying he looked pretty good. Du Xin glanced at the uncle in front of him and then casually brushed off the compliment. According to civil law, the illegal consumption can lead to a 15-day detention and a fine of 2,000 yuan. The uncle looked at Du Xin with fear and asked what he meant. However, Du Xin did not answer him, simply raising 3 fingers to indicate that this was enough, leaving the uncle increasingly confused about what he was talking about. The man turned his sharp gaze toward Liu Thanfeng and asked him to wait a moment to speak privately with his student. After saying this, he pulled Du Xin to a secluded corner. The man in front looked at Du Xin with a probing gaze, mentioning the number 300, implying that it made him feel his life was in danger. However, before Du Xin's determination, the man felt irritated. Du Xin's words remained steady as he affirmed that the number could be right or wrong. His determination only fueled the man's anger as he reacted strongly. He believed that Du Xin was being unreasonable by asking for such a high number and expressed that even if he sold both plates, he would only make that amount, feeling it was extremely unfair. But Du Xin showed no signs of worry or dissatisfaction. Instead, he continued to clarify, pointing out that this type of plate could be bought in Dongmak Bai at a store named Seeded and David Brown. Zhang Yushu was shaken by Du Xin's sharpness. Everything Du Xin said was accurate, and that made him uneasy, though he did not show it. Du Xin noticed a slight awkwardness in the other person's demeanor and continued, further explaining that the purchase price was only 1 yuan each, meaning Zhang Yushu could easily make 800 from this deal. Thus, Zhang Yushu's anger erupted even more fiercely. He countered, stating that 200 was the highest price he could offer. If Du Xin did not agree, he would report to Xiao Liu, and he was willing to sacrifice his own dignity to maintain his position. However, Du Xin remained calm, unaffected by the other party's threats. You coldly replied that if you reported it, the value could reach 5,000. This made Trung Ningyetha reconsider because he knew that involving the authorities would complicate things even more. He explained that in the gambling world, pulling in officials is not a wise choice. He just wanted to earn a bit of money for the funeral expenses. Without that money, he would have no face left. Just then, D.D. Sin pointed to Trung Engfithush's phone and informed him that his call was still ongoing. Surprised, Trung Ingexitha quickly looked at the phone in his hand and realized that the line was still open. At that moment, a serious voice on the other end asked if he was speaking to Trung Ingyefi. The elder, realizing the disadvantageous situation, Trung Ingexitha quickly denied his identity and insisted that he was not Trung Ingyefi. He hurriedly ended the call, feigning innocence while asserting that he was just joking. Then, he turned his attention back to D.D. Sin and agreed that the number 300 was reasonable. However, he still emphasized that initially, he was just bargaining. D. Sin was unwilling to negotiate, scolding or immediately making a decision. As the conversation progressed, Trung Ingexitha boasted about his past and proudly claimed that he had defended the interest of the people for 30 years, considering himself a hero among humans. After saying that, He shoved money into D. Sin's hand roughly but could not hide his admiration for the calmness and composure of the young man. From a distance, teacher Liu Thanfeng quietly observed, feeling surprised about the relationship between Trung Ngye and his student. He thought to himself that Trung Lao seemed to truly appreciate D. Sin, and the young man's cleverness and wisdom clearly made him feel satisfied and proud. Trung Ngye also did not forget to praise Liu Thanfeng, believing that the teacher had raised an exceptionally talented student. In response to the praise, Liu Thanfeng could only shyly nod his head and express his humility while promising to continue striving. Trung Ngye thought to himself that those from the reserve military are all fools. It was no surprise that they did not understand the veiled warning. At this moment, D. Sin calmly suggested that Trung Ngye could totally change his business method. He proposed that if the content on the seed was replaced with anti-fraud videos, they would not have to worry about being reported, and by promoting anti-fraud content, they could even strengthen their brand. Reflecting on D. Sin's suggestion, Trung Ngye saw potential in his words. He thought the young man was not only capable but also had a practical view of making money. But instead of praising him right away, he wanted to challenge D. Sin once more, asking if he had awakened yet. D. Sin replied that the awakening process would take a week. Hearing that, Trung Ngye smiled slyly and continued the conversation with some casual questions, but did not receive an answer. D. Sin remained silent, showing caution and not revealing too much information. Finally, Trung Ngye burst into laughter. Feeling satisfied with Du Sin's cautiousness, he admitted that while Du Sin was too cold, it was also a necessary trait in this situation. However, he advised him that in the future, he should learn to trust those around him more, as trust could sometimes be an important factor in life. Teacher Liu Thanfeng and Du Sin stood silently before 4 simple graves. The teacher's serious gaze slowly swept over each grave, his expression deep in thought. He stood there in silence for a long moment before speaking in a low, respectful tone. He explained to Du Sin that these graves belonged to the parents, wife, and child of Trung Ngye, the person Du Sin had just met earlier. The teacher took a step closer and pointed to the empty grave at the end of the row. That grave was still unfilled, as if waiting for the arrival of another life. The teacher explained that this empty grave was where Trung Ngye had prepared for himself a final resting place after a solitary life. Trading his existence for the lives of the 2 beloved masters he sacrificed to protect humanity. Du Sin silently followed the teacher's pointing hand. That grave symbolized not only death but also the loneliness, pain, and sacrifice that Trung Ngye had endured throughout his life. The teacher continued speaking in a gentle yet meaningful tone. He did not criticize Du Sin's path but understood that everyone had their own right to choose. However, he could not hide his concern about the future of humanity. In an encouraging voice, he emphasized that humanity needed strong individuals to protect them from external forces. Du Sin stood silently beside him, listening to the teacher's words as a reflection of the hopes from the previous generation for the next. Teacher Liu Thanfeng gently raised his hand to pat Du Sin's head, his gaze filled with affection and deep expectations. He did not need to say much, but in every word he spoke, there was a great faith in his student, and he hoped that the one he could place all his hopes on to protect humanity in the future was Du Sin. Du Sin did not respond right away. He glanced at the teacher, his eyes showing a hint of determination mixed with silence. He did not need to say anything, but just through that look, the teacher understood his feelings. Du Sin's hand instinctively clenched, as if trying to hide his emotions and determination, and that small gesture did not escape the keen eyes of the teacher. Liu Thanfeng glanced at the student's hand, secretly thinking that this kid would not let go of the knife even if he had the power in his hands. But Du Sin maintained his calm and restraint, not revealing any signs of the strong nature within. The teacher and student silently looked up at the sky, their eyes fixed on the distant point where the city of crime was just a small dot in the vast world. The sky that day was deep blue, accompanied by gentle winds. The breeze lightly blew past, carrying their gazes beyond this place. Liu Thanfeng spoke warmly, imparting life lessons, saying that the city of crime was just a city in the vast world, and he must go, listen, see, and feel the teacher's words not only about specific actions but also about experiencing life and exploring the world out there to better understand himself, humanity, and his responsibilities. Du Sin nodded in agreement. From a distance, footsteps echoed, and Trung Ngye appeared. He had been observing this scene from afar, seeing the 2 teacher and student standing before his family's grave. Unable to suppress his feelings, the teacher interrupted, breaking the serene atmosphere of the cemetery with a rough yet humorous tone, slightly reproaching them not to be so sentimental here. This is his family's grave, not a zoo. His words rang out in the quiet space without any hesitation, reflecting his straightforward personality. Liu Thanfeng and Du Sin were startled and embarrassed by Trung Ngye's scolding. They immediately turned to each other, both chuckling slightly, their eyes holding a bit of awkwardness. They raised their hands to scratch their heads, smiling gently as if to dispel the embarrassment of the moment. In an office, the light from a desk lamp cast a dim glow, creating a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. A man with his face covered by a black round cloth sat at the desk, holding a phone in his hand, his eyes glistening with determination as he listened to a voice on the other end insisting that the plan must be executed soon. The man frowned, gripping the phone tightly, feeling the pressure from that demand. He acknowledged that the influence from Jiangbai province had recently become too significant, to the point where even the Yao clan was involved in the sweeping plan, leading to considerable losses for the organization. He paused, his gaze drifting over the map spread out before him, where many signs indicated increased activity that he could not ignore. The anger on the other end of the line was palpable. The speaker emphasized that the assessment period was when Jiangbai province was most vulnerable, and taking action during this time would severely affect the overall plan. The man in the office felt the weight of the situation, trying to remain calm in the face of opposition, asserting that there was no problem with the plan in place but feeling unease in his heart. He could not help but think if the deity would personally oversee everything. It made him wonder if there was a plan he was unaware of, his gaze fixed intently on the map, with the complex symbols dancing before him. He understood that every upcoming decision would not only affect himself, but also greatly impact the fate of many within the organization. In the principal's office, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them, and Du-Sin stood before the principal's desk, his eyes scanning the neatly arranged documents. Deep down, you reflect on your own abilities and tell yourself that your awakened item is a staff, and now your power has increased threefold, and your speed has doubled. You realize your overall strategy has nearly increased tenfold, leaving only the task of compensating for the remaining shortcomings. As those thoughts draw you into your own world, a snap of the principal's fingers jolts you back. He looks at you sternly and asks whether you can secure a spot in the top 10 of the provincial graduation exam. You hesitate a bit before answering that you do not know. This response surprises the principal because, in his mind, you are usually very confident and would discuss the prize money you could potentially earn. You sense the expectations in the principal's gaze, but also remember that until you can confirm accurate information, you must never show confidence in yourself. If you are unsure, you can accept it. The principal patiently looks at you and mentions that each time you achieve a perfect score, he would give you an extra reward. He clears his throat to emphasize his point and announces that each time you rank higher, you will receive an additional 100, and if you come in first place, the reward will be 10,000. Hearing the principal's promised reward, you do not hesitate to turn around and firmly state that you are out. This action angers the principal, who stands up from his desk to chase after you, hoping to stop you. As you head toward the door, he blocks your path and sternly says that he will report to the education department and promises that if your school ranks in the top 3 at the provincial level, he will request a reward for both teachers, and then it will be divided at a ratio of 37. You coldly reply that while getting a rank comes with a monetary reward, you do not understand why the principal does not want to earn a little more. This unexpected question catches him off guard, and he exclaims in surprise. You do not look back and continue walking in, emphasizing that the principal should adjust his plan a bit by suggesting that the 3 schools merge and can independently design uniforms, then request approval from the leaders to advertise on the uniforms. You continue to outline your idea, saying that students who achieve good rankings while wearing the uniforms will get interviewed, and that would serve as mobile advertising. You assert that this way, they can promote while also paying for the uniforms, and they will surely be very pleased. The principal pauses, impressed by your intelligence and sharpness, thinking about the money-making potential. Finally, he says with determination that this is reliable, and you can rest assured that the head of the education department in Macbak City is a former associate of his, and he promises to clarify everything. Suddenly, you curiously ask if he was part of the reserve forces, to which he confirms but wonders why you would ask that. You simply reply that it is nothing. But inside, you feel a lack of trust, recalling Trung Nga's words that those in the reserve team are all the worst types. In the principal's office, the atmosphere is serious. He sits behind his desk, intently looking at you, and begins to question the ratios you both discussed earlier. He does not forget to emphasize that he generously offered you the number 6, which he believes should be enough to make you feel satisfied and content. However, you do not respond and remain silent. Looking at him, your silence frustrates the principal, who, feeling angry, loudly declares that Du will receive a 7 and the title of graduating student. He emphasizes that to achieve this, he had to spend money to build connections, which he did not want to make easy. In response to the principal's frustration, Du finally speaks up with a brief confirmation that the deal is successful. Upon hearing this, the principal's face instantly brightens, and he promises to get to work. The contract immediately commits to writing all terms clearly on paper to protect the rights of both parties in the transaction. However, just as the principal prepares to stand up and fulfill his promise, Du interrupts, asserting that a contract is unnecessary. He reveals that he recorded their conversation and shows the principal his phone, proving he has specific evidence in hand. After saying this, he walks out, closing the door behind him, leaving the principal in a state of shock, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Hearing this, the principal stands frozen, a sense of surprise and worry flooding his mind as he wonders if Du is truly ready to use that recording to report on him. Time flies, and only a week has passed since the exchange between Du and the principal. At school, Du holds and admires the new uniform distributed to students. The shirt features a striking design with bright colors, giving him a sense of excitement. Proudly looking at the back of the shirt, surprise is evident on his face as it showcases a variety of printed promotional lines. The large letters read Invest, Unlock, Unleash, and Professional, neatly arranged with images that not only attract attention but also clearly showcase creativity. And the principal's efforts to bring benefits to the school fill Du with satisfaction as he thinks of the principal's intelligence and talent. Close to the evaluation, in the cramped space of the training room, The sounds of punches and the heavy breathing of the two boys echo continuously. With a serious face focused on striking the punching bag, Zhu Ziqing stands beside him, his face marred with bruises and tears streaming down his cheeks as he desperately pleads with Du not to hit anymore. He wishes for a little mercy, but Du has no intention of stopping. He takes a deep breath and focuses, delivering a powerful punch to the hanging bag in front of him. The sound of the punch reverberates in the room like thunder. Zhu Ziqing, terrified of Du's strength, exclaims that despite the pain, he feels refreshed, but no matter what, he feels too much pain. Meanwhile, from a corner of the room, class monitor Li Thanfeng observes the situation with a contemplative expression. He thinks to himself that having just transferred to Yizhong, he cannot be here uselessly. He also needs to participate in confrontations to enhance his own abilities. Seeing Zhu Ziqing continue to be tormented by Du, Lu Thanfeng decides he cannot stand by any longer. He feels the need to join in and quickly rushes towards the two boys, determined to engage in the confrontation. Just as he arrives, a brawl breaks out. Both Zhu Ziqing and Liu Thanfeng experience the feeling of pain as they face off against each other. With Du Xin's series of punches and kicks, both of them rolled on the ground, no longer knowing who was human and who was ghost, gasping in panic. After a while, Tru Tu Than, with a bruised face, sighed that the fatigue and pain had finally come to an end, clearly visible on his face. Outside the training room, Du Xin stood alone with a contemplative expression as if lost in his own thoughts. Lu Thanfeng saw Du Xin standing alone, approached him, and asked what he was thinking about. Du Xin slowly turned to face him, still lost in thought. He sighed and expressed his worry about what to do if the assessment required fighting, because he did not know how to fight. His voice revealed anxiety not only for himself but also for the upcoming assessment. Understanding that the tests could be very harsh and he was not ready to face them, Lu Thanfeng listened to Du Xin's concerns. He suggested some minor sparing, but Du Xin immediately shook his head, showing clear disagreement, asserting that he could never sabotage his own weapon. Du Xin's question made him ponder, wondering why killing was illegal here. Lu Thanfeng sensed the seriousness in his tone. He stepped closer and gently patted Du Xin's shoulder, smiling and calling him little one. He looked at Du Xin, seeing him leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Appearing somewhat thoughtful, Lu Thanfeng patted Du Xin's head, showing affection and warmth. He asked him about Lao Bun at the shop this morning, and Du Xin nodded in confirmation. The teacher continued, saying that tomorrow Lo Bin had to go to Lao Bin's business, because his only son had also been recruited into the reserve army. A pause lingered as he contemplated what to say next. Finally, he mentioned that lately, they had been urging him, saying that since he was getting older and had no children, he needed to go to Lao Bin's business to report. He hesitated slightly as if trying to find the right words to express his thoughts, but then Li Thanfeng decided to clarify his intentions. He wanted to add that Du Xin was his disciple, and even though he had no children, he could not neglect to report. Before he could finish his sentence, Du Xin decisively responded that he would go. Du Xin's determination surprised Liu Thanfeng, but the smile on his face revealed his satisfaction. He looked at Du Xin with warmth and felt the deep bond between the two of them in that moment of trust. Hope filled the air, as if both sensed that no matter how difficult the path ahead might be, they would no longer be alone on the journey. Outside the city gate, a heavy and anxious atmosphere surrounded them as Du Xin and Liu Thanfeng arrived to prepare for the important exam about to take place. Liu Thanfeng's eyes sparkled with worry but also pride as he looked at his student, gently advising Du Xin to take care during the exam. Du Xin believed that the issue was not significant. The teacher's encouraging words were like a warm breeze, giving him strength in that decisive moment. As he entered to declare his information, Du Xin felt a bit nervous with the examiners sitting behind the desk. With a stern gaze, he began to ask the necessary questions. Du Xin took a deep breath to regain his composure and introduced himself with his name and age, stating that he was Du Xin, 18 years old, and then answered the following questions about his identification and his parents' names. The person accompanying him was also answered seriously by him. The supervisor, after taking notes, turned to Liu Thanfeng and asked Du Xin if the adult with him was his father. At this moment, Du Xin felt heavier, hesitating a bit as he looked down at the ground before answering that his father was not present. Seeing the hesitation from the student, Liu Thanfeng decided to stand up to protect Du Xin. He asked the supervisor to write his name on the list, affirming that he was Du Xin's teacher and also an elder. His voice was firm and full of determination, reassuring those around him somewhat. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the building across the street as if a bomb had just gone off, shocking and causing panic among the crowd as they turned to look. The bewildered crowd began to mutter questions, and the atmosphere was filled with anxiety, with many faces showing clear signs of fear. Teacher Liu, with the calmness of an experienced person, noticed the tense situation. He determined that the explosion came from a location near the school or possibly from within the school itself. The supervisor, sensing the brewing tension, spoke up, trying to reassure everyone that the teacher was causing a disturbance and had sent someone to handle the situation. He advised everyone not to worry and to continue as normal, but those words could not erase the anxiety in everyone's hearts. Teacher Liu turned to Du Xin with encouraging and supportive eyes, telling him that he had ranked first in the previous provincial exam and that he would be waiting for him. Du Xin felt the pressure but was also filled with determination. He nodded, his heart full of hope and confidence, then bid farewell to the teacher and entered inside to prepare for the exam. As Liu Thanfeng approached the school, he was suddenly blocked by a supervisor standing in front of him, stating that there was danger in the city and he could not enter. Unable to contain his anger, he declared himself a reserve soldier from Jiangbai province, a member of the 308th batch, and had protected the Hainam militia, asserting that safeguarding humanity was his responsibility. He further emphasized that as a teacher, protecting students was also his duty. Among those present, another person spoke up, introducing himself as a reserve soldier from Jiangbu province, a member of the 305th batch, informing that he had participated in the critical defense during the Xiang Guang era in the year 141. Another person, not wanting to be outdone, also introduced himself as a reserve soldier from Jiangbi province, a member of the 309th batch, who had served during the critical defense in the Xiang Gong era in the year 145. They shouted together, their voices blending into a powerful atmosphere filled with fighting spirit, affirming that protecting humanity was their responsibility. The atmosphere became tense yet filled with zeal in those moments. Everyone realized that in difficult situations, unity and determination were the keys to overcoming every challenge. The eyes intermingled with both anxiety and resolve, as everyone was ready to stand up for what they believed in, protecting each other in dark times. The supervisor saw the determination in the eyes of the soldiers and affirmed that this journey would be difficult, but he would be there waiting for them. His words expressed support for those about to face danger. Liu Thanfeng responded briefly but powerfully, promising to return victorious. His statement was like a rallying cry, vowing that everyone would fight for a noble cause and not give up until success was achieved. The supervisor thought to himself and realized that it was the resilience and determination of people like Yu Thanfeng and others that had kept humanity standing to this day, despite the incursions of the demon race. He felt proud of these brave warriors who not only defended themselves but fought for the safety of all humanity. At school, the atmosphere was as tense as a taut string, filled with anxiety and fear. Wang Wengxian's face was flushed with rage and determination. He could not contain his emotions and loudly declared that those from our side were truly bold to dare attack in the school. These words not only expressed anger but also emphasized the heavy responsibility he felt in this critical situation. Amidst the chaos, two girls nearby with bright eyes and fierce demeanor spoke up with passion. One girl with fair skin and long flowing hair suggested they needed to fight swiftly with maximum efficiency, and the other girl, with a confident voice, quickly agreed with this idea. They believed they should risk everything to achieve their goals as quickly as possible. These opinions ignited courage in everyone and awakened their fighting spirit. In front of the erupting crowd, Wang Wengxian showed no signs of fear and boldly proclaimed the identities of the deities from different cities as a challenge. With a strong challenge to their enemies, Wang Wengxian confidently declared that he was the deity servant of the 10,000 Gods sect from the North City, followed by the deity servant of the 10,000 Gods sect from the Hanhai City, and finally the deity servant of the Changchun sect. He emphasized that even if they were not present, their reserve forces would swiftly crush the opposition and ordered that the battle would begin immediately, demanding that anyone who resisted would be executed within 5 minutes, regardless of life or death. Suddenly, another voice rose amidst the chaos, laced with sarcasm, questioning whether the reserve forces were still so cowardly. The speaker was none other than Liu Thanfeng, who appeared with a confident expression and eyes that shone like fire, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding situation. He was very confident in his presence in this battle. A person beside Liu Thanfeng, with a smirk, recalled old memories, mentioning that when Liu Thanfeng was a rookie, he had been beaten to the point of crying every day, but now he had grown strong and matured significantly. Wang Wengxian, hearing this, could only chuckle awkwardly. Feeling nostalgic about the past, Liu Thanfeng, with a serious demeanor and authoritative presence, ordered that Wang Wengxian's command be revoked. He emphasized that they were old but not dead and still had the responsibility to protect the school, not allowing the younger ones to go into battle. His words were not only a command but also a lesson in humility and responsibility, reminding everyone that war was not a joke and that life and death could not be taken lightly. As the tension remained high, a member of the cult suddenly charged forward, causing Wang Wengxian to fall flat on the ground. This action exacerbated the chaos, leaving everyone unable to react in time. Liu Thanfeng saw this and could not sit still. He observed the lack of vigilance from Wang Vanheen and did not hesitate to criticize him, saying that being distracted in a fight was truly pathetic. He immediately drew his sword, the light glinting off the blade reflecting the strong determination in his heart. He declared that he was now in charge of the battlefield and ordered others to block the entrance to the city, preventing any major casualties. He would lead people to the school to protect the students. With that, he led the crowd bravely into battle against the cultists, each slash and clash echoing with the sound of steel, creating a chaotic scene, yet, filled with spirit. The young people, though inexperienced, did not waver. They were all aware that this fight was not only against the cult, but also to protect the future and safety of the frightened students in the school. Meanwhile, not far away, Chunla was leisurely fishing by the lake, when Longfeng approached from behind, pleading for him to come out and help in the urgent situation happening outside. Hoping he would take action to resolve everything, Chunla was startled to hear footsteps behind him, thinking he had been discovered by someone, and hurriedly ordered Longfeng to leave immediately without hesitation. He said that with his current health, even a light breeze could blow away his frail body, so he could not participate. Longfeng seriously reported the situation, stating that since the spiritual energy had recovered, the first and second generation elders had retreated from the battlefield, leaving no one to hold the front lines as before. On the current battlefield, the remaining fighters were all third generation elders, desperately pleading with Chun Lao to come and guard the fortress to protect everyone. But he still refused without any compassion. Longfeng took out a small, old box from his pocket. Inside was a precious healing pill, offering it to Chun Lao, hoping he would accept it and come out to protect humanity. Chun Lao held the pill in his hand, saying that if he took it, his body would return to what it once was, rejuvenated like in his youth. Lamenting that they had put in a lot of effort, Longfeng urgently pleaded, stating that the city of Macbak was now in chaos both inside and out, and if Chun Lao did not take action, everyone would face a tragic fate. He asked slowly, in disbelief, if Longfeng was using the lives of innocent people to coerce him, forcing him to come out and join the battle. Longfeng was so nervous that his legs almost gave way, but he still tried to insist that there was no other way left to save humanity at this point. Chun Lao stood up, thought for a moment, and finally accepted the healing pill from Longfeng, deciding to give it one more try. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from afar, asking if the backbone of humanity was ready to come out one last time, the sound reverberating throughout the space. It was the group of divine messengers from the cult, led by a figure completely shrouded in a mysterious black robe, making anyone who saw him wary. Longfeng looked at them, suspiciously asking if the cult thought 2 people would be enough to deal with Chun Lao, his expression full of provocation. The leader of their group smirked coldly, saying that if Chung consumed this pill, the demon clan would launch a real war to attack the demon stronghold within 3 days. Chung heard this but paid no mind to their threats, thinking they were just meaningless bluffs, and calmly picked up the pill. A powerful aura radiated throughout the surrounding space as he put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it, creating a scene of great authority. Behind Chung, gigantic spear suddenly appeared, adorned with 8 glowing gems, radiating a mystical light full of power. The leader of the demon sect could not hide his panic upon witnessing the octagonal formation. He thought that if Chung merely healed his wounds, he should only reach the heptagonal level. The divine envoy was startled, not understanding why Chung anticipated his scheme. His eyes filled with suspicion, but before he could say anything more, he was completely overwhelmed by Chung's terrifying aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung struck fiercely. From his hand, gigantic silver arms suddenly emerged, shaking the surrounding space violently. Reaching out to grasp the majestic spear, the powerful arm swung the spear with great force, creating a lethal slash through the space, heading straight for the members of the Lessi Thun sect standing afar without mercy. Instantly, they were hit with a fatal blow, their bodies severed in half, like sand sticks easily broken in the blink of an eye, leaving them with no ability to resist. The divine envoy at the forefront took the hit, immediately spitting out fresh blood, collapsing to the ground, his whole body trembling before the overwhelming power. Lying on the ground, gasping, he told Chung that before he died, he wanted answers to the lingering doubts in his heart. But Chung coldly refused to waste words on someone about to die. After he finished speaking, his body went limp, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any life, the spark in his eyes slowly fading away in an instant. Chung then ordered Feng to immediately call Trondum Mesa and convey that he should gather the nets according to the pre-established plan without hesitation. Feng was still unclear about what was happening, his mind filled with questions, but under Chung's urgency, he had no choice but to quickly grab the phone and call as commanded. Feng called DMS, relaying Chung's instructions exactly, and on the other end, Trundee Mexe said little, silently beginning to execute the prepared plan. At this moment, Feng suddenly realized that it was all a sophisticated trap set to lure and completely annihilate the members of the Luffy Thun sect. Chung looked at Feng, chuckled, and mocked that the people from the Spirit Academy were a bunch of fools, unable to grasp the intricacies of the entire plan. He looked at Feng, then added that it was time to settle old debts, and matters from the past needed to be resolved now. Several young men suddenly appeared behind Feng, shouting at Chung that this time he should never come back, as they seemed to have suffered greatly in the past. Upon hearing their shouts, Chung paused briefly, stating that if a mere skeleton like him could still achieve feats for humanity, then that would be truly worthwhile. After speaking, he did not look back and continued walking under the bright sun, his silhouette fading but filled with determination and grandeur. Meanwhile, at the scene of the grand examination, Du Sin held a national weapon while walking through the dense forest, carefully observing each step he took. Suddenly, he discovered 2 large beast monsters resting beneath the tree canopy, their breath steady as they relaxed completely. Du Sin thought to himself that with the strong defenses of these beasts, using a regular bow and arrow would not be able to quickly defeat them, so he needed to come up with another plan. He drew his special weapon, adorned with a bright gem, wondering if he had awakened his own power once again. Just then, the cold eyes of one beast suddenly widened. It had detected Du Sin's presence and rushed forward to attack with terrifying speed. The staff in Du Sin's hand unleashed a stunning attack, and his entire body radiated a purple glow full of power. This technique quickly affected the beast charging toward him at breakneck speed. The beast that had just lunged forward aggressively was instantly stunned, its body freezing in place. Du Xin seized the opportunity and immediately drew his sword, rushing forward to attack decisively. With just a swift and precise stab, he finished off the beast in the blink of an eye, its blood splattering everywhere, staining the ground around him red. Du Xin thought to himself that the stunning technique of this staff was indeed very effective, capable of easily stunning opponents immediately and creating favorable attack opportunities. At the same time, the remaining beasts approaching Du Xin were also affected by the power of the staff's technique, causing them to lose their direction in confusion. Without hesitation, Du Xin quickly leaped into the air, delivering a flurry of powerful slashes with his sword towards the 7 beasts, cutting through them as they fell like leaves. In a short amount of time, the 7 beasts that had been gathered were all wiped out, not a single one surviving. Du Xin stood tall among the scattered beast corpses on the ground. Suddenly, a beast resembling a large bird flew in at high speed, letting out a loud cry as if commanding other beasts. Immediately, a flock of flying beasts appeared from the sky, rushing to attack Du Xin, forcing him to adopt a defensive stance, preparing to face them. With one powerful slash, he sent many flying beasts soaring into the sky, turning them into lost souls, creating chaos in the sky. Far away from Du Xin's battlefield, a judge stood high, observing the entire situation of the match, thinking to himself that in just 15 minutes, so many beast souls had already fallen. The judge opened the map and realized that one participant had reached the final point of the competition. He was very surprised to find that it was Du Xin. In his heart, he thought that after so many years, Zhang Bei had finally produced a prodigy like Du Xin, with outstanding potential. Meanwhile, Du Xin was still flying swiftly through the dense forest, thinking to himself that he had to be even faster to surpass all the other competitors. Suddenly, he saw a massive tiger spirit appear before him, radiating a brilliant orange light full of power. As if warning him of its strength, Du Sheng's expression darkened. He could not help but curse in his head that this damn beast was such a hassle. But he knew he had to deal with it carefully. Du Sheng opened his robe, revealing many sharp needles inside. Without hesitation, he launched all the needles at the tiger spirit, hoping to inflict some damage. However, the needles not only failed to harm the beast but were also deflected harmlessly, which only made the tiger spirit more furious and aggressive. Du Sheng's face remained unchanged in the face of this situation. He remained calm as thin. Mysterious thread suddenly appeared in his hand. Preparing for a new attack, Du Sheng drew back the bowstring and shot an arrow straight at the massive tiger spirit charging towards him. The sharp arrow flew like lightning, piercing the tiger spirit's neck and causing it to scream in pain. Writhing in agony, the beast kept leaping violently towards Du Sheng with a frenzied strength. But Du Sheng was not to be outdone. He jumped high into the air, engaging fiercely and decisively, without any hesitation. The thin threads wrapped around his fingers tightened around the tiger spirit's neck, each coil constricting further, making it struggle to breathe. He pulled it towards him with overwhelming strength. The beast was completely subdued, its gigantic body collapsing to the ground with a loud thud, ending the fierce battle in an instant. Lifeless, Du Sheng calmly walked forward, entering the mysterious space gate that had just appeared before him, thinking to himself that at last, everything was over, and he could rest a bit. He could not help but wonder if his respected teacher was still alive or had perished in the recent brutal battle. Outside, the judge was monitoring the situation on the screen when he suddenly saw a figure stepping out of the gate. He quickly stood up, exclaiming in surprise that it had only been 20 minutes and someone was already out. Du Sheng stepped out, his face cold and indifferent to the judge's surprise. He simply asked what place he had finished in the competition and wanted to know his results. After checking the results, the judge announced that Du Sheng ranked first in the province, even achieving first place in the entire city of Macbak, which no one could have expected. Hearing that result, Du Sheng said nothing more and turned to leave, causing the judge to ask in surprise where he wanted to go after just completing an important task. Du Sheng firmly replied that he wanted to go into the city, where a bloody battle was taking place. Without hesitating for a second, the judge hurriedly ran in front of him, arms spread wide, and with a worried tone said that it was very dangerous in the city right now, and Du Sheng was still injured and needed to treat his wounds immediately. Du Sheng immediately pointed his crossbow at the judge, warning him without hesitation that if he continued to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to kill him on the spot, leaving the judge stunned and unable to react. However, despite the threats, the judge firmly prevented Du Xin from advancing, saying that even if he killed him, he still would not be able to enter the city because he had to take responsibility for Du Xin's life until the end. In his heart, the judge wondered if Du Xin feared death, or if all these actions were just a performance to test him. Du Xin's finger was on the crossbow trigger, ready to fire at any moment. The judge thought to himself that he was not ready to endure this situation. Each unexpected shot fired but stopped short at the judge's feet, serving as a final warning from Du Xin that he should not obstruct him any longer. He stepped past the judge and calmly stated that he would take responsibility for his own life, asking him to step aside and not interfere with his decisions anymore. Inside the city, a fierce battle was unfolding. Blood spilled everywhere, and the sounds of conflict echoed as both sides continued their relentless attacks without yielding. Then he, with a cold expression, conjured a sharp piece of ice and threw it straight at the enemy's neck, piercing through like a knife, causing her opponent to fall immediately. She continued to create another piece of ice, unhesitatingly stabbing it into the body of the enemy in front of her, swiftly ending the battle with her skilled technique. In another corner of the battlefield, the opponent was also being struck by powerful attacks. Vong Van Hien glanced around and realized it was Lam Tutu who was dismantling the enemy's formation with extraordinary strength. After wreaking havoc on the enemy ranks, Lam Tutu paused for a moment, turned around, and shouted to her teammates if they could continue fighting after this fierce battle. Without a second thought, her two teammates shouted back strongly that they would carry on, refusing to back down in the face of any difficulty. Ready to fight until the end, Vong Van Hien conjured a large golden axe, with a shout full of determination, charged straight at the enemy in front of him, aiming to deliver a swift, lethal blow. However, the axe was too heavy and slow, allowing the opponent to easily dodge his attack, resulting in a failed strike. Immediately after, the enemy retaliated with a powerful kick aimed directly at Vong Van Hien's back, sending him flying away, rolling on the ground in pain. Fortunately, Thanwei appeared just in time to assist, quickly leaping into the air and using the sharp piece of ice in her hand to attack the enemy, piercing through his body decisively. After taking down the enemy, she turned back to Vong Van Hien and told him he needed to get up immediately and continue fighting, not giving up in this dangerous situation. Vong Van Hien felt frustrated, thinking that as a man, he should not have to rely on Thanwei, a girl, to save him in the midst of such a fierce battle. He sighed and told Thanwei that the enemy forces were too numerous now and their strength was about to fail. But he still hoped that the students and citizens in the city would be safe. In another part of the battlefield, a larger number of enemies continuously advanced like a raging wave, shouting their slogans in unison, creating an atmosphere filled with danger. The principal stood in the middle of the battlefield, thinking that the gate had been broken and could no longer be stopped, yet he maintained his composure in the tense situation. Lu Thanfeng, standing next to the principal, had made up his mind to hold his ground until reinforcements arrived on time, not allowing the enemy to destroy the position any further. Many enemies charged towards Lu Thanfeng, but he remained unfazed, gripping his sword tightly and swiftly dispatching them with decisive attacks. Meanwhile, many students were hiding in a nearby building, watching the battle with fearful expressions, worried about their fate in this violent conflict. The principal turned to the students, speaking to them in a serious tone that today he would teach them a valuable lesson about courage. Any who dares to harm humanity, no matter how far away, will be ruthlessly destroyed. With that, a bright red sword suddenly appeared behind the principal, glowing like a flame. He mentioned that he himself had fought at the demon fortress to protect humanity from the devastation of monsters. He unsheathed the sword from behind him and charged straight at the enemy, smiling at the worthless little pests, declaring that those who dared to attack his students would pay dearly. Lu Thanfeng laughed heartily, saying it had been a long time since he felt so invigorated in such a fierce battle, reminding him of his glorious years. The principal responded with a powerful tone, stating that leveling the evil forces and protecting the future of humanity also helped him feel like he was returning to his peak years from over a decade ago. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from behind, accompanied by arrogant words claiming that protecting the future of humanity was utterly ridiculous and illusory. Not real. It was the demon lord, with fiery red bird wings on his back, who laughed while saying he was carrying out a cleansing of the world's evils, hoping to establish a new order for humanity, but in a cruel manner. The principal spat at his words, claiming that the evil forces were the ones who disrespected the morals of humanity, and they were the ones deceiving everyone with their wicked lies. The demon lord did not stop there. He continued to preach the vile and wicked doctrines that his faction revered, as if spreading a philosophy of world destruction. Lu Thanfeng was not one to waste words. He immediately charged into battle with him, deciding that this wicked being must not be allowed to continue spouting nonsense. The demon lord smiled slyly, saying he liked Uldu's straightforwardness and decisiveness, then immediately lunged at Lu Thanfeng, leaving a red streak like a shadow behind him. His red bird wings became sturdy as he swung them directly at Lu Thanfeng, but he quickly used his sword to block, stating that this sword was called Demon Slayer, capable of destroying demons. However, today, it would have to be used to strike a human. With that, he delivered a powerful slash towards the demon lord, causing him to quickly leap back to avoid the attack. The demon lord laughed loudly, mocking humanity as mere trash on the ground, unworthy of this world, then shouted the slogan of the evil cult, spreading his wings wide and preparing for a powerful strike. Lu Thanfeng quickly realized that he was targeting the students, and he shouted to the others to signal them to leave the battle to everyone else, stating that he needed to protect the children. In the schoolyard, the fight between Lu Thanfeng and the demon lord was still ongoing, with him soaring in the sky while Lu Thanfeng remained in a ready stance. As soon as he seized the opportunity and realized the evil one was behind him, he quickly raised his spear, with a firm warning. He said not to dare come near the school again, but the evil one had already anticipated this. Lu Thanfeng poured all his strength into a powerful strike toward the evil one, who then spread his wings forward to defend. However, Due to the immense force of the attack, the evil one was still thrown hard to the ground, causing the earth around him to shatter. After being hit and flipped over, the evil one seemed to be wounded in pride, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth, praising Ulgu Thanfeng for successfully annoying him. Upon hearing this, Ulgu Thanfeng felt no fear. Instead, he became even angrier at the evil one's arrogance, questioning why he should care about the feelings of this vile creature. He then gathered his energy and leaped up, swinging his sword to strike again. The evil one was accustomed to Lu Thanfeng's attacks and skillfully dodged the spear's tip while preparing to counterattack. Lu Thanfeng was caught off guard by this unexpected strength as the evil one suddenly unleashed hundreds of sharp quills from his wings, chanting incantations, declaring that after you die, he would join the gods. Lu Thanfeng was suddenly met with a rain of sharp blades, his expression filled with shock as he had not anticipated this kind of power. He quickly used his spear to shield himself, swiftly blocking the onslaught of the sharp blades. Feeling he could no longer hold back, he believed it was time to end this here. After defending against the dangerous shower of quills, Lu Thanfeng was covered in injuries. Seeing this, the evil one was thrilled and once again channeled his inner power, transforming his wing into a massive spear. The dark red color of his wings made the scene look incredibly menacing as he charged straight ahead. Lu Thanfeng refused to back down. Seizing the moment, he prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the evil one. Right now, as the evil one's wings charged at maximum speed, Lu Thanfeng threw his spear straight. Two beams of light shot forth, terrifyingly bright. However, Lu Thanfeng managed to dodge, but not significantly. The spear flew straight and struck the evil one in the back, a critical hit. He was caught off guard by this attack, his face still showing surprise. Blood gushed from the evil one, still not believing Lu Thanfeng would strike him here. Suffering in pain, the two immense powers dissipated, leaving behind a battlefield full of wounds and smoke. Lu Thanfeng, injured all over, still stood firm, declaring that anyone who dared to threaten the future of the people deserved to die. After the fierce battle, the defeated evil one had vanished, and teacher Lu Thanfeng was left with a body full of wounds. He had to lean on his spear for support, completely exhausted, when suddenly he exclaimed, "The afterlife?" His eyes gradually glazed over due to fatigue, his face darkening as he thought he was on the verge of death, causing hallucinations to start appearing. However, it was not an illusion. The afterlife had indeed appeared, and Lu Thanfeng was horrified, wondering why this student was here. Du Xin slowly approached his teacher, gently sitting down, and began to seriously share his recent achievements, having secured first place in the city of Manbak. However, he still had no results at the provincial level. Teacher Lu Thanfeng listened, and although he was weak, he felt very proud of his talented student. He gently reassured him that he was always the most talented student in his eyes, but Du Xin struggled to speak fluently, indicating that the teacher was in too much pain. Seeing his teacher's current state, Du Xin was worried. He was successful, but his teacher was nearing death, leaving him heartbroken. Teacher Du Xin was unsettled, immediately comforting both him and himself, noting that sometimes death could be a form of release. Not wanting his departure to be in vain, Lu Thanfeng took out a token from his pocket and calmly handed it to Du Xin, as a message of trust. This was also the pride of his life. If he held this, it could prove that Du Xin was indeed part of the lineage of the historian. Du Xin looked closely at the token in his hand, feeling a deep sorrow. Lu Thanfeng continued, saying he came from a criminal background, and he protected his students. Du Xin truly felt pain and regret. Using his last bit of strength, Teacher Feng tried to lift his hand. However, due to his severe injuries, he struggled greatly. Seeing this, Du Xin stepped forward, and finally, the teacher was able to pat his obedient student on the head. In his last words, he wanted to tell Du Xin that no one had the right to ask him to change anything. He would always be himself, and he should do what he wanted to do. Du Xin stood by, silently listening. Lu Thanfeng tried to continue, saying that for the rest of his life, Du Xin must shine brightly. After hearing those words, Teacher Feng officially collapsed. Du Xin exclaimed the words "shine bright." With that, Lu Thanfeng faded away, and Du Xin could not hold back his tears. The long-standing hatred reached its peak, and Du Xin was about to roar. "You bastards." His eyes seemed to want to burn each of the demons alive as he grabbed his spear. Du Xin charged at the demons with all his life force, continuously attacking, the spear moving with frightening speed, striking each one. His fiery gaze locked onto each target, and he relentlessly struck with precision, stabbing fiercely. At the same time, everyone rushed to the scene, all in deep shock, not understanding why Du Xin acted so ruthlessly. Wang Wenxian asked Du Xin what was happening. Seeming to understand something, everyone turned to look at Lu Thanfeng, who was sitting quietly among the demons. Trunggokthu became extremely angry. Her rage transformed into power funneled into her long spear, boldly cursing, "Damn it, you wicked beasts." The old man plunged his spear into the ground with great force, as if wanting to explode. His eyes were filled with resentment as he shouted, "Old Lu, today I will avenge you." Immediately, Trunggokthu wielded the spear with her powerful energy, slicing straight through, the force sending the demons around her flying away. lighting up the sky. Sensing something was wrong, the white scorpion began to reveal itself. He was indeed the mastermind behind this. His eyes were red with wicked intent as he provoked Trungangok Thu. Not expecting it to be this old man, the white beast began to display its authority, bursting forth from the trees, roaring loudly as if tearing the space apart. Lao Ti and Wang Wenshin below suddenly felt insignificant. However, without a hint of fear, seemingly overwhelmed by rage, Wang Wenshin began to expose the schemes of the wicked. It turns out they were completely intentional, sending us in to deplete their strategy first. The Demon King pulling the strings behind is truly the one reaping the benefits. Zhang Yushu beside him was equally bold, standing there provoking the white beast. The Demon King's ugly appearance was just a greeting when he returned, so there was no loss at all. Grinning mockingly at the wicked, the white beast had fallen into a trap, becoming furious and responding to Zhang Yushu, the old man. Just because you managed to cut down the Demon King back then, does not mean you can kill me now. Lo Zhu remained calm but found the story amusing, continuing to tell the white beast to stop wasting words. Those who harm humanity must pay back 100-fold in blood. After saying this, without wasting time, Zhang Yushu jumped into the air, aiming the spear directly at the white beast. Charging straight at the monster's front, praised for his strength and audacity, the white beast with a cold gaze remarked, "After all these years, Zhang Yushu, is this all you have got?" The monster began to retaliate, and the old man immediately took the opportunity to evade, landing safely just as the white beast charged towards him. However, he was ready to fight back, gripping the spear tightly, charging forward while shouting, "Go down there and keep company with the failed Demon King." With that, he surged upward with the spear full of fierce power. The speed was too fast. The white beast, with its huge body as a disadvantage, could not catch up with Zhang Yushu's position. Meanwhile, he had already passed the monster. And then, in a favorable position, he plunged the spear down. Experience truly showed. The spear stabbed straight into the white beast's belly at the speed of light. In immense pain, the monster let out a howl that shattered the space, its body collapsing instantly from agony. After this blow, Zhang Yushu was drenched in sweat and declared, "Only by exterminating your entire demon race can we not be ashamed before the thousands of heroic souls who have fallen." Down here, Yu Xinglong was still seething with anger, continuously killing the evil creatures until he stopped. The ground was littered with bodies, and his eyes were still filled with killing intent, as if he could tear apart each one. Seeing this, Zhang Yushu approached gently to console him. "Good boy, it is over now." Yu Xing turned back upon hearing this, and Zhang Yushu felt deep sympathy for his friend. The old man needed to be calm to comfort these children. He encouraged Yu Sheng, saying that his teacher in the heavens would surely find great comfort. His eyes filled with sorrow. Yu Sheng no longer wanted to listen, directly brushing past Zhang Yushu and heading straight for teacher Liu Qingfeng. Trying to support the teacher who showed no signs of life, struggling to walk, Yu Sheng managed to turn back and tell Zhang Yushu, "I killed a total of 23 cultists. Remember to pay up," and the school's camera. After saying that, he immediately left. Zhang Yushu remained behind, feeling the somber scene turn dark, heavy rain pouring down. He looked up at the rain, letting it wash away his sorrow. After the battle, he still found it hard to accept this situation. Through the binoculars, the scene showed Yu Sheng supporting his teacher, while Zhang Yushu stood there. The owner of the binoculars furious enough to throw them away. The man stood on the bridge railing, furious at the weather, cursing under his breath, his target being Trung Ing Gaith. Did he intend to use me as a shield? His purpose remained unclear. He looked down on those cultists, a bunch of fools. Did they really think they could kill Trung Ing Gaith? After saying that, he immediately left, realizing he still needed to continue the ambush. 3 days later, on a bright sunny day, teacher Aldu Thenfeng could finally rest in peace. A flower was placed at the teacher's grave, and Disen bowed respectfully. He came to once again report his achievements to teacher Elju as he had done before. As usual, he had achieved first place in the province. He was still the teacher's genius student. Reflecting on the teacher's emblem before leaving, he clenched it tightly, pinning it to his shirt as a reminder of the beautiful memories from the past. He bowed respectfully again, bidding farewell, and then left. Upon entering the city, Trung Yiganthi was waiting for him and asked about the arrangements for teacher Elju's burial, but Didi Sen did not respond. He just walked past directly, and Trung Yiganthi, confused, watched Didi Sen walk away, feeling reluctant to ask if he held a grudge against him. Hearing this, Didi turned back to reply, "Why should I blame you?" Trung Yiganthi seemed to need some clarification. He believed that the cult's target was him, not Aluthin Fong, and that he had fought in the battle instead of him. If he had been a bit faster, he could have saved his friend. After hearing this, Didi Sin stated that not being able to save someone was just a normal occurrence, was not it? Trung Yiganthi suddenly felt guilty and could not say anything more. He then mentioned that he had recommended Didi Sin to the academy. As he was the pride of Lo Then Feng, he hoped Didi Sin would be worthy of this honor. Didi Sin did not argue further and simply agreed, continuing to walk. Upon returning home, he had no time to rest before someone knocked on the door. Didi Sin looked outside and saw it was Lalat Hun. He had come to inform him that he had received an invitation for the military academy exam, asking whom he wanted to kill. Since he was back from school, his mission would change significantly. Helping Didi Sin kill would no longer be as convenient as before, which seemed to be a heartfelt concern. Hearing this, Sin asked Lul Hun what rank he had achieved, and Lul Hun proudly replied that he was 9th in Jiangbai province. Sin continued to inquire. Realizing he had overreacted, Lul Hun gently clarified that it was the 9th rank in Manbai city. Disa suddenly felt helpless, unable to understand how the military academy could recruit this guy. Lul Hun remained determined beside him. 9th in Manbai city was not that bad. He requested Sin to point out a target for him to take action against. Sin thought for a moment, his expression darkening as painful memories resurfaced. He said he really hated the cultists and asked him to find someone to help him out. Lul Hun showed no fear, saying that cultists were no problem at all, then turned to leave as if preparing for the mission. However, just as he was about to walk away, Sin called him back, reminding him that there would be a reward for killing a cultist. Since Lul Hun was helping him, the reward would still belong to him. Lul Hun felt helpless. He did not intend to take the reward for himself and agreed to this request. He left Sin's house, searching for how much the reward would be for killing a cultist. He was self-satisfied, thinking he would be the best in the assassin world in the future. Why would he care about this little reward? However, the results of his search made him turn back immediately. 3,000 times later, Lai Daihan panicked. Lian jumped around. He did not want to be an assassin anymore. He wanted to become a great hero to eliminate evil cults, make a fortune, and earn a good reputation. At that moment, the market was looking for Sin. Seeing Lai Daihan jumping around in the street, Lian thought this guy must be crazy. Ignoring that, the market went to Sin's house to deliver good news, leaving Sin confused. Why are so many people bothering me today? The market excitedly announced that the Mo Academy had sent him an invitation for an assessment, and Sin was puzzled. Was that enough to be so excited? The market disagreed. This was definitely something to be thrilled about. The Mo Academy is the prestigious school established by the Mo clan. How could one not be happy? They only accept 3 students each year, and every graduate is renowned. While the market was excited, Sin thought that the name Mo Academy sounded familiar. The market beside him was still proud, feeling that he had made his ancestors proud. Soon, the entire community would be talking about him. While the two were talking, a man approached, seemingly familiar, and asked about the market's identity, then began to blame the market for ruining him. The market looked at the man in surprise and asked, "May I ask who you are?" He angrily rushed over and grabbed the boy's collar, saying, "I am the rogue you accused of falsely imprisoning a woman. I am Tam." Realizing the man's identity, the market felt a headache coming on, thinking, "Oh my, this world is really small." Meanwhile, Tam though was not as cheerful. If it were not for an old friend of his pulling him out, he would not have been able to repay the market so quickly. "Kid, I am just checking my luck here. Do not think I will beat you up." The market looked at him cautiously. "Uncle, this is 305 a dong, 305 a tay. Do not bully the poor kid. I will take revenge." Tam looked at him angrily. "Mind your own business. Do you really think the police station is your home?" But after realizing the kid's identity, he became hesitant, thinking, "Oh my, do I really have to stay in there for a few more days?" After settling his personal matters, he looked at his son and asked, "How did the recent competition go? Did you do well? Are you getting along with your classmates?" However, the boy did not care and brushed past his father. Going outside for a bit, he looked at the boy shyly and said, "Be careful, call your classmates over for dinner next time." But all he got in response was the sound of a door slamming. After Sin left, he sighed deeply inside the room. Suddenly, his phone started ringing, and so, he was his usual self. "Hello, is this Teely? I have had a bit of trouble lately. It was not intentional not to pay attention to you. I wonder if your husband will be home tonight." Turning towards another place, Sin quickly used his key to unlock the door. This is Liu Qingfeng's dormitory. He decided to sleep here tonight. Looking at the sofa, he immediately sat down to rest, but then, he suddenly remembered things from the past. Liu Qingfeng had given him an item with a parting message, saying, "This is my lifelong pride. It can prove that you are a family member of the historian." Remembering those poignant words, his mood immediately sank, and he thought of calling someone on his phone. "I am Dusheng. I want to earn a medal but do not know where my teacher is." The other person asked back, "Is it worth wasting the kindness I owe you over such a small matter?" Dusheng nodded immediately. "Of course, it is worth it." The other person responded right away, "I will send you a message before 7 p.m. tonight. There is not much I can find out, but it is enough for you to get the literature medal." Hearing this, Dusheng seemed very pleased and quickly agreed. Reaching out to touch the badge that Liu Sheng had given him, he then unconsciously smiled, proud of a lifetime's worth of effort. "Then let us aim for more." At that moment, the principal stood before the podium, saying that one day, you will become tall trees to support the sky of humanity. The students standing below looked at him with admiration. Only Dusheng was reflecting. Finally graduating, seeing his expression, Zhu Ziqing behind him asked, "Boss, why do you seem so different today? Although I do not know why, I still feel you are not like your usual self." At this point, it seemed he remembered something. "Right, Boss Du. You received the invitation from the academy. Right, when are we departing so I can buy tickets?" Dusheng reminded him. No need. We will drive ourselves. The academy is in Jiang City. And there are many strongholds of our sect along the way. I have already planned the route. Zhu Ziqing nodded. I understand, boss. You want to eliminate those sects to avenge teacher Liu. Right, leave this to me. After saying that, he prepared a very luxurious car. It turns out this kid chose the car from his father and wanted to sneak away with his boss at night. Zhu Ziqing looked at him with a smile. Hurry up, boss do. My dad absolutely won't allow me to go to the academy. We need to hurry. He then used the key he got from his father to open the door. Du Xing looked at him curiously. Do you really know how to drive? Zhu Ziqing immediately used his driving skills. He pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the car sped down the road with a casual reply. Of course not. It is just that the young swordsman is ready. He should be carefree and embrace the Jianyu. Those Dan sects, we will definitely make them know what courtesy means. At this moment, Du Xing looked at the badge in his hand, striving for a certain goal. Is this the meaning of life? Back at the dark sand, the others quickly awaited Tang Yi and Lin Jie to leave. Lin Jie looked at Tang Yi and asked, do we really have to go to Jiang City? Clearly. You could stay in dark sand. Tang Yi shook her head. It is nothing scary to sacrifice for the noble cause. Besides, I need to train a bit. Then the two of them headed to a certain area together. After a moment, Tang Yi suddenly noticed Lovim Sichesh, looking at her with confidence yet caution. Don't worry, I am just here because the old man dragged me to the Chenjun Yu Quan. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Lathine was chatting. We have to go back to school. Right, the girl smiled. The school has given us a new task to head to Xiongthen. Hearing this, Lathine frowned. Xiongthen. You should not be stuck in a small place like this. Your future path is still very long. Turning to another side, she said, next, you need to go to Xiongthen to handle 2 students from the academy. I will submit your request for a promotion to the higher-ups. After giving her instructions, she quickly left. Meanwhile, the one who received the mission was thinking of how to carry it out. The students from the academy are all monsters. A normal level 4 awakener like me would be walking to my death there. It seems this time I can only deal with the new students. Turning back toward the traveling group, they were still on their way to the academy. Feeling that his vehicle was struggling, Chu Then was furious. This rickety car broke down after just a few kilometers. Not knowing what to do, Du Sin immediately suggested an idea that brightened his eyes. It turned out his method was very simple. Just call the police to report that the guy in front has no license but is still trying to drive, and he would have enough money for a ticket to Xiongthen. Hearing this, Qin Yu Then got angry. What should I do then? Wait, boss. Do not actually call the police. Just give me one chance. I have a plan. At that moment, a call quickly came in. Didn't you already send the information? Hearing his boss talking to someone else, Chiwu Thuta felt relieved that they were not actually calling the police. Du Sin quickly stated his request. Right now, I need a car. In return, I will provide information about who ran out from the group. I can use this intel to negotiate with you. The other person got angry. Do you think I am an idiot? Everyone knows that guy is a 5-star master next to you. Du Sin continued. Then I can only report that you are doing business in the black market and use the reward to buy a car. However, the guy remained tough. Do you think people like us would be scared of threats? Show your strength. Hearing his attitude, Du Sin realized that this transaction was likely a failure. He immediately hung up, surprising Chiu Thun. At that moment, the call came back again, but Du Sin resolutely turned off the phone. He looked at Chiu Thun and reminded him. Tai Thun, the deal must be something both sides can be satisfied with. I do not have the leverage to negotiate with him. But the phone rang for the 3rd time. The man's voice was much more urgent now. Don't hang up. Do not report it for real. I will arrange a free ride for you. You just need to give me a heads up when I need something in the future, as long as it does not affect your interests. With that, the deal between the two parties was quickly pushed through successfully. A car was quickly brought to the designated spot. The old man stepped outside and looked around but did not see anyone. He stood there waiting for a while, but how could they be found since the two of them had hidden to observe? Du Sin was very afraid of encountering that old man because he had killed his wife. After he left, the two of them immediately moved to take the car. Du Sin looked at the map and pointed straight ahead. They quickly drove the vehicle in that direction, but the door was locked, and it seemed like they could not get in. Du Sin, being very aggressive, shouted and slammed into the door. Although it pained him to do so, he had no choice but to follow his big brother's orders. The people inside, seeing the intruder, became extremely vigilant and surrounded them. Du Sin was worried. Oh no. There are too many people. Is the boss okay? The group saw Du Sin's face and became furious. That damn suicidal idiot. How did he find us? Capture him and interrogate him slowly. But just as he finished speaking, his head was severed from his body. Du Sin appeared from behind them with a cold gaze. Today, you are going to pay the price for what you did, Du Sin declared. Another man, seeing him open on the side, lunged to attack, but he easily dodged without missing a beat. Then, from his arm, a sharp blade shot out towards them. It pierced through his throat. Taking the poor guy's life, Du Sin sat on top of the car filming while loudly announcing, Look, our classmate Du Sin is working hard to eliminate the enemies. After clearing the enemies, Du Sin asked if the recording was done. Chige Then nodded, saying he had saved it on his phone and reported to the boss. You do not know. You looked really cool back there. By the way, can you leave one for me next time? I also want to be a famous hero. Hearing this, Du Sin thought it made sense. He should also train himself a bit, and so he let a group of enemies armed with weapons chase after Chie Thun from behind, making him scared. He ran while shouting, "Big bro, save me." Du Sin completely ignored him. I am at residential building 2825 in the eastern part of Ningad Liam City. He turned back to Thanwayan Lum Siashich. She looked ahead and asked, "Why are not we taking the car, boss?" He smiled. "Of course, it is for your training. While skills are important, you can overlook physical strength. Look at you, you are already tired after just a few steps. So this is the purpose of this trip. Not that I do not have a car. I think your training is decent so far. Next, we will wipe out a few enemy hideouts, and that will conclude the training. After all, I used to be the deputy leader, so I still have some information. I learned from that kid Du Sin that eliminating them will earn us rewards, so we can buy bus tickets. Right, there is a hideout ahead." But as they entered, Lum Sikachi was taken aback because the cult inside has been completely wiped out by someone. He sees this as if the whole sky has collapsed, wondering who has stolen my love. Along with that, hot headlines appear in the newspapers, shocking the mysterious youth who has wiped out the cult, leading the wave of rewards for their extermination. Chige Tathun looks at his phone with a smile, saying, "Big bro, look, we have hit the jackpot. Now all humans are learning to hunt the cult for rewards." DG Sin, hearing this, reminds him that there is no need to take action lately, causing Chate Thin to wonder, "Why do you need to know that it is the cult I enjoy exterminating the most? A day without taking out a villain makes my whole body feel itchy and uncomfortable." Sin looks at him without saying anything, but he imagines Chie Thin's excitement when seeing the corpses of the cult, and he can help but smile. At this moment, he reminds them that their progress is quite slow. Having killed so many people, the cult will definitely react, and if this continues, they are likely to fall into an ambush. So, this time, their goal is to head straight to Seong Then. Meanwhile, at the cult's hideout, they gather to discuss how Sin dared to boast about exterminating them on social media. So now they have come together to ambush him, and upon hearing a noise from outside, they immediately heighten their alertness. But surprisingly, the one arriving is not Dis, but Lum Sachu along with Ny. Seeing the two of them, they realize they have baited the wrong fish, but they still do not care. At the same time, they charge forward to take out both of them at once. Lum Sithaki may be old, but his heart is still sharp, and he immediately showcases his strength with the power of a level 6 awakened. He easily creates a whirlwind that sweeps away the crowd in front of him. Simthin is livelier than ever with only 3 days left until the Metprasi BQ Academy exam. Sin's car glides through the hotel gate, attracting the attention of everyone. Every gaze is fixed on the car, curiosity and surprise evident. Chitithen sits inside the car, slightly smiling and clearly feeling the attention from the crowd. He feels somewhat smug, believing he is being recognized as a rising star. However, his thoughts do not sway Sin. With a cold expression, DC shows no surprise. Instead, he senses a situation that could arise if Chi Thun's thoughts were to spread outside. Sin believes the cult forces would not hesitate to find a way to take him out to establish their dominance. Chi Thun is not too concerned about that possibility, thinking that if it gets that dangerous, he would just stay at the academy and not come out for a year. His confidence leads him to think that no one is bold enough to storm the academy just to kill him. Sin looks at him and nods, reminding him to keep trying despite the potential risks that could strike at any moment. Outside, reporters have gathered early, with flashes continuously lighting up as cameras are ready for tonight's hot news. Articles are starting to take shape, with headlines about the strong strategies that Sin and Chi Thun possess, along with their predicted success rate in the academy exam being 1 hour and 1 minute. At the same time, right at the academy's gate, a young muscular man quietly approached, carrying a large tombstone, each step slow but steady, showing determination. However, he did not get far before being stopped by another young man. The man in the purple shirt looked down on the young man and mockingly suggested that he was not mature enough to be accepted into the academy. The muscular boy, still calm, immediately responded, asserting that his opponent was no match for him. The young man in the purple shirt did not believe it and thought that testing his strength would prove the words wrong. As soon as he charged to attack, the boy reacted instantly, swinging the tombstone on his shoulder decisively and powerfully, knocking his opponent unconscious on the spot. At that moment, the boy coldly reiterated his warning that his opponent was not his equal. The incident quickly spread everywhere. News about the youth carrying the tombstone, who had awakened for the second time, became a hot topic of discussion. People began speculating about his terrifying strategy and predicting his success rate in the academy exam to be 1 hour and 1 minute. Just as the atmosphere was lively, another unexpected event occurred near the city gate. A group of people frantically reported the appearance of a magical beast. The situation became even tenser when they discovered it was a level 2 magical beast. Many in the group immediately suggested going to the academy for help. Amid the chaos, a young girl appeared. Her petite figure was completely at odds with the tension around her. She quickly assessed the situation and stepped forward, commanding her magical beast, Big White, to stop. She quickly explained to everyone that Big White was her awakened creature, and that it was all just a misunderstanding. At the same time, she bowed her head to apologize for causing trouble. Just as she finished speaking, her gaze suddenly shifted to Big White with a hint of reproach for sneaking her tiger candy. The scene eased the crowd's tension. Many laughed at her cuteness and did not hold any further grudge. This incident quickly became a topic of conversation. News about Lin Xiaoxiao, the girl who had awakened for the second time, her unclear strategy, and her chances of passing the academy exam began to spread. From afar, another young man was watching the academy. His eyes shone in the darkness as he observed everything happening. He meticulously remembered every detail of that day. With sharp insight, he grasped almost the entire situation of the newcomers about to take the academy exam. In his mind, he quietly calculated and waited for the right moment to execute his plan. When the exam for the new students concluded, that would be the time for him to act. No longer a shadow in the dark, on a deserted street, a black car sped by, its engine roaring softly yet powerfully like a fierce beast ready to break free at any moment. Only one day left until the academy exam officially began, and the tension was palpable in every corner of the city. Inside the car, the girl in the passenger seat stared intently ahead. Something unusual caught her eye, making her immediately lean towards the man in the driver's seat and inform him that the gate ahead showed signs of closing. The man, known as the head of the group, appeared worried. His face remained calm as he instructed the girl to hold on tightly because he was about to accelerate. Without hesitation, the car surged forward with surprising power. The sudden increase in speed transformed the outside scenery into streaks of light, as if the sky were being torn apart. But as they approached the gate, the head of the group abruptly slammed the brakes, causing the car to halt with a deafening sound that echoed in the stillness. Both of them got out of the car to assess the situation. The atmosphere felt a bit stifling as they faced a scene of a group gathered at the gate, appearing determined yet clearly tense. The girl glanced around with curiosity and confusion, then turned to ask the head of the group why he had suddenly stopped. He raised an eyebrow with a sharp gaze and replied in a colder tone. He was wondering who would dare to close the gate without prior notice, firmly asserting that whoever did so would pay the price. Atop the high wall near the gate sat a young man quietly, his eyes filled with a mix of indifference and pride. He surveyed the scene below with a smug smile and mocked that the people at the gate were just fools who did not realize that the academy's exam had not officially begun yet. It was merely the invitation phase for assessments. One person in the crowd below could not hide his indignation and questioned why the academy called them there but then blocked them at the gate. The young man on the wall remained unfazed by the reproach, coldly responding that the academy's words were the law, and if the gate was closed, it meant no one was allowed in anymore, so those gathered outside might as well turn back. His words ignited a fire of anger in a young man with blue hair standing below. His face was intense as he quickly picked up a large stone, preparing to use force to break through the barrier. The young man on the wall was momentarily surprised by this bold action but then sighed, remarking that something indeed felt different today. The blue-haired youth needed no more words. He swung his arm and slammed the stone against the wall, each strike resounding heavily with power. After a series of consecutive blows, a large hole finally appeared in the wall. Looking up at the one seated above, the blue-haired youth challenged him with his gaze, asking if such actions would cause any trouble. The boy on the wall, still indifferent, replied that there was nothing to be concerned about. After witnessing the entire event, the head of the group maintained his composure and turned to the girl, explaining that this was the academy's rule. What seemed unreasonable actually contained the solemnity and order characteristic of this place. Meanwhile, from inside the city, a cautious figure peeked out, observing the chaotic scene outside. The atmosphere at the academy gate, usually quiet, had become unusually lively. The figure quietly slung a large bag over his shoulder, his eyes shining with caution. After ensuring there were no cameras watching, he nimbly jumped over the city gate and disappeared into the night, leaving the area quietly and discreetly. Just a few minutes later, another young man sitting on a nearby rooftop noticed the actions of Du Xin. A thought flashed in his mind. A cold smile appeared on his face as he sarcastically remarked that even before school started, he had already sneaked into the campus to arrange colored chalk. Indeed, this year's batch of students seemed interesting. In a quiet room, the soft morning light filtered through the window, creating a cozy and relaxed atmosphere. Du Xin and Qiu Tuthan were deeply asleep, their bodies relaxed on the bed. Suddenly, a restless feeling surged in Du Xin's mind, and he opened his eyes with a fierce gaze but quickly regained his composure. Looking around, Du Xin knew he needed to prepare immediately. After finishing everything necessary for the exam, he turned to see Qiu Tuthan still sleeping soundly like a child. His face showed peace, but inside, Du Xin felt uneasy. He thought to himself about Qiu Tuthan's deep sleep and could not understand why he was sleeping so soundly. Deciding not to call out again, Du Xin reached for a small bag containing a full smell and tossed it onto Qiu Tuthan as a way to wake him up. After that, Du Sin turned and left the room, not wanting to see his friend's reaction. In just a second, the stench from the bag began to spread through the air, quickly causing Chiyu Tuthan to wake up. As he awoke in a panic from the unpleasant smell, Chiyu Tuthan's face could not hide his anger. He screamed in overwhelming panic, unable to bear the full smell invading his nose. Bursting out of the room in chaos, Chiyu Tuthan jumped up and, losing patience, rushed after Du Sin, continuously shouting about his actions. Du Sin showed no signs of worry, simply turning around and responding that they needed to prepare for the exam. Chiyu Tuthan did not give up, continuing to chase after him and arguing that it was only 6 am, and they still had 2 hours until the exam started. He believed that based on their abilities, they would definitely be selected without needing to leave so early. Hearing this, Du Sin simply replied that Chiyu Tuthan could go back to sleep for another 2 hours. However, Chiyu Tuthan still refused to stop, continuing to run after him and insisting on not letting Du Sin leave alone. The two quickly arrived in front of the academy gate, where many other candidates had already gathered. The atmosphere here was tense and filled with anxiety. All eyes were focused on the grand and imposing gate, which had opened to welcome the candidates for the exam. The sound of the door creaking drew everyone's attention. A tall, middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a calm demeanor stepped out from inside the gate. That was teacher Hong Nungian Than of the academy. When Hong Nungian Than appeared, everyone in the crowd looked towards him, waiting for the important information he was about to announce. With a lazy tone, Ethan Yun Than introduced himself. He paused for a moment to observe everyone's reactions before continuing to explain that although he was a teacher, he preferred being a boss, so he encouraged everyone to call him President Ha. After the introduction, Ethan Yun Than ordered everyone inside. Hearing his command, the contestants hurriedly shuffled through the gate. Ethan Yun Than stood by, quietly counting the number of contestants, muttering 37, 38, 42, 43. All good. The crowd's murmurs intensified the tension in the air. However, just as the next group of contestants was about to enter, Untinanginian Than suddenly raised his hand to stop them and declared that they were disqualified. Whispers and outrage immediately erupted among the contestants. A young man in the group could not keep his composure, standing up angrily demanding Eftaujingain Than provide a reason. The atmosphere grew tense as another contestant also refused to back down, questioning the teacher about why they were disqualified without a clear reason. Meanwhile, a brave young man stepped forward presenting a shiny black card, explaining that it contained 500,000 in spending money for him this month. Ethan Yuginian Than's eyes lit up immediately, and the young man continued to say he agreed to forego any commission and invest freely in President Hewa's company. Hearing the amount, Ethan Yugan Thang could not help but be moved. Quickly asking for the card's pin, the young man flashed a smug smile, stating the first 3 digits were 147 and the last 3 would be revealed after he passed the exam. Hinti Yidin then smiled in satisfaction and asked more about the young man's investment strategy. Upon learning the name Tin Ven, the contestants around him immediately cheered, congratulating him and welcome him to the Mex Academy, hoping he would have a great learning experience here. They also took the opportunity to discuss their own company development plans, emphasizing the promising collaboration in the future. However, not everyone agreed with this action. One contestant angrily declared that these people were cheating in the exam. They asserted they would file a complaint with the education department and declared they must expose these dishonest actions, even if it meant causing a little inconvenience to themselves. DD Sin observed everything from a distance. Unable to suppress a smirk, he thought back to yesterday when the gate had closed earlier than expected, and those who were in the know would realize they had to arrive early today. Looking at the crowd behind him, eliminated in a frustrating manner, DG Assign could not help but mockingly wonder if they were too foolish to notice that. In his mind, thoughts about Tin Veen flashed. This guy seemed very quick to use money to solve problems. He wondered whether Tin Veven's flexibility in thinking helped him get into the academy, or if it was simply due to the pile of money he had. Looking towards Everdring Gainthan, DG Assin inadvertently recalled the previous day when he joyfully held the card in his hands with delight. While his thoughts were still lingering, a young man in the crowd suddenly expressed excitement about enrolling in the academy, which was supposedly worth 500,000. This person loudly criticized that people used to think the Meksh Academy was a place of absolute fairness. But now with that price, they could not help but feel disappointed. Ilin Yigam Than heard those words, sneered in disdain, and calmly asked the young man if he had 500,000. The young man immediately replied that he does not have it now, but in the future, when he reaches the age of Eftragayan Than, that amount will be nothing, and he won't even bother to look at it. At this confident response, Ethan Yegan then merely smiled slightly, a fierce smile. In his heart, the young man's answer was weightless. He said a sarcastic goodbye and did not forget to order him out, even deducting a point as a light but humiliating punishment. At that moment, a figure rushed in from behind. It was a woman with quick reflexes who suddenly appeared and landed a strong blow to the young man's head. The strike left him dazed. Unable to react, the woman stated plainly that if Efstaujin Gain Than had any business, he should remember to call her, and they could share the points earned. Her words sounded mocking but also calculated. While everyone was still buzzing about the incident, a voice in the crowd mentioned that the one who had been hit was Elju Nyungi, who had ranked first in Trainan province. People could not help but lament that Lalzungitha now had to bow his head over such a small point. At the same time, another person interjected, insisting that Ludu Nek was not as weak as he appeared. The young man's skills earlier, even just for a moment, showed that he could reach a 5th level qualification, and that was achieved in just a short year. Amidst the noisy scene, Yimingin then maintained his confident demeanor. Stepping forward, he scanned the crowd and challenged anyone else who wanted to show off. He wanted to take this opportunity to weed out a few people so as not to waste time. Ethan Yingun Than's words silenced everyone. No one dared to respond. In the tense atmosphere, DD Sem stepped forward, looking directly at Eviang and Than, and asked if he could be admitted to the academy directly without going through any tests. And Tiangang then glanced at DZ Sen with sharp eyes but quickly smiled and confirmed that DZ Sen from Tlai Then had officially become a student of the academy. Chati Than, standing nearby, could not hide his surprise upon hearing this. He could not believe that DD Sin had been accepted directly with just a few words. His mind was filled with questions about whether he could achieve the same. But he had not finished thinking it through. Another young man from the crowd confidently asserted that he could also be promoted directly. Turning to D Sin, his face was serious. He stated that at least 6 pounds of explosives had been placed within the academy grounds, and if he refused D Sin's offer, the academy would be blown up, and everyone here would be buried together. D Sin, with a composed look, showed no signs of fear. He explained that through observation, he had realized that the academy had many similarities with Tui Then. Therefore, he believed that as long as no external detonations were triggered, nothing would happen. D Sin's words made Guy then think more deeply. In his mind, he considered that perhaps next year he should look into training more talents from Tlai Then, as those coming from there had significantly greater potential than those who only knew how to boast here. Curiosity compelled Nguyen then to continue asking DD Sin if he would have triggered the explosion had he refused the request earlier. DD Sin calmly replied that he would not do that because the prerequisite for triggering an explosion is that the explosives must actually be capable of detonating. This statement left Nguyen then stunned. He could not believe that the explosives were fake because he had clearly smelled gunpowder from it. D Sin further explained that, according to the laws of MMSEX, stockpiling guns and dangerous items like explosives is a serious crime, punishable by 5 to 10 years in prison, or even life imprisonment. Therefore, instead of carrying real explosives, he only brought some fireworks and scattered them on the surface to mimic the look of explosives. Right after D Sin finished speaking, an announcement came over the loudspeaker stating that Nguyen then had accumulated 50 points for ineffective supervision. Nguyen then, furious, could not contain his anger and lashed out at DD Sin. But DD Sin, still calm as ever, merely smirked and replied that if Havarungan Than had not asked him twice, he would not have bothered explaining. Alanian Than stood in the courtyard, looking at D Sin with a sharp gaze, evoking a faint, meaningful smile. He remembered the name of this student, and did not forget to remind him that he hoped D Sin could live comfortably at the academy for the next 3 years. Alanian then emphasized that DD Sin's future here could be full of promise, but those words carried a bitter sarcasm. He could not forget the grudge of those 50 points and told himself he would take his time to settle the score with him. Hearing this, D Sin merely bowed his head in a calm manner, thanking Haba Nguyen Than for the kind words. But behind that calm facade, he understood that this competition would not be simple at all. Nguyen Than wasted no time. Turning to the crowd and announcing the start of the first exam, he spoke with full confidence as if to assert his authority. He even emphasized that everyone should trust him because he was a poor man robbed by capitalism. Each time he sent one of them away from the academy, he could earn 0.8 points. He assured everyone that this year's exam would be especially brutal. Unlike any previous exams, not stopping there, he continued to announce that the first test would be a duel with DD Sin, and the loser would be directly eliminated. Alanian then repeatedly emphasized D Sin's responsibility as the senior brother, the first student to enroll in this batch, to guide the juniors who came after him. He asserted that it was a responsibility DD Sin could not refuse. DD Sin maintained his calm demeanor while looking at Hebagin Than and subtly challenged his teacher by asking if he was not worried that he might be the only student enrolled this year. DD Sin's question made the crowd below start to murmur uncomfortably, with some frowning and dissatisfaction. Alamun then responded with a broad smile, as if DD Sin had just asked an innocent question. He asserted that the academy values quality over quantity, and having just one student would not be an issue. He was not just unbothered by it, he was actually proud of it. Furthermore, this time he was the overseer of the exam, and no old man in the shadows could change his exam questions even if they tried to sneak a peek. He declared that if Du Sheng could handle all the remaining candidates, he would reward him with a few points. Oran Than's words did not confuse Du Sheng. Rather, they fueled his determination. He smirked and sarcastically asked if the teacher meant that the number of students enrolling did not really matter, as long as the quality was good enough. Right. Alanian Than confirmed that was indeed correct without any hesitation. In his mind, the plan for revenge and controlling the admission rate became clear. He felt that his plan was so perfect that it could not only take revenge publicly but also control the entire admission process. Du Sheng maintained a calm demeanor but humorously remarked that now he felt more at ease. He emphasized that for 1,000,000 yuan, He was willing to throw the match, and people could choose to pay in cash or scan a code. As he spoke, he held up his phone with the code clearly displayed on the screen, issuing a mocking challenge. He continued, his tone calm yet equally provocative, stating that if anyone wanted to try to defeat him, it was no problem, but if he was already enrolled and they needed to test him, even if he lost, they could not do anything. In the crowd, Treti Thevan raised his hand and declared that as a young person, he had to take a champion stance to dominate the era. Only then would he deserve respect. Treti then quickly stepped forward with a determined look. Despite feeling a bit hesitant inside, he could not refuse Du Sheng's challenge. Du Sheng looked at Treti Then with a meaningful gaze. He admitted that he was very strong but was still willing to accept the challenge. Treti Then did not hesitate and immediately moved to scan the code on Du Sheng's phone. A notification sounded clearly, confirming that the payment of 1 million yuan had been recorded. The crowd went silent for a moment, unable to believe what had just happened. Du Sheng merely smirked and pretended to stumble as if shocked by Treti Then's strength. He fell to the ground, half seriously, claiming that he had lost. Anicap Then was so furious that he could not contain himself. Roaring in anger and believing that these students treated the academy as a playground, he decided to reset the rules for the first test, intending to be stricter. At that moment, the loudspeaker above blared, interrupting Anicap Then. An unfamiliar voice announced that once the exam content was decided, it could not be changed. Otherwise, 3 years of salary of the supervising teacher would be deducted. This announcement only made Anicap Then angrier. He gritted his teeth, feeling as if the whole world was against him. The loudspeaker continued to blare, reminding everyone that any other methods were not encouraged and anyone who violated the regulations would be immediately disqualified. In his anger, Anicap Then told himself that if he could not trap Du Sheng, someone else surely would. No one could underestimate him in this academy. He turned and ordered the next candidate to step up. A huge, muscular guy stepped forward. He hesitated for a moment and told Du Sheng that he should probably concede since he did not want to accidentally hurt him. Both stood facing each other, their eyes locked, the atmosphere more tense than ever, signaling that a fierce battle was about to begin. At that moment, DC faced the man in front of him, and Trumming quickly ordered to start. His opponent felt that and immediately channeled a surge of immense power, but this could not make D Sin falter. He swiftly dodged all of his attacks. The man, seeing D Sin's swift movements, wondered where he had gone. After hearing footsteps behind him, he turned his head, but it was already too late, because D Sin continued to shift his position. Yet, the strike from his opponent created a powerful shockwave that affected those around them. The referee looked over and silently praised him, noting that this guy perfectly exploited a blind spot, which is a tactic that only works on flat ground. If he could not find him on the ground, his opponent could still look to the sky. Just as the referee thought this, D Sun's opponent quickly leaped high into the air. With a clearer view, he was able to spot D Sin below. Without hesitation, he gathered all his strength to prepare for a downward strike. Suddenly, a stream of golden light erupted from his stick, piercing through the air straight toward his opponent's eyes. With just a light attack, D Sin easily took down his opponent. He then sat beside him and quickly struck at his brain with his hands. While he was out cold, D Sin immediately pulled a tooth from his opponent's mouth. Onlookers were curious. It seemed he had some skills after all. So let us take a part for you. 10,000 yuan. D Sin smiled at the speaker, saying that was the price before I made my move. And now that I have moved, you definitely have to pay more. Do not just stick to that 10,000 with me. Hearing this, the other person also compromised. Then let us deduct from Haga and Than's salary. Upon hearing this, DC nodded immediately. Alright then. Due to the successful deal, Alani and Than looked angrily at the speaker. How could they deduct from his salary? How could the school leader bully someone like this? Do you think I could set you all on fire? But the other person only said one thing that left him speechless. I am the vice principal. You are a teacher, so my words are the rules. Is there a problem with that? Harenin Than could only sigh. What on earth is happening? The vice principal personally intervened to take advantage of the situation and was so brazen about it. Truly baffling, because he was still filled with anger. He looked at the others, urging who would step up quickly. For a long time, he thought this time he would have 3 friends, but his opponent was no pushover. Having just stepped up with a tombstone placed behind him, the vice principal continued. Hello, did you hear? I forgot to mention that idiot just ruined the floor, and as a teacher, you did not protect the school's structure well, so you lose another 10 points. Only and Than could not stand the vice principal's name and immediately destroyed the speaker, but his voice still echoed, threatening to deduct 10 points for public property damage at school. Hearing this, he was furious. You little thief, dare to touch my floor and I will smash you. But just then, another person appeared, saying confidently, go ahead and hit him. I have the money. Of course, if you can seriously injure him, I will have a special reward for you. Han Ian Than looked up and chuckled inwardly. It had been years since a rich second generation had come here, and this one seemed genuinely like a foolish rich kid. While the two were chatting, the battle had already escalated fiercely. Du Sin quickly pulled out his weapon, moving like lightning, causing his opponent to lose focus and turn around. Before he knew it, Du Sin had appeared right in front of him, tightening his thread around the opponent's neck. This made the opponent feel as if he was about to descend into hell, and indeed, his neck had completely separated from his body after a powerful grip from Du Sin. But in reality, it was just an illusion, a sharp aura that Du Sin had projected for him to feel. His opponent finally regained his senses, realizing that this was not happening in the academy. It must be the effect of Du Sin. Taking advantage of his distraction from the explosive sound, he felt a thin thread of danger looming over him. Du Sin also looked at his hands, realizing he had almost eliminated him just now. He needed to pay more attention to adjusting his reflexes in the future. The others watching from outside commented on the two of them. However, Han Yimin then saw something different. The opponent lacked battle experience, but there was no need for immediate elimination. After all, sacrificing a few times would naturally lead to growth. The opponent looked at him and immediately retrieved his coffin, saying, "I lost, but I still want to test my skills a bit. I wonder if you would accept that." Du Sin shook his head, saying it was meaningless to continue fighting without money. The vice principal stepped in to negotiate. Du Sin thought for a moment and gave a price, stating that the opponent was dangerous and raised the price to 50,000. After receiving confirmation from him, Du Sin looked directly at his opponent with a fierce gaze. "Please teach me." Alanian then felt a headache coming on. It seemed that the old bastard had found out about the 500,000 he had obtained. If he did not squeeze him dry, he surely would not stop, but Du Sin's opponent did not think much of it. In fact, he was just a little unwilling to accept his loss. "I did not get to use my true abilities. I only showed one move, regardless of winning or losing. I admit you are stronger than me, at least in this life and death battle. I am far behind you." After saying this, he bit down hard on his finger. He then wrote something on the gravestone in front of him. Alanian then noticed this and began to take the battle more seriously. But Du appeared beside his opponent, lifting up the crossbow, and he wrote, "If you keep going, I will crush you." His opponent looked at the crossbow in front of him, sweat quickly pouring down. Didn't he say he had not used it yet? Why was he suddenly being restricted? Alanian then sighed beside him. He did not evaluate much. This was a mistake in judgment, so you have to submit it yourself, or I will report you to the education department. The vice principal immediately retorted, "Fine, I will submit it myself, but I see you are uncomfortable. Starting now, you will be expelled." Hearing this, Alanian than's face quickly stiffened. Based on what? The vice principal was still very domineering, relying on my position as the head of the education department for the entire Bayanjiang province. Hearing this, Alanian then realized his life would be miserable from now on. The deputy head of the education department would earn at least 70,000 a year, so the competition continued. Before so many generations of challengers, his opponent this time seemed very confident in his strength, but as 30 seconds passed, he was dragged away by Alduinyek like a rag dog. After an hour, Tunvin sighed. Is this academy really lacking in talented individuals? Classmates, look, the school has more resources to cultivate talent, and the school building is old. Resulting in this, I heard there is a new type of equipment that has just been developed, which can stimulate the cells in the body to develop and absorb better. I wonder if the school has the funds to provide a batch for the students. Every day, there are matters from a dozen companies to handle. I have missed the chance to cultivate the 9-text awakening item, so his display caught the vice principal's attention. Tunvin welcomed him to join the academy, hoping that in the next 3 years, he would enjoy studying and playing comfortably at the academy. Tunvin looked towards Didi-san, clasping his hands. He conceded. At that moment, more people wanted to step forward to stir things up. He looked at Hei Engine Than. I am not satisfied. This is unfair. He shook his head. In this world, is there really fairness to be found? Perhaps everyone thinks we are covering for these people who feel dissatisfied. Right, but in the future, when they sacrifice, they will also think back to why they were not eliminated initially. It is really unfair. I will say it one last time. Our academy's rule is either to stay or to leave. He looked at him with a challenging gaze. I will stay, but I am not satisfied. Then he immediately pointed at Tukun Ven, especially that guy. Hearing this, Ahanian Than smiled. Then let us have a match. Whoever loses will be eliminated. Is that okay? Tun Vien. Hearing this, Tun Vin felt quite a headache. Then he stepped forward to confront the guy. You just said you had some intention of what? Hearing that, he became more confident. That guy Didi Sin is not easy to deal with, but this guy just relies on his family. Is not easy to defeat him. But Tinanin now took out a gold bar. Here, take a look at this. But it seems his opponent was still very resistant. Do not think you can easily defeat me. But Tin Vin still confidently looked towards him. After that, I showed him the gold bar in my hand. I told him I have awakened my potential and might advance to level 3 by the end of this month. My brother is just lazy to fight, but that does not mean I am useless. You get it. After saying that, Tunavin leaned closer to Han and said, You must know that this academy never accepts useless people. Even though I am rich and do not understand much, at least during my 3 years here, I can help many students improve. But will the academy suffer any losses? The perfect image in people's minds. Think more about it. Brother. After showcasing his physique, Tunvin walked up behind D. Sin and greeted him. From now on, please take care of me in the academy. I heard that the seniors here are all quite extreme. Don't worry. While I might lack other things, One thing I will never run out of is money, so the battle continues with the overwhelming force that D-Sin brings. Not only that, but my wallet is also getting fuller by the minute. After defeating those who dared to challenge me, D-Sin looked towards Hava and Than, who needed 80,000. At this moment, the teacher also felt confused. It was already noon, and after 2 rounds of the first test, everyone should go eat. You have 30 minutes to eat. Only a fool would not bring food and would end up hungry. Inside the cafeteria now, Lehman and Than looked at the food tray in front of him and asked, Lunis, you shameless jerk, where's my chicken leg? Lulunyigik smiled at him. If not, why do you think I agreed to cook just for that measly reward? Teacher Haya. Eat slowly. I will go ahead. Oh, and I have put laxatives in one of the dishes. Try to guess which one. Teacher Haya. Alanin then glared at him angrily. You scoundrel, you run fast. He then turned to D-Sin. Kid, this is cafeteria food. You seem very calm. Haven't you enrolled yet? According to the school rules, you can eat in the cafeteria. Knowing he could not argue back, then immediately left. At this moment, Tun Vin approached and asked, Hey, do you know which dish has laxatives? How could D-Sin possibly know? Seeing Tun Vin's demeanor, he felt disappointed. He thought he would know. What should we do now? Eat or not eat? Forget it. Let us risk it. At most, I will just get diarrhea. Ahanian Than smiled at the two of them. Lulani said he only put laxatives in one dish, which is really just one. So simple. But at this moment, D-Sin reminded him, the laxative is in the bun. That senior put it in while kneading the duff. It is that red capsule bun. And so, the one who was targeted was the teacher. At this moment, Chinti Than, lacking observational skills, walked over to Owen Than. Teacher, D-Sin and I are half-brothers. Same father. Different mother, as a family member of a student. Can I join him for a meal? Feeling angry, he glared at him and immediately flew into a rage. Eat what? Get lost and go somewhere else. Around Hadani and Than, strange green energy radiated. Is this awakening item that can help with cultivation? If I train with it for a year, I could directly level up. Alanin Than waved his hand, calling Chuti Than, who was practicing outside. Over, he said. Come here. A moment later, Chuti Than entered with a sandbag in hand, and hugging and Than pointed at it, asking if that was his awakening item. What is your name? Chuti Than replied. Teacher Haya. My name is Chuti Than, and this is my awakening item. Oron Than smiled smugly. Oh. Then suddenly, he punched the sandbag hard, leaving Chuti Than stunned. He looked at his hand and said, that is right, it is this feeling. Every punch I throw sends energy back into my body, enhancing my cultivation. Alanin Than opened his arms joyfully, saying, Congratulations, from now on, you are the 3rd student of class 140 at the academy. Chuti Than happily thanked him. After that, Alanin Than walked over to the dining table and sat down. While chewing on a bun, he observed T Than getting food, thinking that every punch could earn him a point. This kid would definitely be the one to take the most hits at the academy in the future. As he was chewing, something in the bun made him pause. Suddenly, he grimaced, his face turned pale, and he cursed in a low voice. Then he turned to the students present in the dining hall, saying, Listen up, if anyone dares to talk about the laxative in the bun, I will expel them immediately. A group of people entered, led by a spirited girl named Bechhai Teving. Aglomaman Than looked at them and thought, well, I can be the only one here. He walked over to Bechhai Sithai. He kindly reminded her that there was a laxative in the food and definitely do not eat the bun. She just scoffed. However, she did not believe the teacher and went straight to the tray of buns, deciding to grab one. Then she popped it in her mouth and asked while chewing, Teacher Haya, how many companies are you preparing to work for this year? Alanin Than could only smile awkwardly, while internally thinking, just wait, a woman like her will be in for a shock. Everyone standing behind Teacher Ha and Bechhai was also drawn in by the delicious buns. Hanin Than continued to urge them that the buns were poisonous, but all he received in response was mockery from the students. Come on, teacher. You are trying to trick the freshmen with this nonsense. Looking for a teacher. You are an idiot. Ha ha ha, Bechhai Zing teased while chewing. Suddenly, her expression changed to one of panic. Oh no, there really is poison in the bun. She quickly ran away with a smug look, while Hugain Than crossed his arms, saying do not blame me. It was Liu Nide who spiked the drink. The students started shouting and ran for their lives, promising to wait for the teacher, saying not to worry about that big-headed guy. Hurry up or the bathroom will be out of order. Damn. Why did you have to say that? I have to feed the other half of the bun to Liu Nix. Alain Than urged the remaining students to eat quickly, saying they would start the second test right after. He then went to the bathroom like everyone else, chewing on paper while chatting. After a while, everyone gathered at the soccer field, and Hevegang then announced that he did not know how you all had eaten at noon, but he was not full, and now he declared the content of the second test. Hitting the punching bag. The students began discussing what hitting the punching bag meant, Teacher Ha held up a piece of paper in front of the students, saying this is your punching bag. You all must act alone, but no matter what methods you use, as long as within 2 hours, you hit the person in the photo a few times and record it, I will consider you passed. Got it. Only 2 students raised their hands to ask. Teacher, is there another way to be selected directly? Arun then replied enthusiastically. Yes. If you can shoot this person directly and record it, I will consider you directly selected. At the small training ground, everyone was starting to warm up for the test. Arun then walked over to Deek Sin, Trarti Then, and Tiniveen, asking how the 3 of them would handle it. Tumvin spoke up, saying to throw a punch worth 100,000 to hit for 1,000,000, and if he disagrees, I can raise the price. Halanin then gave a thumbs up, praising Tin for his clever idea. He turned to Deek Sin, asking what about you, to which the reply was, how strong is he? Halanin then answered, well, he has been drugged by me, so he is probably in some bathroom right now, making it a bit easier. We can't send Isf. That would be too troublesome. Trartin beside him clenched his fists, saying, what about me? Just let him hit me once, he will definitely be enchanted by me. Oblogain then thought about this and wondered, a punching bag like you would be an interesting experience for Li Yun. Don't even say shooting, even if I shot him, he would agree. Suddenly, Lumen Tu and Ziabuch rushed over, saying, Teacher, I completed the test. Tu held out her phone, saying, Teacher, look, Ziabuch has found Brother Elju in the deepest bathroom down the first floor hallway, and Brother Elju is really nice. Then was surprised, even though he took the laxative and could not move. He should not have been caught so quickly. In the video, while Li Yuningi was in the bathroom, Lumen Tu stealthily stood outside, saying, Brother, can I hit you lightly? Li Yunidik shouted. What? The girl had to explain. That is for the second round of this year's entrance exam. And Teacher Hay said that hitting you lightly would directly qualify. Li Yunit was so angry, asking what she thought he was. A beast. No way. Absolutely not. Lumen Tu shyly responded. But can I lightly hit you just a little? I promise I won't use any strength at all. Then TVU can pass the test. Li Uniques, hearing this, was smitten, nose bleeding, praising Tu for being so cute, and he let her punch him with a smile brighter than a flower. After finishing her work, Tu bowed her head and said, my name is La Mi Tu. Thank you, Lu, for your help. Lugu replied, no need for thanks, but Haging and Than could only manage a forced smile. Tu asked, Teacher, have I failed? The teacher promised to respond. No, you have passed the exam. Hao Nian then turned back with a worried expression and said, Lu, this really is not good. Just because the opponent is weak and cute does not mean we can let our guard down. If it goes on like this, he might end up in serious trouble. A speaker placed on a branch next to them crackled to life. Hello. How did the teacher notice there was a speaker here? It really is like they say, young people can still be trained a bit. Starting tomorrow, he will be in charge of Sizan in the Hongdang area. In the restroom, Masivi was walking in. He approached Lu, who was sitting, and showed him his phone, saying, I transferred you 30,000. I am playing K, and this guy is bothering me, causing Aldu to show an angry expression. Moments later, a notification sound came from the phone, ringing, showing a real-time payment recording of 30,000 yuan, accompanied by a rumbling stomach. After watching the video, Han Yiman then frowned. He handed the phone back to Mnevi and said, right now, you are worth 30,000 at best. Masivi quickly turned around and walked away. At that moment, a large figure with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared behind them. Umlinen then called out, if you have something to say, just say it. It turned out to be a Thai, whose face was covered in wounds and bleeding from the nose. He stammered, I did hit him, but I did not record it. Alanian then turned around, saying, without a video, we can consider it a failed attempt. A Thai scratched his head in embarrassment with one hand while the other held out a tooth, but I knocked out one of his teeth. I do not know if that counts. Seeing the blood-stained tooth in his hand, Chun Luan Tun Vin Vin gasped. You knocked out a tooth from that guy, a Thai explained. At that time, he was sitting in a hole, so I took the chance, but the senior is really strong. Even while in a hole, he could still hit me like this. If he really wanted to kill me, I would probably be dead by now. Han Yin then said, alright, you have passed the exam, go stand with the others. And he thanked the teacher. Ablumabun then announced that the third round of the exam would take place at midnight. This round could be deadly, so you would better think carefully before starting. It is not shameful to admit fear. He turned back to look at Dizisen, Chidi Thin, and Tiniveen, saying, as for the 3 of you, there is no time to split dorms anymore. Just sleep in my room. He thought, I need these 3 little monsters to help me fend off the trouble tonight, because I can handle the craziness from those old students. In the restroom, Lulagit was coming out looking very angry. He rolled up his sleeves and cursed. Damn it. Era, you made me the target of their parents, did not you? He charged out. Wait for me. Teacher, Donna, let me find an opportunity. In Hairagian Than's room, Tumvin chatted with DD Sin. Dujia, I am offering 10,000. How about I sleep in the bed tonight? Chi Yu to then chimed in. Well, what about me? I do not mind sleeping with you. DD sensed something behind him. He turned and said, I am going outside for a bit. Tun stood with his arms crossed. The old man was worth 10,000, while you were at most 3,000. Chiuzi was worried, thinking that the old man leaving now meant the old students had come back for revenge on Teacher Ha. Chiuzi stepped out the door and turned back to wave. Teacher Ha, take a rest. I will help you turn off the lights. Tun was confused, not understanding what was happening. Wasn't Teacher A supposed to have taken someone out for the exam? That did not seem right. Chiuzi quickly turned off the lights and ran outside. Immediately, shadows rushed into the room like the wind. They were shouting old six and providing some kind of chaotic status. Chiuzi looked into the room, holding a bottle in hand, ready to smash it. Era, the big-headed, was regretting it, while Chiuzi silently threw the poison bottle in from outside. He then immediately closed the door, blocking it while sending apologies to Tun outside, laughing at their shouts. This person was not even Echa. Damn it. Let us go. Chiuzi called out to his seniors. Think carefully. If you break the door to get out, points will be deducted, and you will have to face Teacher Ha's revenge as well. Just listen to me, if you agree to my conditions. Chiuzi did not notice that a cloud of black smoke was preparing to attack him from under the door. Before he could finish his sentence, the smoke wrapped tightly around his legs. This left him stunned. His eyes seemed hypnotized. He instinctively raised his hand, not understanding what had just happened. Chiuzi grabbed the doorknob and pulled it open. Those inside immediately rushed out. Damn it. The old man is dead. Chiuzi was still standing there in shock, but after a moment, he snapped back to reality. Tun, looking bruised and battered, was leaving and angrily called out to Chiuzi. Bahai Tang suddenly appeared behind him, kicking Chiuzi back into the room and cursing. Get lost. She warned them that if they stepped out, she would break their legs, sending Tun and Chiuzi back into the room. Tun jumped up, shouting loudly, Are you crazy? You have to make things difficult for the old students. Chiuzi explained he met with the vice principal that morning. He said to penalize an old student with 10 points. Moreover, even if he failed, if he lost 1 point, he could still earn 2 points on the long-term task. Tun was furious. I do not need the points. You understand? I have enough money. Chiuzi spoke up, stating that this was the Academia style. He had to either blend in or get beaten up. Just clinging to himself would only result in mediocrity. Tun seemed to understand why he acted that way. Outside, the old students surrounded by Hai Tang, who said, Hey, these juniors are not bad. Let them go. After that, Chiuzi and Tun were let out, and Bai Haitang threatened them, asking how to reward them or if she should hit them again. Chiuzi boldly replied, One day you seniors will come begging me to beat you. Bai Haitang charged at him, but was blocked by his guard. After the punch and the guard, she seemed to realize something. She had to order everyone to line up to hit him, one by one. Outside the dorm, Du Sheng was sitting next to a patch of grass, talking to someone, asking how far he could go. The speaker hidden behind the grass whispered back, The premise is to not blame others. At 2 in the morning in the student dorm, Du Sheng quietly unlocked the door. The sound from the speaker said if he could handle those old students, he could get a reward. He was focused on opening the door while calculating something. The villain was coming, and then he walked down the hallway. He arrived at a room, holding a bomb in hand. The speaker continued to threaten 2 points. Du Sheng silently attached the bomb under someone's bed, and the speaker announced again that he was injured 10 points. Then he quickly went outside. The speaker emitted another sound, injuring 100 points. Du Sheng stepped forward and walked towards the hallway. He looked at the object in his hand and thought, this time he could definitely score a lot of points. The next morning, Batch Haiduong had just finished a night of battling and was yawning, feeling tired and ready to go home and sleep. She and the old students left, discussing how she remembered there were 3 new freshmen in the cafeteria at that time. This little bag of sand was clearly trying to provoke them, perhaps to create an opportunity to deal with them. Tun Van beside her asked if Chi Tu Than was okay. Although beaten up, he still maintained a disdainful look towards the old students, really treating the little guy as if he was beaten for free. Tun Van felt helpless, really messed up. Chi Tu Than picked up the phone, saying that if he did not score a few hundred points from them, it would be a shame for his title of bloodthirsty double kill. Du Sheng was then sitting on a tree branch watching those people enter the dorm. Thinking it was starting, Batch Haiduong pushed the door open. She and the others stepped in, starting to observe around the room. Unexpectedly, Batch Haiduong quickly found the time bomb placed under the bed, and these new people were all crazy, even daring to use explosives. If those old guys failed, we would all die. Batch Haiduong had to reassure the old students. All of you stay calm. Let us go outside for it to explode. Those old guys won't notice. What are we afraid of? Then she and the old students went outside. If that kid could not hold back and came to see his masterpiece, we would catch him and hang him at the door all day. After a while, a bomb exploded, smoke billowing everywhere. Lugok was furious. Damn it. His time bomb only had 10 minutes left before it exploded. The announcement stated that 1 old student from grade 5-3 and 3 old students from grade 5-2 were sacrificed for the mission due to their stupidity, each losing 100 points. The attackers, Du Sheng and Chi Tu-than had accumulated 400 points between them. Chi Tu-than heard this and cursed, saying that old man was up to no good. Damn it. I feel like in the next 3 years I am going to be out of it. Du Sheng spoke up about the points they had not collected yet. Chi Tu-than suddenly understood something and hurriedly advised Du Sheng. Oh my god. Du boss. We can't offend everyone. Du Sheng and Chi Tu-than walked to school together, and the students present were discussing. Look, they are here. This kid really dared to set off an explosion. Lugok was now getting ready. What do you mean there are still 10 minutes left on the countdown? The explosives will really blow up. How cruel. While scolding, Li Yun and Jie caught a whiff of something sweet with a hint of bitterness. He realized it was a sedative, but it was too late as all the students had already passed out. Ba Si Haiziung laughed, looking at Di-sen. Aren't you afraid I will eat it all? Di-sen replied. Hitting me won't get you any points. It is not worth it. Chi-Ti-than chimed in. Teacher, I will willingly share half of my points from this action with this senior. He then picked up the stick and instructed Di-sen. DDE. I am going to hit someone. You film me, make sure to capture my handsome face. DG responded. If you have lived enough, I happen to know an assassin who can at least make your death less painful. Chi then confidently thought, I believe they will only hit me for a year. By the second year, I will be an old student too. A year of taking hits for a lifetime of swagger. Worth it. Graduates from the Mech Academy will definitely be heroes of humanity. When that time comes, I will release this video. He chuckled. Just thinking about it makes me excited. DD-san had no choice but to raise his phone to film him beating someone. Chi then started hitting one person after another, noting that the guy who hit him earlier only gave 2 punches and the shameless one kicked him from behind. Finally, he finished hitting and let out a sigh, wiping the sweat off his forehead. DDE, remember to protect me for the next year. Chi walked over to D-Sign to check the video results. DDE, this part is a bit blurry. Can't see the face of the person I hit. The movements are also a bit fake. DD-san replied, let us do a retake. But Shihai Zieke beside him looked a bit surprised. The newcomers this year really have no fear of death. D-Sin lifted the phone, adjusted the angle for a good shot, then signaled to Chi-Ti-thun that it was okay. They started recording again. Chi-Ti-thun introduced himself. Hello everyone. I am a new student from the 114th class of the Meshi Academy. He pointed directly at El Yojik lying on the ground. This is my senior. Lunis. Remember the name. Now I am about to hit him. Chi-Ti-thun raised the stick high, preparing to strike El Duanyek with full force. Belasi Haiting looked over at DZ-Sin filming the video and asked, Aren't you worried I will trap you? DZ-Sin replied, Not worried, just treat the Mex Academy as a playground. Everything else is simple, except for not being able to send ek. Everything else is the same. DC answered while focusing on the video task. Basi Haiziating asked D-Sin, Do you have any more of that drug? It is useful. To which D-Sin replied, It is all gone. She emphasized that she did not believe him, and he coldly responded, Yeah. No way. He looked at Befi Hai Yeping with a scrutinizing gaze. Bihai Doving turned to leave, glancing back at DC. Very good. I feel like you will be worth something soon. And when that time comes, I will come to collect. Chi-Ti-thun spoke up. DDE, should we deal with someone next? Or try to deal with that guy? DG suddenly sighed, while Chi-Ti-thun held the stick. Looking doubtful, suddenly, DD-Sin quickly stepped back, leaving Chi-Ti-thun confused. After stepping back, DD-Sin lifted a rectangular stone in front of a shocked Chi-Ti-thun. Chi-Ti-thun's limbs suddenly became weak and uncontrollable. He knelt painfully on the ground, then he bent over in front of the stone. This scene was captured by security cameras. And there were many different cameras in the surveillance room. The vice principal of the academy is watching it on the computer screen. He posting this group a bit late. Truly admire those old folks. Meanwhile, Njiyin Than and a group of students are heading to a large house. He speaks to MemZV and Athai. Sem, you two there? Is not this just a test of your beast fighting skills? How did you get beaten so badly? Athai replies, Level 2 beasts are a bit difficult to fight. MemZV, with a face full of wounds, complains, saying that if only his parents could awaken and go kill level 2 beasts, then that could be said. Then he looks over at TUTU, thinking that everyone is like Lum TUTU, who awakens with level 2 beasts, arriving at the front door of the house. Ethan Yinging then gestures for the students to step inside. Okay. Hurry in, today we rest, tomorrow we will take you to the parental ceremony. Before participating in the parental ceremony, remember to write that letter. Then Emshiningin then waves goodbye. Athai wonders, what do we need to write for the parental ceremony? Does anyone know the specifics? Tunven speaks up, acting like he knows everything. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Tin VM. My grandfather is Tunan Heng. I understand a bit about the parental ceremony related to the academy. Athai MZV's eyes light up, eagerly anticipating to know everything. The parental exam at the academy varies each time, but the parental ceremony is the same, stepping onto the beast management. Since the academy was established, at least 63 students have died in the parental ceremony. Tunvin recounts in a bewildered tone, describing a very tragic scene. Lumen Tu feels bored. She just woke up. Should we go back to the academy? At this point, Tunvin takes out some green gems and says, But today you guys are lucky. My grandfather worries that I will have trouble during the parental ceremony, so he personally helped me create some protective talismans. Now I am offering them to you guys for only 1.5 million. Half price. Half gift. How about that? Miss Evie and Athai quickly raise their hands. Chuthan also raises his hand. Suddenly, Sen stands in front of Chuthan. He is confused and does not understand anything. Everyone over there is back to Tun Venon to buy the protective gems. He takes the opportunity. Now, if you do not have money, you do not need to sign anything here. Just press your hand on the protective talisman created by Tun and Heng. It is yours now. DT speaks up about the black market shop pricing at 100,000. The internal price is 30,000. Mentioning me is 10,000. Tunevan panics and turns around. DDE, you can be serious. Miss Evie and Athai are very angry after hearing this. Immediately, Miss Evie and Athai chase after Timan. The swindler, return the contract to me, Tunvin shouts. No way. At the academy's main gate, Untinanganyuan then asks the students if they have finished writing their will. I tell you, the more touching your will is, the higher your score will be after the ceremony. If any of you do not know how to write, I can do it for you. 30,000 for a portion is extremely sincere and moving. The teacher promises while showing a proud face. Tunvin touches the car in front of him, his face filled with surprise and shock. The teacher did not expect that our academy still has this identity verification. What kind of car is this that I do not recognize the logo? Ethan Yiganyan then uses his foot to open the car door. The door swings open, almost hitting Tin and Vian. The teacher promised to introduce the repaired 5-star van. Is the door cool or what? Everyone froze for a few seconds, not knowing what to say, and Yiganyan then spoke up. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. As Athai climbed in, the teacher turned back and said, Athai, you sit on the stone slab from the grave in the back. Okay, he reluctantly replied with a grunt. After everyone got in the car, Athai sat on the stone slab tied to the back with a resigned expression. Ethan Yegan then drove like the wind, and Athai screamed in fear. Oh my god! Zbach quickly followed suit. While driving on the Lin Then Phia highway, Athai kept shouting, Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! At that moment, a pink car passed by. Inside was Lam Fong, thinking to himself, successfully bringing that millionaire then why to Siving Than. I have nothing to regret now. I can head to the Yu Kwang with peace of mind. Just then, Ethan Yegan Than's cars passed Lam Fong's. He looked in the rearview mirror, curious about what was going on. Ethan Yegan Than quickly overtook him, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Athai's screams echoed. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Along with the loud barking of Z Butch, Lam Fong's anger flared up, cursing as he said, If you overtake, just overtake. Don't mock me. If I can tolerate this, I can tolerate anything. He stepped on the gas and sped off. He drove while continuously cursing, and Z.I. Butch kept barking, until they reached the checkpoint outside the Yu Kwang. Ethan and Than's car arrived first and was being directed in by the guards. Lumfom's car followed closely behind. As soon as it stopped, Lumfom got out and cursed loudly. Ethan and Than did not hold back either. Shouting back in anger, the two faced each other, filled with rage. Seeing the tense situation between them, Lum and Tu felt excited, urging them to fight. Lumfom crossed his arms, and said to Efshaning Than, Where did this idiot come from to compete with my racing skills? I heard you were taken to the Yu Kwang by the elders. Looks like I have a chance to enjoy your party. Lam Fong laughed wickedly. At least I did not wet my pants. Li Bak and Lum Tu gasped in shock, humiliated by Fong's words. Ntiyingin then shouted, Lumdrum Fong, are you looking for a fight? Lum Fong rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw punches. Come on then. I am scared of you. The two argued back and forth, determined that whoever used their awakening item today would be the winner. I really want to see what you can do without your awakening item. Lum and Tu cheered from Zi Butch's back. Fight. Fight. A guard quickly ran over to stop them. You two inside the Yu Kwang. No fighting. Hearing this, they both turned away. Ntiyingin then shouted, Today, we are in the Yu Kwang, or else I will punch you in the face. Lum Fong shot back. Did you forget which leg I kicked you in the groin with back then? As soon as Lum Fong finished speaking, he turned around. Let us go inside. When he passed by a thigh, he suddenly stopped, looking at a thigh with an irritated expression. Kid, I have missed you. Just wait until you get to the foot of the Love Fortress. I will have you sitting on the city wall every day, yelling curses down below. No shouting. No food. After threatening, he left, and Athay could only scratch his head in confusion. Lam Fong handed his card to the staff here and introduced himself as a senior veteran, former deputy head of the Jiangbai provincial branch of the Love Fortress. Lam Fong was sick and came to the Love Fortress. The staff member took the card and checked his identity by pulling his face. Then the staff concluded that the documents were correct, unaltered, and not a disguise. The final check involved using a scanner to confirm the results again. Lam Fong did the same as them, responding, The fire won't go out, and humanity will endure forever. After the procedures were completed, Lam Fong turned to Thongain Than and said, Era, just 2 more years and then you will come to the Love Fortress. Those old 3rd generation guys are either injured or retired. It is time for our 4th generation to step up. Alanin then replied to him, looking contemplative. Then Lam Feng waved to Hada. I will be waiting for you at the Love Fortress. Han Yin then handed his card to the staff and introduced himself as a professor at the Combat Academy, leading the new students to the Love Fortress to complete the enrollment ceremony. Agi and In then entered the Love Fortress with the students, warning them that the strict rules at the Love Fortress meant no cars were allowed within 10 miles without special permission. Di-sen held a green object in his hand, wondering if it could make someone willing to risk their life for it. Half an hour earlier, Di-sen had been uncooperative during the identity check. The staff asked him to please follow the regulations and cooperate with the inspection. He replied, "Can I use a different method to prove my identity without a disguise? If you want me to send an ECs, I am at a loss." The staff still disagreed with him because it was the rule. Di-sen thought, what should I do? I always follow the rules in the city, but they are following rules outside of it. Suddenly, he suggested, how about this, you touch my face, and I will touch your neck. That way, we will be on equal footing. Okay. Ahanin then, watching from afar, felt embarrassed. Equal footing. It is strange to let this kid act freely without any restraint. Teacher quickly spoke up to defend Di-sen. Calm down. He has a first-class medal and is 18 this year. The two staff members then asked Di-sen to present his medal. They took it and began verifying his identity by placing the medal on the scanner. The results were immediately accurate. The two staff members punched their fists into their palms and said, I agree to risk my life to trust someone with a medal. You can place your hand on my neck first. It does not matter if it is a dagger or a sword. Then the two staff members announced to him to please proceed. After he entered with everyone, the staff continued to chant the slogan, "Those behind us are the lights of countless homes returning safely." Entering the building of Chini Yuquan, Unlugan then announced the first step of the enrollment ceremony. Climbing the stairs, he opened the door inside to a long, endless staircase. Alanian then introduced that this staircase is called Tinhatrie Trointhe, and the Kiek represents the resilience of humanity, the flame in our hearts. The Kithe is our determination as humans to stand boldly in this world, fighting fiercely for a path to survival. Teacher Ah began to step up each stair, leading the students. He carefully reminded the students to go slowly, watch the walls, and look at their feet. Di-sen noticed the lines written on the walls. Today we climb Chin Yu Quan. It may be foolish, but we dare to rise for humanity. The graduating students of the Limheim High School today climbed Chin Yu Quan. Refusing to back down, they continued to ascend the stairs, where the walls were still marked with dried blood. They went on until a beam of light shone on Di-sen's face. Athenian then turned back and shouted, "The corpses of those who came before us are what you step on. What you see is the cries of our predecessors. These ordinary steps represent the true history etched in the blood and flesh of our people over the past 149 years. Just so you can understand what humanity is." With that, Teacher A exhaled to regain his breath, and everyone continued onward. Di suddenly saw the words written by Lu Thanfeng, his homeroom teacher. Lu Thanfeng, vow to wield the Tamsich came to protect the stability of humanity forever. Elin Yugan Than was pounding his chest, shouting loudly, "As a professor, I vow that all descendants of humanity are like the tide to uphold peace in the universe." Di-sen stared at the words left by his teacher while Teacher Ha continued to chant the slogan. The two students in the world were not burdened as they moved forward, all smiling with youthful enthusiasm. All three generations of educators have no regrets in this life, having witnessed that prosperous era as they wished. Hearing Teacher Aja's slogan, the group became even more determined to continue moving forward. Finally, they reached the end point, where the dazzling light shone directly on them. "Now go through the path that belongs to you." Teacher Hai shouted loudly, still pounding his chest. Di-sen, with a confident and determined demeanor, led the group forward. He walked steadily, his sharp gaze sweeping over every movement of the students behind him, as if he were controlling everything around him. "Next to you." Alanian then stood with his arms crossed, exuding a proud yet polite demeanor as he allowed the group of students to pass by. The atmosphere around them was filled with tension but also carried a sense of expectation, as if everyone was waiting for something monumental to happen, an unavoidable event in the students' lives. As the crowd continued to move, Di's gaze was suddenly drawn to a large rock by the roadside. The rock, with its rough texture and sturdy appearance, was engraved with the words, "Let everything end in our era." The inscription carried a mysterious message that stirred a sense of anticipation within him, a fleeting obsession that brushed through his mind like a gentle breeze over a still lake. But in a moment, Di-sen decided not to dwell on it. He brushed aside those thoughts and continued toward the staircase leading to the light outside. When he stepped outside, the scene before him unfolded into a bustling, chaotic atmosphere. People were being treated for injuries in makeshift tents, where the sounds of labored breathing, screams, and laughter intertwined, creating an emotional tableau. Inside a tent, a burly man with a fierce expression and bulging muscles boasted that he had taken down 7 monsters while showing off his uninjured arm. However, his voice still held an undertone of confusion, as if he were trying to mask the fears that haunted his mind. Meanwhile, another person angrily complained about his fate, claiming he had only managed to handle 3 monsters but had his leg bitten off by a creature from outside. Laughter erupted, lightening the tense atmosphere as someone else mocked that he would soon return to safety while others were enduring pain. The sounds of laughter, heavy breathing, and cries blended together, creating an emotional space that stirred deep compassion within Sin for the injured. He listened to their stories, silently reflecting on his respected teacher. Lulu than Feng, he realized that in this world, many people shared burdens like his teacher, carrying their own struggles that they faced daily. His gaze fell upon the new students, standing wide-eyed as they witnessed the injured being loaded onto stretchers, a sight that could easily shake anyone to their core. Than, seeing that scene, could not help but show disdain and spoke in a tone full of arrogance. Reminding the group of students that not everyone is as perfect as they think, he began to recall his past. But before he could finish, another man approached him from behind with a humorous smile, starting to mock him about his unpleasant memories during his time at the academy. Hearing those taunts, Than immediately reacted with anger. However, upon recognizing the familiar face of the person, he quickly shifted to an expression of surprise and respect. The newcomer was none other than Trung Shithai, a seasoned figure in the academy world. With sharp, understanding eyes that seemed to see into the very depths of the soul, Trung Yithi asked Sin if he had enrolled yet, and when Sin confirmed he had, he continued to request that Sin accompany him for a while. Dusheng did not hesitate, responding with excitement and a desire to explore new things and learn from those who came before. Meanwhile, a blue-haired person nearby eavesdropped on the conversation, wondering about the strange things these people were discussing. Tun Van, one of the trainees, suddenly shouted about a miraculous medicine he had in hand, claiming it could solve all their problems. His smugness not only caught the attention of those around him but also made the atmosphere chaotic as one by one, people approached him, eager to own the medicine he was advertising. Than, seeing this, expressed doubt and did not hesitate to criticize Tun Van for the exorbitant price he was charging for the medicine. He could not understand why a pill could be so expensive. Tun Van was unfazed by the criticism. He remained enthusiastic about his product, proudly stating it was the and then Sun had 29 pill and continued to urge everyone to buy with unstoppable excitement. Observing Tun Van ignite the competition for everyone's attention, Than could not help but mock him, and the tension in the air grew thicker. However, crowd quickly gathered around Tun Van, creating a chaotic and bustling scene. The shouting, the shoving, all created an atmosphere full of energy but also instability. In the midst of this, Than felt uncomfortable and decided to tease Tun Van by recalling an old memory, which made those around him laugh. However, just when the atmosphere seemed to lighten, something unexpected happened as Than knelt down, expressing uncontrollable anger. Everyone was surprised, and no one understood the reason behind this action, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the space again, as if what was about to happen could change everything in an instant. Then knelt down, with an angry gaze towards those around him. He could not bear their scrutiny. Frustrated, he said that he was tired of standing and just needed to kneel down to rest for a moment. Then continued with sarcasm that it was convenient because he wanted to worship that damn name of the Lam, Fong Lun. Hearing this, Than could not help but laugh inside, reassuring himself that sometimes patience is the best way to handle things. He understood that in this situation, holding back laughter was essential. Long Siachi approached Than, who was kneeling, and looked at him with a mocking expression. Saying was not this teen crying. Unable to hide his delight at seeing him in this situation, he continued in a mocking tone, asking if his power was so weak or if he was preparing to use connections to find a father figure. He then emphasized that if he wanted to do that, he should keep a distance from the old man. Then could only think to himself about what was wrong with this bald old man. Why did he look so miserable? He felt that the ridicule in Lum Siaxicha's words was not just mere teasing but also carried disdain. At that moment, no one expected that the bald old man was also kneeling, with confusion and anger clearly visible on his face. Everything happened so unexpectedly and interestingly that the atmosphere became more tense than ever. Seeing this, Than restrained himself from picking up his phone to capture that embarrassing moment, and in his mind, he only had one silent thought that he absolutely could not allow himself to do that again. Offending the former students was enough, he absolutely could not offend the big guy. Than imagined the scene of Aragon then kneeling while he became a laughingstock. That image was no different from a low-quality comedy film. If it got posted online, it would definitely become a meme. Just thinking about being the one to create such a spectacle made Than exclaim, "No, no, no, no way." He told himself that keeping a distance was the best approach. Just as he thought that, a phone suddenly popped out to take a picture of the two of them kneeling. Than snapped a photo while saying that if he did not get 300,000, he would post the picture online at the academy. Than was furious at those words. He could not believe he was in this situation. He tried to stay calm with a reluctant voice, saying to wait a moment for the police, and he would give Than the money. The scene was truly ridiculous. And Than kneeling but still negotiating with a kid about deleting the photo while Than was putting on an absurdly funny act. He then turned to the students, speaking seriously, instructing them to proceed with the second enrollment ceremony before the exam, helping the medical staff transport the injured and handle the bodies. His words rang out like a commander in battle, making everyone serious. After saying that, Chi-Ti-Than turned his gaze to the teacher, while Hamagun-Than was unsure of what to do next in the tense atmosphere. At that moment, Tunin-Vin approached, placing a hand on Chi-Ti-Than's shoulder with a serious yet comical expression, saying that he always thought the kid was smart but never expected him to become a hero in this situation. After finishing his sentence, everyone turned and left as if they had just attended a meeting no one remembered the purpose of, with only Chi-Ti-Than left standing there. Than looked up and told him that he could send it now, asking if he needed him to pose as the assistant. That question rang out like a humorous call in the tense atmosphere, causing Chi-Ti-Than's heart to skip a beat. Hearing this, he panicked and immediately turned to run quickly, calling out that Tun-Ven should wait for him. In another scene, Trung and Etha sat with D-Sin. Looking very worried, he confided that his business in Jiangbai province, as his D-Sin had previously mentioned, had registered a company and those people were doing quite well. However, recently many people had joined in, leading to a serious decline in business. He was worried that if this situation continued, he would not be able to pay his employees a salaries. D-Sin. Hearing this, calmly replied that perhaps Trung of Etha had not registered the trademark. He suggested that the plate did not even have the brand name printed on it, which made Trung Nugatha frustrated but had to admit the truth. Sensing continued to point out that Trung Lao was actually quite good at being a human warrior, implying that with his talent, he should not let his business fall into this state. Trung Ed, angry, had his expression shift from worry to fury as he emphasized that that company was his destiny, and he had to find a way out of the current situation. His tone carried urgency, like a soldier calling for his comrades in a decisive moment. D-Sun proposed a bold idea that Trung Angitha could rob Tin Venan. Right after that, he pointed at Tin Venan and said that he had a lot of money that could help him out. Trung Yigifthi saw Tun Van and thought to himself that the guy seemed to be the grandson of Tunin Siu Hing. He felt uneasy realizing that kid was really doing big business. He tried to recall the name of his company, repeating the word gold in his head. Just as he thought of gold, he suddenly remembered that the full name was the Jinyuan Bao Limited Company. A wave of surprise and anger flooded through him as he realized that the little punk who was taking his business in Jiangbai province was him. The anger and conspiracy began to brew in Trung Edikthi's heart. He knew he needed to act, but he could not help but find humor in this game of wits. The scene unfolded as a vast battlefield where the surrounding walls were drenched in fresh blood. The heavy atmosphere bore the marks of a fierce struggle, filled with the pungent smell of blood mingling with lingering smoke, creating a chilling feeling in the blood-soaked ground between the walls. And Din Inganin then stood tall before the group of students, with a sharp gaze sweeping over each young face. He did not say much but made a meaningful remark that they were fortunate that when they stepped here, the war was over. Apuin Ingwen then continued in a steady yet forceful tone that now was the time for them to take the final step of the initiation ritual, to embark on the path of heroes. After a brief silence, he spoke again, his voice lower but firm as if carving into the air. Avnin then said that the hero had withdrawn, turning to gesture towards the remaining students without needing further explanation. His action was like a command. Trung Yigathi and the others stood up, exuding an indescribable strength and determination, their eyes shining as if an invisible force was spreading in the space. Trung Ngitha's powerful voice resonated, further encouraging the courage of the others by emphasizing that they needed to look into each other's strength for the sake of humanity. His words served as a reminder of the great burdens they were bearing. DG stood still, observing the scene before him, his mind flooded with thoughts, comparing this determined group with Tai-Than. Here was truly different, not resembling the harshness and coldness of Tai-Than. Yet this difference carried a strange beauty, a beauty he had never felt before. At that moment, the girl Lum and Tu burst into tears, unable to hold back her sobs. Tuan Vian, witnessing this, looked up to the sky in exasperation, thinking that this little guy always ended up in such difficult situations every year and never expected at this time. With a day that made her weep, she felt overwhelming dissatisfaction as she thought that this situation was truly unfair. Ethan Yugen Than's anger flared, his gaze turning sharp as he looked at the new students before him, unable to hide his frustration. His voice rose loudly as he commanded the new students of class 140 to continue advancing according to the hero's path, and to move towards the next gate without faltering. At that moment, Ethan Yugen Than detected an enemy attack. His eyes quickly sharpened and became vigilant as he sensed the approaching danger, preparing to respond to the situation. In the distance, a pack of savage beasts was gathering, creating a scene full of danger. Everyone above was astonished, rushing out to see what was happening. Teacher Hanting Wang Than saw Chi Than and Tin Ven and angrily shouted orders for them to return and go down immediately. However, Tunavin protested and tried to explain that they could stay to assist, but Echidin Gin then cut him off angrily, asserting that he was not dead yet and it was not their place to intervene. He shouted loudly, demanding both of them to come down and wait for him at the door. Chi Than tried to protest, but before he could finish his sentence, Dueling Sign ordered the group to move immediately. Untinanging Nine then commanded the students to keep their eyes straight ahead, not to turn back, and to use their minds to grasp the lesson from the situation at hand. Lum and Tu cried uncontrollably while everyone went down together, their faces clearly showing fear at what was happening. Jing-san walked and thought to himself that the path his friends were taking must be beautiful, but the end of that path would lead to death, and he reassured himself that he would find his own path. Suddenly, he heard the sounds echoing from the battle outside. The cries of killing made him think that they were fighting to become stronger for humanity. At that moment, Ding-san was standing and talking with Chitithan, both exchanging thoughts calmly as the atmosphere between them was quiet and devoid of tension. Instead, Chitithan began to express his confusion, asking Ding-san why they trained so hard every day, for what purpose. Ding-san replied calmly that all their efforts were for one reason only: to survive. Chitithan responded that was true. Living just to live was indeed sad, but he wondered how one should live, then continued to say that living a weak life was not enough. Always acting casually could be considered a life, but was that really how they wanted to live? Chitithan went on to say that since he started seeing the words on the hero's scroll, he felt quite uncomfortable, but gradually over time and reflection, he began to understand and grasp their meaning. Chitithan turned to Ding-san and said regretfully and firmly that he had thought it through. Either he could not step onto that path in this life, or once he did, there would be no turning back, as it was a path that could only move forward and not down. He pointed to the sky with a determined voice and shouted that after returning to the academy, he would fight with all his might. Training fiercely, he wanted to become the most outstanding person, surpassing everyone around him, including his friends standing beside him. Jing-san turned to Chitithan with an encouraging smile and said it was not bad to keep trying, while placing a friendly hand on his shoulder, surprising Chitithan with this unexpected gesture and making him feel supported by his friend. At that moment, everyone gathered behind them, creating a lively scene filled with voices. When everyone had sat down, Ding-san looked around and spoke up, asking why they had come here so late. His voice carried a hint of concern for everyone's safety, at which point Tunan interjected, not letting Ding-san finish, enthusiastically saying, "Yes, that is right, the teacher promised." The teacher did, with a serious expression as if wanting to explain something important. At that moment, a frustrated and sarcastic voice of Havar then rang out as he exclaimed that damn it, he almost became the first teacher to die during a freshman enrollment ceremony. He continued to express that if he really died, it would be very embarrassing not just for the students but for himself as well, making those around him feel both amused and sympathetic to his tension in this situation. After that, Adlian then looked at the group of students with a stern gaze and said that from now on, the little brats officially welcome you all to the academy. Becoming a member of the academy, he emphasized that one day in the future, he hopes you all can use your bodies to protect the peace of humanity, clearly expressing the heavy responsibility they would bear. He furrowed his brow and said that now it is time to go back to school. Immediately after, he tiredly exhaled and fell flat on the ground, causing the students to look at each other anxiously and call out, "Hey, Teacher Haya." Chitithan looked at Tinkenvan with a pleading expression and said, "Lend me a pen," but Tinveen immediately replied firmly that it was impossible. "Absolutely not." Right away, Chitithan quickly interrupted and offered 10 coins with a determined look that left Tinven surprised by his skill and quickness in persuasion. Seeing money made Tinven eager, he immediately reached out and said, "Here's the pen, boss. Just 10 coins," with a cheerful expression as if he had just found a great opportunity to profit. The atmosphere around him became much lovelier, so Chi then grabbed the pen and started drawing a cat on Teacher Haye's face, an action that happened quickly and unexpectedly, leaving everyone around in astonishment. After that, he pulled out his phone and took a picture for memories. In that moment, Chitithan could not contain his excitement and said that if this was going up on the Academy's forum, then Teacher Ha would also become a member of the training army alongside him. This made everyone laugh at his mischievousness and think of the prospect of making a fortune from the teacher's newfound fame. Saying that, Chitithan carried Anvan on his back and said, "All right, we do not have much time left. Let us go." They went out of the academy together, stepping out of the gate with excitement. When they reached the parked car, Chitithan suddenly asked in confusion, "Hey, who is driving now? Who is going to drive?" This made the atmosphere more entertaining as everyone started laughing at the humorous situation. Dijin spoke up with a serious expression, stating that driving without a license on the highway could get you arrested for 7 to 15 days, and he straightforwardly admitted that he did not have a license, which made the atmosphere tense. Just then, everyone realized the seriousness of the issue when a blue-haired guy opened the car door and looked inside. With a disgruntled expression, he said that the driver's seat was too small for him to fit, causing everyone to laugh at the fact that the car was not suitable. His height created a humorous situation amidst the tense atmosphere. Lum Tutu said that she was only 13 and could not get a license, and right after that, someone else chimed in that he was 18 but had not taken the test either. This created a humorous atmosphere among the group as they realized no one was qualified to drive in this situation. Suddenly, while in a daze, the teacher promised while lying in the car that my car was exempt from inspection. This made everyone burst into laughter at the teacher's absurdity and humor in this difficult situation. Cheti then, feeling frustrated, said, "Damn it, I am doing this, it is just driving, what is the big deal?" As soon as he got into the car, he confusedly asked why the manual gear had changed like this. Feeling surprised by the unusual changes in the vehicle he was about to control, DG hesitated, saying, "Maybe I should just drive," and his uncertainty made the atmosphere even tenser. DC took Cheti Then's place, yielding to him and saying, "Leave this to me, big bro." Showing his enthusiasm and determination, the guy with the tombstone turned to the blue-haired guy and said, "My tombstone is cracked, so you lie on the roof." His words were both humorous and showed dissatisfaction with the old car, creating a comical situation among the friends who were confused by the awkward circumstance. The blue-haired guy agreed, saying, "Yeah, I can't believe I did not think of that." After saying this, he leaped up onto the roof of the car with a quick and confident motion, causing those around him to burst into laughter at his boldness in this funny situation. DC was extremely tense as he touched the steering wheel, recalling the theory in his head that he had to gently press the clutch and slowly add gas to start the car. Finally, the car began to roll, with the sounds of machinery ringing out like a thrilling melody. The blue-haired guy sat on the roof of the car with a bright expression, cheerful smile on his face as he said, "This time, I won't get hurt." Just after he said that, DG stepped on the gas, accelerating and causing the blue-haired guy to nearly tumble off the car, creating a comical moment for the group in that surprising instant. D-Sin was mumbling in his head about each gear change, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, and from 3 pressing the clutch to 4. Each gear shift came with tension and intense focus as if he was participating in a challenging exam rather than just driving. Etienne Nguyen then anxiously asked where his seatbelt was while Chia Thun yelled from below, "Boss, keep your eyes on the road." This only added to the tension in the car. D-Sin replied that he knew, and only after hearing that did he start to look up at the road ahead, trying to focus on driving. Just then, the car swerved in time. Otherwise, it would have crashed into the rock ahead, causing Etienne Nguyen to hit his face against the window and let out a grunt. Then he looked at the group of students sitting around and teased, "You guys really have no conscience not to buckle up for the teacher." In a secluded corner of the Hong area, 2 guards were chatting in the quiet atmosphere, while a staff member standing guard suddenly looked over as if something had just happened. It was a black car that DD's, with his skill driving, crashed straight into a wall, with black smoke billowing up, and the person inside was coughing uncontrollably. Etienne Nguyen, feeling dizzy and frothing at the mouth, was pulled out of the car by Chia Then. Etienne then was furious, scolding D-Sin. He did not care if he was being chased, but D-Sin just shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away. In a hidden corner, a mysterious figure was watching D-Sin's group. He wore a sly smile. The freshman welcome ceremony had finally ended, and this year's newcomers seemed a bit challenging. After regaining his composure, Etienne Nguyen then led the group of students back, still feeling bitter inside. D-Sin, remember this, Etienne Nguyen then has set his sights on you. Neither of us will have peace. Just then, someone blocked their path. The person was Lee Yoon-gik and his gang. It seemed he wanted revenge, starting to crack his knuckles in preparation for a fight. Cheti Than, your hellish life begins today. Cheti Than hid behind Etienne Nguyen, and the teacher waved his hand, saying, "All right, Lee Yoon-gik, at least wait until I help them finish their registration." Lee Yoon-gik pulled out a photo that Cheti Than had recently posted online. "Teacher, have not you seen this on the school's forum yet? Check this out." The picture showed Etienne Nguyen then unconscious with graffiti on his face, taken by Cheti Than, looking quite ridiculous. Etienne Nguyen than's expression immediately darkened. Then he smiled and stepped aside, warning Lee Yoon-gik, "Don't hold back too much. If anything happens, I will cover for you." Lee Yoon-gik and his group quickly chased after Cheti Than, who defiantly raised his middle finger. "Come on, kids. I will shout that I am your dad." Etienne Nguyen then sighed from the side, thinking about how good this kid could be, yet he chose to seek his own doom. The sun was high, casting harsh rays down. In a dark surveillance room, the vice principal sat in front of the computer screen, intensely focused on something. It turned out he was watching a singer in a pink dress dancing, smiling as he leaned closer to the screen. Just then, Etienne Nguyen then burst into the room. Hearing the loud bang, the vice principal quickly pulled the power cord out of the socket. He angrily turned to scold the teacher. "Did you knock? You are so careless." Etienne Nguyen had nothing to lose and provocatively said, "If you can find a point on my credit card, I will consider myself defeated." He sat on the desk and suggested, "How about you lend me some points?" The vice principal scolded him back, "If you dare, get lost. I'm busy." Etienne Nguyen then placed a stack of papers on the desk, saying the freshman documents were in the storage room. "Once we finish choosing the dorms, I can go beat someone up." Suddenly, the scene froze. The vice principal did not move, while Etienne Nguyen then watched him for a while, but he did not budge. Etienne Nguyen then urged, "What are you looking at? Start working." Noticing the computer screen was black, he bent down to check and saw the power cord was not plugged in. He sighed, No wonder the screen is black. It turns out the plug came out. He plugged it back in while complaining. I told you to learn more about new technology. Do not be like those brainless idiots at the academy who only know how to show off, he said. Just plug it in, and it should light up. Before he could finish, he hesitated as Eftining and then stared intently at the screen. A girl dressed entirely in pink wants to sing and twirl, representing love and justice, seeking improvement and peace as the rainbow fairy. Eftining and then could not believe it, staring at the screen with a blank expression. While the vice principal, embarrassed by the leaked secret, was at a loss for words, the vice principal, concerned about his reputation, began banging the table, feigning ignorance and then getting angry, wondering why there was such childish content about the seven-colored fairy in his computer. Eftining then immediately saw through his act and started teasing, asking how he knew this comic was called The Seven-Colored Fairy. The vice principal, sweating, grabbed a notebook and began to change the subject, insisting on first resolving the issue of getting the new students' materials into storage. They could not be kept waiting. Eftining then, of course, did not miss this opportunity, stroking his chin while mocking him. The vice principal, being a model worker at the academy, would not back down. The old man, being so familiar with me, should just say what he wants. Eftining then set a condition. Since I caught you, I am not the type to act improperly. Give me back the 100 points you deducted and I will let this go. Otherwise, representing justice and magic, come at me, he sang loudly, mimicking the tone of his favorite singer in pink. The vice principal was furious not only because he was asking for too much but also because he was imitating his favorite character. Yet he still complied with his request for the sake of face. Agreed. You can go to the teacher's office to pick it up. He also reminded him that he understood the academy's rules. You can only trick me once with the same thing. Eftining then cheerfully replied. Don't worry. As the door closed, the vice principal, with a dangerous look, muttered that this kid's points would not be easy to take. This year, if you can manage to get a penny of salary, consider it a life well lived. At the same time, at the demon realm of Truchsen, high mountains reached into the clouds, where a gigantic snake coiled around the peak. A beautiful girl with a captivating figure bowed slightly, introducing herself as Kekshi Tayu, the fairy of the 10,000 gods. Flying into the arena, dark claws gradually emerged from the thick fog. That was Kuai-Ying, standing there and casually asking what the fairy of the 10,000 gods was doing at Truchsen. Kiji immediately approached and hugged his arm, rubbing against his chest, saying, Truchsen is yours. So the hero of humanity, the strongest of the fourth generation, can only rely on Truchsen for a bit of breath now. Her face smiled alluringly as she looked at Kuai-Ying, who frowned, not at all enchanted by Tayu's beauty. Did the fairy come all this way just to mock him with a couple of words? Kiji, sensing Kuai-Ying's indifference, replied that her original goal was certainly not that, but now perhaps we can infiltrate. Kuai-Ying coldly sidestepped to avoid her advances, stating that given the situation, he would not send her off. Kiji pouted, calling him a truly dull man. Suddenly, Kiji straightened up and declared, the fairy of the 10,000 gods seeks an audience with Lord Tigrung Liu. The mountain instantly trembled, dust and smoke gradually cleared, revealing a path leading upward, and Kuai-Ying gestured for Kexao to go ahead. As Ijia Tigu and Kuai-Ying reached the middle of the stairs, a giant black snake poked its head out. There was still no answer about the previous incident at Ai's Trung Yin Yufi. The Venthen Jiao girl dared to come to our love realm. Kazigidiu immediately promised harm. That incident with Ei Nen and Tung Liu was just an accident. Such a mistake won't happen again. Tung Liu frowned, seeming skeptical, and asked, so you came to apologize? Kiji Tigu clasped her hands and replied, I only came to convey a certain ability to Viagudrin Ching Liu. Next time when it comes to the love practice of Tai Kung Chung Tran Yu Quan and the Siang Them behind Tran Yu Quan, there will be a major upheaval. Tung Liu coldly asked, why should I trust you? Kiji Tigu quickly persuaded, saying, as for the Vinen and Thin Giao, I merely carry the divine light of the gods, as long as it aligns with the gods' interests. We do not care about the details. Kuai-Ying agreed on behalf of Tina Liu, saying, fine. Tun Liu owed. All right. I agree. Seeing that she was accepted, Kiji Tiu seized the opportunity. Zian Ting Liu, you know the rules of our Venthen Jiao regarding love. Before she could finish, Kuai-Ying commanded her, follow me. Kiji Tiu asked about his position in the love realm, which is quite high, even having access to resources like love stones. The long stairs up the mountain felt endless. Kiji Tiu rested her hand on her waist and complained, huh, can't that stupid guy carry me after climbing for so long? Kuai-Ying turned coldly to look at her, threatening. The younger generation should be a bit more humble. You are not as valuable as you think. Kiji Tiu felt intimidated by the aura radiating from him. After all, he was someone capable of reaching the top of the fourth generation. Just a bit of his aura made her feel scared. Kuai-Ying continued walking, reminding her, I hope this action won't disappoint our love realm. Otherwise, I can't say what the Vinen Then Jiao will do, but you will definitely die. His cold face and that statement were meant to threaten Ktu. The next morning at 8 of the clock, the group of DD Sin gathered in the schoolyard. Tuan Vien, with a bloodied shoulder, teased, look at that. Does that effect make him the most noticeable person in the school? Next to him, Chi Thevan noticed the character Fu on Athai's shirt and looked confused. Then he saw the character Meng in front of Chu Ti Thun and wondered. Athai saw this and proudly showed off. I feel pretty comfortable wearing this, and I do not have to worry about the clothes coming undone, said Chu Thin. Asking how much it cost, Athai shyly rubbed his head and replied, very cheap. Tunka said this was specially made, originally priced at 300,000, but since we are classmates, he sold it to me for 50,000. I have made quite a profit. Tuan Vien, after being a sly merchant, shamelessly pretended to be generous, saying, what are you talking about? We are all family. Can I still make a profit off family? Lum and Tiu lay on the back of Zai Butch, sleeping soundly, with her lips painted a pink lotus color, quite different from usual. Chi Thin immediately got angry at Tinaven, asking, so you sold that lipstick to Lum Tiu too? It is too flashy. Tunavan quickly explained. Tiu is already 13 years old. She should start taking care of herself. Do you think this lipstick matches with that dress? Chi Thun was so bored he did not want to talk, pulling up his outer jacket proudly, still looking around in his practical bulletproof vest that I bought. D's sign approached and said, they only know how to wake you up that your bulletproof vest is used for body training. Right? Chi Tifen felt like he was struck by lightning. Instantly furious, Tunan watched the people he had deceived and D Sin standing a short distance away. Thinking, Tunanan looked at D Sin and wondered, did not you buy anything from here? How can you call yourself a standard merchant? While thinking, Tunavan caught the stares directed at him. The three others looked at him coldly. Startling him, Tunvin nervously stepped back and asked, what do you all want to do? Just then, Hun Yen Than came out to remind them not to mess around anymore. Tunavin happily called out, Teacher Haya, and Heging and Than lightly cheered a few times. Then Heaven announced, okay. Classmates, I am happy to declare something. For the next 3 years, since I am your head teacher leading you all forward, are you all excited? Alanian Than confidently asked this question. Tunavin enthusiastically clapped, holding back a cheer, feeling honored that Teacher Ha teaches us. The three people behind looked at Herain Than with unfriendly eyes. Tunvin stepped up to praise Teacher Ha, believing that if we follow in his footsteps, we will definitely continue to train and meet everyone's expectations. Obliganan Than was flattered to the point of feeling happy and decided, I really think my student is great. Now I nominate Tunvin as class president of class 140. Does anyone have any objections? Han Ian Than looked around at his students, reassuring them that he was very democratic and that any issues could be raised. Flashing back to the night before, Aladin and Than and Tinvevin had a meeting in the bushes. At that time he suggested, as class president you get 10 points every month. If you agree to give me 7 points, I will let you be class president. How about that? Tun Vin immediately bargained. 5 points. No more. Han Yeman then agreed. Deal. Back to the present. Alamun then acted reasonable. If no one has any objections, then the position of class president will be handed to Tun Ven. He will usually be responsible for helping everyone with some tasks, and in return, he will get 10 points each month. A voice interrupted. Wait a minute. DC stepped forward to express. Teacher Haya, I have a different opinion on this. I feel I am very suitable for the position of class president. Owen then frowned in confusion and asked Da Sin for his reason. D Sin turned his head, locked eyes with his friends, then confidently stated that he felt they could not beat him. Owen then disregarded D Sin's explanation, saying that choosing a class president is not about who is weak or strong. A class president needs the ability to unite everyone in the team. D Sin replied coldly, okay. Han even then continued, needing noble qualities, and D still just responded with okay, which caught Hunugan Than's attention. He did not know that behind him, Tunin had been surrounded by the others. Seeing D Sin's confidence, Alanian Than said he needed to have a spirit of sacrifice. After hearing this, D Sin just replied with okay, his face puffed up, leaving Himaging Than speechless. He turned to find more reasons. I feel that our classmate Tun Vin. Before he could finish his sentence, Hun saw Tun Vin being ganged up on by the others to the point he could not fight back. Ahanin Than. What on earth are you doing? Tun Vien, bruised and lying on the ground, cried out that he was just wishing everyone good fortune. That was all he meant. Ahanin Than, overwhelmed, shouted in his head, oh my god, what did I do wrong to deserve this punishment? D Sin thought maybe they could negotiate a bit, but Heveragain Than did not understand what he was saying. He looked up, and everyone started calling out, classmate D Sin. D boss. D Sin. D boss. D Sin pointed at Tundeven, saying if he was so persistent, then why not let him be the class leader and give him points? The latter part of D Sin's words was directed at Hangayan Than. Everyone, including Tun Vien, raised their hands in agreement. Even Z Butch barked once to show approval. Alanian Than quietly said, you guys, once enrolled in the academy, how could everyone not know the rules? He began to exert a threatening aura over the students. His intimidating presence warned that resisting a teacher would lead to dire consequences. The students, including D Sin, huddled together in fear. D Sin, however, remained calm and responded, diminishing Havonwine Than's intimidating aura. Knowing he could not change the situation, he set a condition. Give me 5 points each month, and I will agree to your terms. DG disagreed. countering that after the teacher made Tin Vun the class leader, he could get at least 9 points from him each month. Tuna Vin was taken aback. Halanin then gave a thumbs up, signaling his agreement. All right, it is settled, he announced. From now on, Tuna Vin is the new class leader of this cohort. And voluntarily, he will give D-Sin 9 points out of his 10-point monthly salary. Tuna Vin was left speechless. Gaping, Halanin then shamelessly took the remaining 1 point, saying, "It is tough for teachers like me to get 1 point." In the academy, D-Sin's group continued to listen to Hyav Van's instructions. His eyes glazed over, looking very tired, as if ready to fall asleep at any moment. The teacher continued, "This is your classroom, and it has its own student rules, so pay close attention and memorize them." However, the enthusiasm was a bit lacking. After finishing his sentence, Halanin then immediately turned away, yawning, deciding to let the students figure it out themselves. In fact, he intended for the students to take charge. He was too tired and needed to catch up on sleep. Turning his back and leaving them all confused, they looked after him and shouted, "How are we supposed to have class like this?" D-Sin also looked back, helplessly regarding this teacher. Although the students complained continuously, Halanin then walked away, waving goodbye and assigning homework for the first lesson. That was to earn a total of 20 points in one day. Once they did, they could message the teacher in the group, showing no intention to provide further guidance. Tuna Vin seemed helpless, yet confident. After all, 20 points is just 200 trivial things. It was just a game. DG felt proud, but his face still showed a hint of distress. Leading the group, DG suggested they first review all the student rules. Everyone, after settling down, focused on the student rule board at the academy. First, after enrolling, students must scan the code in the academy's app. Second, after enrollment, all necessary activities at school, including but not limited to meals and training, must be done using points. Third, all necessary or unnecessary supplies are sold in the academy's app. Finally, after enrollment, money from outside the school cannot be used. Any behavior of buying or selling points will result in expulsion and being blacklisted from other internships. Ignoring other regulations, Tuna Vin stopped at item number 9, urging everyone to trust themselves and their friends at the academy. Looking at the list of regulations, Tuna Vin was stunned, disappointed to the point of collapse. Truly a troublesome situation. D. Everyone was shocked after reading the school's code, worried about the harshness of the academy. Unexpectedly, the academy even prohibits using money to buy meals, forcing them to use points. Lumentu. Hearing this, added, "That is right, I remember before, the cafeteria's menu did not cost 5 points per meal. Luckily Tuna Vin still generously shared a lot of snacks." Tuna Vin, just collapsing, replied modestly, as the class monitor, that was something he should do, with a smile that showed some restraint, while those around him continued to snack innocently. A memory flashed back. Tuna Vin had generously given Tu a big bag of snacks when she bought a lot of things from him, or gave snacks to Chiwo to Thun when he bought a large bag without any discount. And those moments of giving a mountain of beef to a thigh, all those memories were vividly clear. He felt heartbroken. Having done so much, why could not they give him a single point? After the story, the guy on stage suggested everyone focus on how to complete the first lesson instead of other trivial matters, and everyone around him began to concentrate. He continued to suggest they go out to take down those teaching guys, and one of them would earn 20 points as part of the assignment. Chunti Thin's eyes lit up at this. Their group had enough life points, so why should they be afraid? He immediately called out to Lu Zai with hope, but Lu Va shrugged him off, having earned enough points long ago. After saying that, Lu Li left under the frustrated gazes of everyone, and now hope rested on Chao to Thun. He was in the news alongside Lu Yi when they both wreaked havoc against those teaching guys. Hearing this, Chidu Thivin became smug, thinking that everyone had never killed anyone and hoped they did not know what that feeling was like, his tone a bit proud. However, he still prepared his gear, preferring to use his own pain to earn points for his friends. Thinking carefully and appearing very noble, in the forest, the group of teaching guys was gathered in a corner, and a short, fat guy suddenly grew curious. Was the news about them reliable? Why were there still no new students showing up? That is Master Thanet, a subordinate beside him quickly reassured. You can relax, this is all based on our years of experience. At this time every year, the academy teachers, to reduce confusion, always assign a task worth 20 points to complete the first lesson. They continued their analysis, and their cult members each earned 20 points, making it likely that the new students would want to kill them for points. The last guy was very supportive, saying that every year the cult recruits new members, which means they can easily take out the less experienced students, and everyone eagerly chimed in. Just then, we, the cult members, turned to look at him with eyes like bullets. Does this guy really want to die? The cult members were genuinely angry, thinking the students were really asking for it, daring to kill their people every year. This year, they were determined to get their revenge. Back with the group of academy friends, Zuzi Cheng, after firmly deciding to leave, the leader boy remained very determined. Gathering the other 4, he felt that even without the other 2, if they came up with a solid plan, Taking out the cult members would not be a small feat. He started to ask for everyone's opinions, beginning with Xiao, who was leaning against her pet. She was still holding a bag of snacks, saying if he wanted to go, he could go ahead. She is just a kid. How could she kill anyone? He did not give up, turning to ask Athay, I know you always want to get stronger. Athay just smiled and rubbed his head, saying, I am not going anywhere. My family got points when I enrolled. So what is to worry about? The leader was suddenly at a loss for words, hoping for one last chance with the class leader. He knew that in their group, the class leader was the one with the highest level. If they both joined forces, who knows what could happen? Tuna Vin had run away in a flash. Those old students were nothing but trash, running while boosting. They had to know the strength of the new students from class 140. The leader felt helpless. The plan had clearly failed. Despite his flashy entrance, the odds were still against him, so why did he look so useless now? He was determined. One day, he would crush everyone from his generation and stand at the top of the 5th generation, pointing his finger at the sky. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Zhu Ziqing was holding a loudspeaker, calling out, try your luck. One shout. 1 point. Limited to 1 day. Come on over. People passing by looked at him with confused expressions. What is up with this new student? They did not understand, thinking maybe he had a few screws loose. One person remarked that the real problem was trying to hit him on the head. Everyone seemed to be stifling laughter, when suddenly a long-haired guy knelt down and shouted, Brother, pick me. I will cover your whole day. Everyone around was dumbfounded by such a bold move. Back in the forest, someone reported that a group of people was stuck in the sun, requesting an ambulance. He was just a concerned citizen. It turned out the 4 cult members had waited too long and got sunburned. Returning to the dorm, Zhu Ziqing finally managed to earn the required 20 points using his old tricks. He felt triumphant, scoring 20 points without relying on the senior, proving he could earn points on his own. In the next room, the enthusiastic leader had returned, still bearing the heavy stone on his shoulder, showing signs of wear from the fight. It seemed he had enough points, and he felt quite proud, thinking he could handle the cult members on his own. After saying this, he immediately dropped the stone beside him, too exhausted to clean up, and sank down into sleep. In the quiet night, everyone was soundly asleep, and President Taya announced that everyone should gather in the study room the next morning for a new mission. Despite this, Alani and Than still worried for the students, knowing that the escaped criminal was still out there, but with Didi Sin and Lum Tutai here, there should not be any problems. Time passed, and the next day, everyone had gathered in the study room as requested, but an hour had gone by. Teacher I still had not arrived, and Tu, holding a cake, thought that the teacher must have fallen asleep. Tunvin excitedly turned to D Sun and Dilo Ie, saying that last night he followed their advice and shot the bag in the Academy's mission system outside. Here are 6 parts for you. Didi agreed, so now you can call the school to report and earn an extra 100 points. Hearing this, Tunavin was displeased, questioning why he had to report it, as the old students would buy news from him and tear him apart with their gazes. D Sun did not care, still insisting on following the rules. If the class leader would not do it, he would have Trefum to then report it. Tun Vin was startled at this, saying no, let me do it. Although Tun Vin felt scared, he still picked up the phone to report, thinking it was just a matter of hitting. If Trefum Tithan could do it, so could he. No need to be scared. From a distance, Trevani then shouted for Dd Sen and Delo Ie, saying that Teacher Ah had not arrived but had sent the mission via phone. Dd Sen listened and checked the mission. Trunkon Fong. 3 awakenings. Awakening items. Pain. Awakening energy is colorless. Shaking. Strong violence, followed by robbing the bank in Vua High City. Kill 2 police officers, then run to Seeing Then, noting that the target is calm and extremely alert, with a mission reward of 300 points and no time limit. After reading, Dd Sen assessed it, thinking 3 awakenings might be a bit troublesome, while in the distance, Tunvinen was still reporting to the bug. System leader Zicheng and the others approached, saying, "Old man, this mission is a mess. We only know the target is in Kang City. What are we supposed to do?" Yusheng did not elaborate much. Simply put, find him and kill him. Everyone around panicked, wondering how someone could be like this. Athao was unconvinced, thinking it is no wonder they call him Old Man Yu. He already knew what to do. This had to be the mindset of a top-tier genius, even if it was a triangle powerhouse. It was just about finding and killing. After reporting, Tun Van began to flatter, "Old man, should not we come up with a proper plan for this collective mission? Since we have to go out this time, it is a perfect opportunity. I am thinking we might be able to avoid the seniors." On the contrary, Tun Van would treat everyone to lunch. Yusheng considered it. It might be a good idea. In the academy's dining hall, Bahai Tang and Liangok were discussing while eating, noting that things had not been quite right lately in the middle sect. Although it was a mission for the old heads in the school, the dangers of recklessly checking things out were still significant. He asked Liangok if he still wanted to go, and he remained steadfast. Liangok asked Bahai Tang if she remembered when they first enrolled, how they were still young and immature back then. Every day, he thought about surpassing everyone. Being handsome was the best. However, over a year had passed, and of their class 139. Those who had died were gone. The crippled were also crippled. There were hardly any left. What they called graduating in 3 years was just the biggest fire of the academy's reputation. The strength was not enough, and the completion rate was low. Some might even be stuck in their second year forever. Leon Gok remarked that if they wanted to graduate, the waiting area would be crowded with people. Bai Haitang sat there, continuing to listen. Leon Gok continued to lament about wanting to stay in this human realm and leave his mark on that demon gate. He wondered if it was possible without taking risks. Worrying was not the Academy's style. After saying that, Leon left, not forgetting to thank Bai Haitang for her help over the past year, while Yu Sheng and his group were entering. After hearing this, Bai Haitang thought about graduation. Ziqing observed this scene and wondered why Leon Gok felt so different from before. Yu Sheng, upon hearing this, paid attention as everyone pondered. Was this really just an academy? Yu Sheng's group began to sit down. Tun Van spoke up, saying everyone should follow his lead. On their way here, he had arranged for someone to investigate the recent whereabouts of Tran Feng, and news would definitely come soon. He continued to speak. Before the news was confirmed, he felt everyone should explain their awakening abilities to each other, so they could coordinate in action later. Tunvin finished speaking and turned to DD Sun, who did not hide anything and said he had awakened as a severing type. He asked everyone if he mentioned he awakened in one go. Would they believe it? It really was unbelievable. Everyone fell silent after hearing it. DC sighed and continued to explain. Awakening twice. The skill was to conceal energy and teleport over a very short distance. Toon and Vin was shocked upon hearing this, asking how the second skill was teleportation. He had never heard of it before, and he began to get serious. He swore by his grandfather, a lifelong hero, that all information from today would not be leaked in the slightest. His expression very serious. Chua Di-Then was a support type. Defensive. Lum Tiu was a stronger attacker, getting stronger with every fight, and D-Sin awakened thanks to Ziaye. The function could be biting, and Mi vs second awakening was a gravestone, unable to absorb strange energy. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone was shocked. Tunavin then asked, with this agility and combat power, Masivi must be a control mage. Right, Masivi confirmed. The gravestone was also the way to activate the ability, while Chua Di-Then sat below. Listening intently, Chi A-Thin asked further. With this combat method, Masivi interrupted, asking if he did not find the gravestone heavy and hard, throwing it should be very effective. Right, Lumum Tu ignored him and asked about the class leader's ability, and he replied immediately. Tuan Vien, awakened Kim Nuyo, awakened 3 times. Lumum Tu was very excited after hearing this. Class leader, you are really strong, but what about your ability? By now, Tun Ven started to get flustered. Ability, wealth. Enhancing wealth. Super enhancing wealth, a loud clang code. What did you expect? Tun Van was furious. Do not you dare underestimate him. Even if he lacks combat skills, he has plenty of money. He started boasting about his father's gold and ore conglomerate in the North Clan area, claiming that his intelligence gathering ability was top-notch. As long as he was here, their logistics would face no issues. Tun Van said with pride. Du-Sin felt everything was getting off track and signaled everyone to discuss the main issue. Tun Van was upset. Feeling ignored, he lacked combat power. And how would they prepare for the fight? Once again, the class leader spoke up, stating he had fought before and had 2 plans, clarifying which targets to use. So his original plan was for Athai to hold the front line at the ancient tome. Then, Chutu Then would support Athai, while Dai Bak and Du-Sin waited on the flank for the chance to take out the enemy. Tun Van continued, but now they knew the capabilities of the ancient tome, which, if they followed this plan, would be a waste. Thus, he had a second plan, and Chutu Then beside him looked grim. Tun Van went on to express his opinion. First, Chutu Then would hold off for a moment, giving the ancient tome the chance to use its abilities. After the ancient tome activated its skills, it would pass the line to Athai, completing the exchange. The targets are those who have awakened 3 times. Choosing Chutu Then. Next to him, Chutu Then seemed to seize the opportunity and proudly stated he had awakened twice already. The next morning, Tun Van excitedly led the group to the front of a hotel, saying he had received news that the target was likely inside. Immediately after, he looked back at his companions, saying he was setting up a plan. With many people in the hotel, it would not be easy to strike. It was best to let Du-Sin lure someone out while they ambushed from outside. After the target was outside, Chutu Then would think of a way to block the opponent, working with Du-Sin. While Tun Van was still planning, Du-Sin slipped past him and directly entered the hotel, saying he would check first while they continued. Seeing this, Tun Van was horrified and quickly reminded him to just lead the person out of the hotel, not to engage, and to be careful. Chutu Then next to him patted his shoulder, reassuring him that Du-Sin was always very cautious. Meanwhile, Du-Sin directly entered the hotel, went to the reception desk, and asked how to get to room 603. The female receptionist directed him to the elevator saying it would take him up. Du-Sin nodded in thanks after receiving the answer. Soon after, he quickly entered the elevator, where someone was already inside. The man in the elevator looked at Du-Sin and smiled, asking which floor he was going to. Du-sin honestly replied that he was going to the 6th floor. The man pressed the button for the 5th floor, then conveniently pressed the button for the 6th floor for Du-sin, and the elevator fell silent. It quickly reached the 5th floor, and the man stepped out as the elevator doors opened. Du-sin watched the man's back with suspicion. His posture while walking seemed a bit unnatural. At that moment, the elevator doors closed. Quickly ascending to the 6th floor, Du-sin stepped out of the elevator, slowly observing his surroundings. The hallway was very quiet, with no one in sight. The thick carpet muffled his footsteps. He gradually walked deeper, stopping just in front of the door to room 603. Having previously confirmed that room 604 was vacant. Indeed, this Tranfong was very cautious. He must be hiding in room 604 to monitor the situation in room 603 for a quick escape. Du-sin thought and then approached room 604, a small heart-shaped object appearing in his hand. Without hesitation, he slid it through the small gap under the door. After finishing, Du-sin carefully covered his nose and left the door of room 604. However, to prevent any unexpected situations, Du-sin also dripped a few drops into room 603. Once everything was done, he sat down quietly against the wall between the two rooms, with a crossbow appearing in his hand. A moment later, feeling the time was right, a loud sound came from room 604, catching Du-sin's attention. He took a small wire from the corner of his jacket and began to bend it. Then he inserted it into the lock, and when a click was heard, the door opened. Du-sin gently pushed the door but did not rush in. Instead, he threw a small polygonal mirror inside. Immediately, the figure of a man panting on the sofa appeared at his Tranfong. Seeing Tranfong exposed, Du-sin calmly stepped in and continuously shot arrows at him with his crossbow. Although his body was weak, Tranfong still had speed and was able to dodge the arrows. Taking advantage of the gaps when the arrows missed, Tranfong quickly jumped over the sofa and hid behind it. Soon after, he spoke up, saying the effects of the sedatives would last no more than 2 minutes. During this time, Du-sin could not kill him, so he suggested they make a deal. However, Du-sin casually replied that he would not do it, and footsteps grew louder. Moreover, he had a homemade bomb in his hand, which had appeared out of nowhere. Du-sin stopped at the door, gripping his crossbow tightly, coldly stating that dying from an arrow would be more pleasant than a bomb explosion. Tranfong squinted at the bomb that had rolled in front of him. It had started its countdown. He wanted to reach out and grab the bomb, but suddenly an arrow shot out and lodged itself right in front of the bomb, causing him to pull back his hand. At this moment, Du-sin reminded him to control the damage. His explosive power could at most blow away half a life or shatter internal organs. As Du-sin spoke, he adjusted his crossbow, seeming to lack confidence in the bomb's power, often miscalculating the amount of explosives. Hearing this, Tranfong could not help but bite his lip, his face slightly pale, but he still tried to calm himself, saying that the henchmen of the dark organization definitely would not dare to do something like this. But just as he finished speaking, an arrow shot straight through the sofa and grazed his neck, startling him to jerk his head aside. At this moment, Du-sin's sinister voice echoed, saying that if he killed him, he could still go to the dark organization to claim the reward. Tranfong, terrified, looked at the bomb that was counting down. Internally, he cursed Du-sin for being insane, wondering what he should do now, or if he should gamble that the bomb was fake. Seeing the countdown had hit 3 seconds, Tranfong decided to take a risk, pulling out the arrow lodged in the sofa. Then, gritting his teeth, he rolled out from behind the sofa, shouting at Du-sin to surrender. However, as he jumped out, the scene before him made him gasp in shock. He could not see Du-sin at all. Only an arm holding a crossbow was sticking out from the door, aiming straight at his head and firing without a word. This sudden turn of events left Tranfong horrified and unable to dodge. He was struck in the head by Du-sin's arrow, collapsing on the spot, blood gushing out and staining the floor. The sight of Tranfong lying in a pool of blood was witnessed by those in the opposite room. 2 men sat facing each other in silence. One man lightly shook the glass of liquor in his hand, lamenting that the Academy's people were observing them. Otherwise, he would have had a real opportunity to strike. At that moment, the middle-aged man opposite suddenly smiled. Anungai Trang transformed into a beautiful yet alluring girl, her smile filled with malice towards him. If he could not kill the Academy's newcomers to prove his worth, he would be sent off to join her brother in death. In the blink of an eye, the room was filled with murderous intent. Yet the man continued to smile and speak casually, saying that if the Divine Lady wanted to kill him, she would not waste words. His survival proved he had some value to the Divine Sect, and upon hearing this, the Divine Lady scoffed. The expression of the woman before him also began to darken as she ordered that she needed someone who could create chaos in the city at any moment. The man narrowed his eyes and then smiled. The city's people now could only serve as cannon fodder. He needed a few new faces, high-ranking ones, and the Academy's teachers must be obstructed. The woman did not hesitate to say it was not a problem. When the opportunity arose, she would inform him, and if she succeeded in this task, she would promote him to a divine envoy. Saying this, she approached the man, reaching out to touch his face, mocking the discomfort of his altered appearance. The man did not push her away, awkwardly smiling and flattering her, assuring her that he would handle this well, giving her no chance to be angry. Hearing this, the woman coldly promised. Somewhat dissatisfied, as she swayed her hips and left through the door. At that moment, only the man remained in the room. He lightly swirled the wine in his glass. Somewhat distracted, the city was about to take action, and he was also a member of the Cannon Fodder Association, wondering how he would navigate this situation. As he thought of this, he suddenly paused, slowly closing his eyes, appearing as if he were asleep, but his fingers still trembled on the glass, as he could not truly let the divine lady take control. Back at school, Aron then sat lazily on the school steps, noticing the group of DD Sin and asking if they were back. Everyone nodded, looking somewhat bewildered. They still had faint smiles on their faces, but hearing in Than's next words would not make them happy. This time, a total of 300 points were available. D Sin had 280, and Tin Ven only got 20. Is there a problem with that? Immediately, the group erupted in protest but quickly fell silent, as they had nothing to refute. Ahun Ian Than continued to look at them, saying that Tundra View's intelligence was inadequate and that there was no need to mention the possibility of Trunken Fong being in room 604. If they trusted his intelligence and rushed into room 603, they would likely be ambushed by Tron Fong and ultimately wiped out. Ahun Ian Than explained the reason to him, then directly asked if there were any issues with the 50 points from Tin and Vien. Upon hearing this, Tunvin did not refute and honestly nodded, clearly realizing that his intelligence had issues. After reprimanding Tunvin, Ahun then turned to Duxin, pointing out that he acted independently, separating from the team. His teammates unconditionally trusted him during this mission, while he did not feel the same trust in them. Ahun then continued calmly looking at Duxin, then slowly added that perhaps the survival method in Tly Than was to fight alone without trusting anyone. He would not require Duxin to completely abandon Tly Than. However, there were still many valuable things to learn from the outside, like friends and teammates, as only with that could he maximize his advantages. The pace of his speech was very slow, and he focused on Duxin's reaction, continuing to say that he would deduct 100 points for this action. However, Duxin did not react, just nodding casually. Seeing this, Ahun Ian then let out a light sigh of relief. At this moment, a sense of joy arose in his heart. The fact that Duxin did not refute his words meant he was seriously considering the differences inside and outside of Twy Than. With this change in mindset, perhaps his future path would become much simpler. Thinking of this, Aron then smiled at Duxin, but the latter looked confused by the smile. At that moment, Obliganon then pointed towards the three members of Chu Than, shouting loudly that they were there too. The three members of Chu Than quickly bowed their heads when they heard their names mentioned. Obliganon then began to lecture them based on their behavior on the way to the hotel. If he were a bad guy, he would have received news and run away. They were there on a mission, not to enjoy the spring. He directly deducted 10 points from each person and required each to write a 2,000-word report. He summarized the situation and asked what they would do if given another chance. After speaking, Ahun then sighed in dissatisfaction, saying this was the worst class he had ever taught. The more Hargian then scolded, the more passionate he became, while the group from Chiketi Than walked into the school dejectedly. At that moment, Sin appeared from behind Hyan Gyn Than like a ghost and whispered in his ear, "You must be very excited to have scored 190 points. Right? It seems like the other 100 points are mine." Ahun Ian then slightly turned around and took 2 steps back, looking at Sin and coughing lightly. Saying he could not just take their points for himself, DC narrowed his eyes at him, making him feel uneasy. But he quickly became serious and said there was still a lot to deal with. "You have not lost your teaching spirit yet. Please do not use such a simplistic mindset to judge me." Sin nodded lightly upon hearing this, took out his phone to call someone, and pouted, saying that while he could not see the problem, he should still confirm it with the vice principal. Hearing that he wanted to make a phone call, Alagin then immediately panicked and snatched it away, urging him not to call, saying that the 100 points were already his. DG was satisfied at this point, taking back his phone and politely thanking him. That evening in the student dormitory, the night had already fallen, and everyone was basically drunk, the noise echoing constantly. At the same time, a shadow appeared silently in the quiet hallway, making its way into the dormitory. When it stood in front of a room, the person gently pushed the door open and entered. The figure quickly approached the bed, where Chi Tathan was sleeping soundly, and the person could not help but chuckle with anger. They did not hold back and continued to throw punches at Chu Than. Fortunately, he quickly pulled his mattress in front of him, avoiding a punch, leaving the other person shocked, wondering how something so big could be there. Saying this, the person jumped to a different spot. When they appeared again, they were behind Chi Than, kicking him and angrily cursing him for daring to block. Immediately after was a one-sided beating inside the room, the person in black treating Chef Than like a punching bag, striking without holding back. While Chi Than endured the blows, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Soon after, Lam Tu and Za Butch appeared at the door, still dazed and asking Chu Than what was going on. But when the girl reacted and saw the face of the person in black, she was shocked to realize it was Hwangin Than. Hearing this, Chu Than turned around and questioned how a teacher could sneak attack like a former student. Realizing he had been discovered, then immediately smiled, took off his hood, and said he was there to test his alertness. The result was extremely poor. Chu Than basically did not believe it, scoffing at him for using public duty to settle a personal score. Hearing this, Yin Than turned his head, squinting at him, clearly signaling that one more word from him would lead to consequences. Chu Than quickly became sensible and flattered, saying he knew he was wrong. Yin Than nodded in satisfaction and then criticized them for being so careless before taking on the mission, suggesting they should arrange a reinforcement training. Lam Tu heard the order and looked at Yin Than in fear. However, he did not care and instructed the girl to inform everyone to gather at the training ground at 7 am the next day for special training. Saying that, he immediately turned and left. The next morning, at the training ground of the mess academy, Chu Than's group had already arrived early, but Chu Than was very dissatisfied, cursing Gang Than for using public duty for personal revenge, while Tu Butch hurriedly denied it was not true. Although he was untrustworthy, he was very serious in class. Hearing this, Chu Than walked up to the girl and asked her what Yin Than had taught them. Lam Tu frowned and thought for a moment, falling into contemplation. Meanwhile, Chu Than was hitting the sandbag, apologizing to Lam Tu for what he had done. His sudden action scared Lam Tu into running away, but she did not forget to order Zi Butch to go bite a thigh. This was exactly what Yin Than had created. Zi Butch, hearing Lam Tu, hurriedly ran to a thigh, preparing to bite him. A thigh was scared and ran away, constantly calling for Mevai to save him, but at that moment, MCV had no time to save him because he had received a very confusing mission from Yin Than the night before. 1. Not to use any props, and 2. Beat Tinavin. Thinking about his mission and points, Tinavin could not help but sigh, then took off the props on his back. He then looked over at Tinavin, who was still preparing to apologize. However, before he could finish speaking, a thigh ran over from a distance and slapped him in the face. A thigh apologetically said this was Yin Than's order to hit him. Seeing Mumvia fall to the ground, a thigh only did not care but cheerfully told Mumvia not to run. He promised to go easy on him. Messivia, hearing this, was scared and ran away, seeking help from Tunvin. Hearing Mizivi's words, Tunavin's expression darkened further. Furious, he recalled the message he received from Havao Yu to yesterday, forbidding him from leaving the training ground, knowing it meant trouble, and warned Mizivi not to come over. On this side, Chitithan chased after Lam Tuatiu with a sandbag. The two had run several laps around the training ground, leaving the girl frightened and crying, pleading for him to let her rest for a bit. However, Chitithan did not stop at all, even blaming Heo Thangine. He said if he let the girl rest for more than 30 seconds, he would come after him tonight. For Than Bech, he could only let the girl suffer a little. Lummy Utu kept running, unable to compromise, urgently ordering Lei Butch to bite a thigh. Chifi Thai helped the girl fend off the bastard Than. Otherwise, he would not stop. Over here, Thai was being chased and bitten by Zai Butch, unable to stand still, but he still chased after Mivivi. Thai told him ZV not to run, he just wanted to hit him once. Of course, Masivi would not stop, running while urging Tun Vin up ahead to let him hit him just once. Tun Vien, running ahead, immediately turned pale and cursed Ha Thangine, saying he would find a way to make him pay for every hit he took. At this moment, the training ground had turned into chaos, with people chasing and hitting each other in a flurry. Yin Than, sitting on the rooftop, watched the entire scene unfold, hearing himself being cursed and laughing, scolding them for not training hard enough. He then turned to a young man beside him, raising an eyebrow and asking if that was right. The young man, named Vin Hien, was a student from class 138, awakened 3 times, holding a national flag in his hand, nodding in agreement about the promising seeds. Vin Hien thought for a moment before suggesting handing them over to him. Before he left the academy, he would train them to become qualified students. Yin then agreed without hesitation, squinting at the training ground, suddenly sighing, realizing that it was finally that person's turn. A little later, on the training ground, Chandy Than's group was completely exhausted, lying flat on the ground. Tunavin angrily cursed Mstivi for being foolish for using so much strength against him. Messivia, not backing down, retorted that he was just following orders. A thigh, bitten all over by Zia Butch, still smiled and praised Ga Butch for being fierce, saying the bites hurt a lot. Lumintiu, at this moment, looked at Chati Than with resentment, firmly stating that she would find a way to invite Yin Than to help her take revenge. Hearing this, Chiti Than's expression immediately darkened. Panic-stricken, asking when the cycle of revenge would ever end, as the 3 days of exhaustion finally came to an end, Yin Than happily welcomed everyone back, smiling, unaware of how the past few days had been for them and whether they wanted to take on new missions. Contrary to Yin Than's cheerful mood, everyone else was exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes and their bodies worn out. But no matter what everyone thought, Yin Than did not care, as he just wanted them to hit whoever was behind him hard if they needed to take on new missions. Chu then found the request really funny when it came to beating a former student. It made no sense at all, and being beaten by a former student sounded even better. He confidently promised that he would not bully anyone, but this was something he specially chose for everyone, and the student's performance was decent when ranking Soft Cup 5 after awakening 3 times. Hearing that this senior had awakened 3 times, Chudan and Tunvan were very surprised because this phenomenon was similar to Tranfong in the past. The senior did not explain much. He took out his weapon and wanted everyone to confirm for themselves. He also mentioned that if they were just comparing the number of awakenings with Tranfong, then both were indeed the same since they had awakened 3 times. While Tunvan was holding a gold bar, he could not stop thinking about the 3 awakenings. Even though that phenomenon resembled Tranfong, he still could not decide whether it was truly impressive or not. Meanwhile, Chu then took out his weapon to prepare for a fight with the senior, apologizing if he did anything excessive since the senior was a triangle. He was ready to dive into the contest. Additionally, the other members were also very excited about this showdown, with some saying they would use his points to buy snacks for the senior later. Everyone was fired up, bringing weapons and rushing straight towards the senior, who stood still, as if waiting for the mouse to fall into his trap. Tunvan did not understand what was happening but was also astonished at how excited everyone was. The teacher only comforted him with a pat on the shoulder and advised him to ease his sorrow. In an instant, Chu then had fallen, leaving Tunvan both astonished and scared. The mist gradually cleared, and all the members had fallen. Chu then did not understand why or what kind of awakening had caused him to be unable to move, and the other members could no longer exert their strength either. Contrary to his terrifying strength, the senior still wore a friendly smile and walked straight toward Tunvan. Witnessing everything from afar, the senior approached, and Tunvan, scared, stepped back, pleading with the senior to spare him since he had not participated in the ambush. The senior still smiled cheerfully, responding that they would live and die together. Knowing that no matter what he said would be useless, Tunvan closed his eyes tightly and told him to come at him. Just as he finished speaking, the senior delivered a blow to the knee, another to his back, and a final one to the left side of his neck. With just 3 strikes, Tunvan was completely unable to move. The senior tossed him over his shoulder, and he cried, knowing how everything would turn out. Afterwards, the senior cheerfully arranged the members in a neat line on the ground. Looking at his handiwork, the senior dusted off his hands, smiled brightly, and said that being in the same class required being tidy and orderly. At night, the moon illuminated the doorway, creating a romantic scene. But there was a drunk person slumped in the middle of the entrance. Suddenly, a strange girl emerged from inside. The drunk person noticed her and mumbled about needing to go outside. It turned out that person was So-do, saying she would go with him, seemingly aware that it was not her business. The drunk person fell deeply asleep in just a few short seconds. So-do found the senior, who was sitting alone on a large rock, gazing at the twinkling sky. So-do sat down, not knowing if the senior was the designated challenger for this year's new students. He confirmed that he was. The senior used his bow to jump down from the rock, unaware that if he lost, he would be persuaded to withdraw. The senior believes that if he had known this earlier, he would not have dragged on for 2 years in the academy and could not just leave like that. Suyu expresses that the senior is her closest friend. He lies down next to Suyu and thinks it is sad that he is still alive. Hearing the senior say that, she shyly denies it, saying that she really did not mean that. Suyu wants to continue denying, but the senior pats her head, knowing that it is true. Additionally, there is a fact that he really does not fit in at the academy, or simply is not suited to be a social awakening expert. In fact, he still clearly remembers the faces of the freshman students he had beaten down. The senior believes that before leaving, laying a foundational stone for the growth of the juniors can be considered his greatest achievement as a social awakening expert. The senior turns to look at Suoyu, recalling her issues but is not sure if those people really have the ability to solve the side effects she faces. Furthermore, he shares that he is still waiting for Suyu to achieve glorious success, so he can brag that she is his classmate. Seeing that it is getting late, the senior comforts Suyu that he is fine and that it is time to go back, extending his hand. Seeing the cheerful spirit of the senior, Suyu smiles and agrees to return with him, raising her hand to hold his. Upon reaching the door, Suyu turns back to look at the senior, believing that he truly is no worse than anyone else, and in the future, she believes that the pinnacle of humanity in the hall of the Mac Mountain will one day bear his name. Hearing this, the senior smiles happily and tells her to hurry home. He stands still watching Suyu slowly step inside. Suddenly, the guy leaning against the wall mutters strange things about the academy of the mental hospital, the pillars of humanity falling from the sky, crazy and terrifying. At this moment, the senior reveals a sad face, believing that no matter how he puts it, in the end, it is all because of her. Namma, in the red light district of Hongdang Koang City, Liu is disguised as a fruit pancake vendor, but with his handsome appearance, he attracts a red-haired woman of the night. She approaches, takes Liu Yu's hand, and invites him to go with her, promising that it will be free for him. Liu Yu hurriedly pulls his hand back, his face turning red from embarrassment. Seeing this, she leaves her phone number and says she will wait for him to contact her. In reality, it is not because of the woman that he is blushing, but because Liu Yu ate something that gave him a stomach ache. He angrily turns to ask the old master if his cold noodle bowl is fresh or not, but the old master confidently assures him of his skills, believing that with years of experience selling cold noodles, there has never been a problem. With the stomach pain becoming unbearable, Liu grabs a roll of toilet paper and warns the old master that he will discuss this with him after he goes to the bathroom. Using the excuse to go to the restroom, Liu seizes the opportunity to complete his task and records the video he needs. Looking at the results in his hands, he is delighted that after many days of waiting in this red light district, the big boss has finally shown up, hiding behind a wall. It seems that the distance is too far, so he can only hear snippets of the dialogue about the school and romantic teachings. He thought that if he brought this intel back to the organization, it would be fine. A loud noise startled him. Thinking he had been discovered, Liu Nika quickly hid behind the wall, not daring to breathe. It turned out to be a rough guy, frustrated because he could not find a prostitute. Just when Liu Mingifi thought everything was okay inside, a girl with red hair came out. Looking disappointed to find out that he was not there to find her, suddenly, her expression changed, and she assumed Liu Ngek was there to seek death. She reached out to grab him, but he dodged her just in time. With his abilities, he quickly drew his weapon. After getting into an attacking stance, Liu Ninki looked at her and said that if she wanted to kill him, she was far from capable. But before he could celebrate, he was stabbed from behind. It turned out that Katigyo Tio had punched him with a brass knuckle. Knowing that Liu Muka was from the Liu family, what a pity, he did not look bad at all. As pain surged through him, Liu Nyek remained calm, contemplating that her power had been tightly sealed. Even if he died, she would definitely have to bury him. Before closing his eyes for good, Ingis tried to summon his strength one last time. The red-haired girl saw this move but did not know what kind of brass knuckle it was. Kitiyu placed Liu Enik's body against the wall and ordered the red-haired girl to deal with the corpse and then report back. With the organization's fake alliance, they sent someone here to handle the aftermath. Kasigatiyu then left with a smile, while the red-haired girl said nothing, just watching her figure fade away. Meanwhile, both girls were unaware that Li Yunkas was still alive. He had left a blood mark on the wall. Not far away, Luan was leisurely sleeping. When he saw a tall figure in a cloaked robe, he pulled out his phone and called the old master of the organization, reporting that he seemed to have spotted a high-ranking member of the cult on Innika Lam Street, who appeared to be the cult's goddess. Kihitigutiyu. The old master introduced himself as Na Tian, meaning a diligent citizen, before the senior student was training his junior disciples. Because none of the junior disciples could keep up with his speed, the senior student happily remarked that everyone was too slow. Suddenly, a voice in Mandarin rang out, and after waiting for a while without seeing the senior, one of the juniors peeked out to see what had happened. The senior could not believe the Mandarin sound he had just heard. He turned to think. When Beffy Hai heard the Mandarin, she wondered if it was Liu Nesh. The teacher did not say much, believing that her thoughts were correct. But Beffy Hai went straight to the point about her assignment and immediately had to send the materials to her. Beffy Hai angrily left, and the senior told his juniors that the 139th class truly had many talents. However, due to one incident that caused too much loss, only Bikai and Liu Nenjik remained. But after that Mandarin just now, only she was left. The senior also reminded the new students that they could overlook it this time, but in the future, if they heard Mandarin, they must remember their etiquette because that sound represented their academy, having lost another person. Turning around, he told everyone to hurry and practice. Currently, the new students can't fully harness their strengths, and he does not hope that this Chinese will echo for them one day. Looking at the phone in his hand, Chu Tuthan told himself to try harder. That night in Hongdang area, seeing Bak Haiduong appear with a weapon, everyone around urged each other to run because the academy's people had arrived. Bak Haiduong used her painful tongue to scrape the ground to attract attention, ordering everyone to stand still. Though scared, no one dared to move. Bak Haiduong coldly demanded that they quickly bring their deputy leader out to meet her. Seeing Bak Haiduong looking so frightened, someone timidly spoke up that the deputy leader had gone out early this morning. Bak Haiduong turned around and left without saying a word. She quietly walked into the alley where the battle had taken place. Looking at the bloodstains on the wall, her face darkened as she stepped over the splattered blood on the ground. Bak Haiduong stood in the middle of the alley, unsure of who to ask, but she suspected the two had acted. Suddenly, her phone rang. Bak Haiduong answered and received two pieces of new intelligence. The first news was that Liu Dai had used the bronze to tightly lock the target. The second piece of news was that the goddess of her sect, Hu Tiyu, might be involved in it. After understanding the situation, she hung up the phone. Looking at the words blood marriage that Liu Dai had left behind before dying, Bak Haiduong did not understand what he was trying to convey. The words blood marriage written in blood were still clearly visible on the wall. No longer hesitating, Bak Haiduong quickly picked up the phone to contact the Liu family. She introduced herself as Liu Dai's classmate and asked for the location of the bronze seal. After learning the location of the bronze seal, she thanked them and hung up at a building in the Hongdang area. The red-haired girl jumped in, shattering the glass of the building. Behind her, Bak Haiduong was chasing after her to hunt her down. She told the red-haired girl not to think she could escape from her. The girl dared to harm Bak Haiduong's classmates. Today, Bak Haiduong herself would send her down there along with him. The red-haired girl landed and could not believe that this cursed bronze seal could locate her so precisely. The red-haired girl was fleeing but still insisted that Liu Dai was not killed by her. Bak Haiduong asked if the one who killed Li Dai was indeed Hu Tiu Tiu from her sect. Right. The red-haired girl was also surprised that Bak Haiduong knew that, Instead of answering whether she knew or not, Baek Hae-dong just threw a knife at her, saying she would send the red-haired girl off first. And soon, she herself would follow her as well if that last attack hadn't been dodged in time. What Baek Hae-dong said would have become a reality. Looking at such a terrifying attack, the red-haired girl lay on the ground, realizing that she had inadvertently opposed Baek Hae-dong with Baek Hae-dong's academy. Baek Hae-dong needed to hear her explain. Baek Hae-dong did not listen to a word from the red-haired girl. She swung her knife and said if she wanted to explain, she should go down there and explain to Liu Dae. It was truly lucky that due to the distance, the knife just grazed the red-haired girl's clothing. What was severed was indeed her body. At this moment, the red-haired girl had calmed down and jumped back. Up until now, there is no escaping it. She starts calling for a counterattack. The red-haired girl was supposed to team up with the Silver Sea Academy. But if Silver Sea wants to seek death, then do not blame her for being ruthless. Silver Sea lowered her head and said nothing, but secretly admitted that today she had to get the red-haired girl's face. Suddenly, right beside Silver Sea, a black flower appeared. The red-haired girl rushed straight at Silver Sea, her claws poised to finish her off. Suddenly, the flower under Silver Sea burst open, spreading its petals wide. Without hesitation, Silver Sea struck straight at the red-haired girl's chest. With just one blow from Silver Sea, she was now far away, lying flat on the ground. The red-haired girl tried to get away to escape, but Silver Sea slowly approached and asked if she knew what a soul hunt was. Hearing the word soul hunt, the red-haired girl widened her eyes. The red-haired girl struggled to suppress her pain, turned around, sat up, and explained that a soul hunt is. Turns out she was trying to buy time for her fox to attack Silver Sea's shoulder, but the flower under Silver Sea grew large and finished off the fox. At this point, Silver Sea was no longer patient enough to hear any more. She coldly brandished her peach tree branch straight at the red-haired girl's neck. Before dying, the red-haired girl still could not believe she had lost. Silver Sea looked at the red-haired girl's body and slowly crossed her name off. Now, Silver Sea's target was down to 1. After finishing the job, Silver Sea contacted the secret department, informing them that the deputy head of the soul hunt had been dealt with and requested someone to come handle the aftermath. As long as her reward was sent to her card, it was fine. Silver Sea stated her name and mentioned she came from the academy before leaving. The remaining target, Chiu Tu, observed everything from a distance. Seeing Silver Sea's back as she left, he wondered why she knew his name and who had leaked his intel. Chiu Tu pondered, wondering if it was the clan leader. If it really was him, then being a target was truly unfortunate. He prepared paper and a pen to write a deferment letter. The content of the letter stated that after the recent event, the matter would be postponed for 10 days, and the situation might change in the meantime. He needed to wait for the new liaison for the soul hunt. After finishing, he signed the letter and prepared to send it. After the task was done, Chiu Tu recalled the clan leader, wondering if he would bring him some more surprises. Right, a few days later, at the training ground, everyone was resting due to fatigue. Daebak did not understand why logistics staff like him also had to take hits from the new students. Lam Tu comforted Daebak, saying it was very good. This time, her claws almost hit that last guy, which was a lot of progress. Chotu then asked the friend lying next to him when Daebak would awaken again. The friend thought it would probably be soon because lately, he had been particularly hungry, just like the last time he awakened. Chotu then pointed at himself, feeling smug, as he wanted to announce something to everyone. Tunjun Veen dismissed Chi Thun's words like a fart and told him to hurry up, but Chi Thun pretended to be silent and left, feeling self-satisfied. It turned out that what he wanted to announce was that this little guy was about to awaken for the 3rd time. Hearing this, Tun Vin was scared and pressed Chi Thun down to the ground, not allowing him to awaken 1,000 times. It would be better if he did not awaken at all. Chi Thun, furious, grabbed Tun Vin by the neck and told him he was spewing nonsense for not letting him awaken. Tun Vin agreed. Both were acting like fools, arguing back and forth, while their classmate watched the childish antics without knowing what to do. Unable to stand it any longer, Tun Vin explained that his 3rd awakening was just a distraction, and the one who was awakening 3 times was actually attacking them. If Chi Thun had awakened 3 times, what they would face in the future would definitely be being attacked by students who had awakened 4 times. Remembering the recent days of being beaten up by Devin and Heen, he thought about the future and was terrified of facing someone stronger, causing him to hold his head and call out for his mom. In recent days, he had quickly increased his strength, transferring all energy and sandbagging himself, so now he might only be crying outside but also crying inside. Devin Heen and Chi Thun stood outside, witnessing the conversation of the new students. Devin Heen saw some of his juniors having fun and thought youth was truly wonderful. Chi Thun, concerned, asked how much longer he could hold on. He turned to look at her and wondered if he was being a bit foolish since he could only last another half-month. Hearing Devin Heen calling himself a fool, she shouted back, insisting he was not and that she considered him a true big brother. It seemed that as long as they relied on the 3 awakenings, they could suppress the graduating students of the academy deep inside her heart. TV and Heen patted her head, knowing she was trying to comfort him. But he said he was fine, so there was no need to console him. Although he had been ranked last for many years, he still regulated his abilities. He also advised her to go back before the old men resolved her ability's side effects, saying it was best she did not go outside anymore for safety. Before leaving, Van Hien looked back at his juniors, feeling a bit nostalgic about youth and constantly reminding himself that youth was truly wonderful. The image of his tired juniors still striving to achieve their goals had likely etched itself deeply into Van Hien's mind. Sign was walking alone down the street when suddenly someone stood in front of him, demanding he stop. Sing had no idea what was happening. She pointed directly at Sun's face and asked if he was the one who had completed the low-level monster hunting quest for the bounty. Right, he casually replied with an aha. Suddenly, she knelt down with a loud thud. She knelt on the ground, crying, and begged Sin to spare the monster. The low-level monster outside the city was about to be completely wiped out by him, so she hoped he would quickly go do his quest. Sin did not understand what was happening, but he quickly dodged her. He fell silent, thinking for a moment before he spoke. In the end, Sin still refused her because he did not like killing. And besides, the money earned from killing was really too little. She sat on the ground, shocked that even after reaching this point, he still rejected her. She raised her hand, crying, and begged him to leave her just two of the beloved beasts because she was about to starve. Ignoring the girl pleading with him, he walked away without looking back. Sin felt that this person looked familiar, as if she had followed him in Baekchuan City. He did not want to kill her, so the best option was to keep his distance. In the morning at the city where the headquarters was located, Old Tin sat in his office, pondering how many people would be lost due to this incident. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and he invited the person outside in. The other person informed Old Tun that there was a shortage of personnel for the protection team at the Guangfi area and needed reinforcements. However, the newest reserve soldiers had only been trained for 2 years. If they were sent to reinforce, the casualty rate would be very high. Old Tun listened silently to the report. He had his own plans and ordered his subordinates to relay to Tin Mexiv to try to hold on for at least another 6 months. If that was not possible, they should prepare to escape from Guangfi. After his subordinates left to carry out their duties, Old Tin got up from his seat. He walked to the window, looking at the clear blue sky, murmuring the name Trung Yenchithesh and wondering if they could withstand this time. Lung Feng was reporting to Trung Nafitha about the past. That year, the human and beast tribes signed an agreement to only mobilize 2 mountains each year. The Jacques Mountain was damaged some time ago. It should have been temporarily under control, but recently their efforts were too concentrated. But just as Lung Feng was about to finish, Trung Yithi interrupted him. He believed that a lowly person like him should not worry about the human tribe's big issues. Did he want to replace Tun and Su Hung and take over the leadership? Lung Feng was anxious because he had heard rumors of significant movements from the beast tribes in the Guangfi area. He worried whether the beast tribes intended to abolish the agreement. Hearing this, Trung Yitha got angry and kicked Lung Feng a few times. What he saw was that he was too lazy to transport supplies, so he threatened to make him run for another 2 hours. Getting kicked in the back seemed painful, but Lung Feng kept talking. He thought that no matter what, he was at least a leader in the province and deserved a bit of respect. Perhaps realizing he had misspoken after finishing his last sentence, Lung Feng dropped to his knees before Trung Nintrithi. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly saying he was wrong, while Trung Ngyethi just turned away and cursed at him for leaving behind such a mess. A provincial leader like him, with his position in Hongbex, had 4 of these. What was so valuable about that? He was also annoyed that he had messed up his sunset plans. Suddenly, the guards shouted out a warning that enemies were attacking, signaling a red alert. On the other side, a large number of beasts were rushing in at a dizzying speed. The enemy's momentum was enormous. It was unclear how Trung Nefitha's group would respond. The next morning at the academy, the sky was clear and the air fresh. Tveen gathered everyone to share good news since they had all qualified. After a series of hard training days, they had finally made it, and everyone was filled with joy. Only Tveen back seemed to bear a hint of sadness. He was lost in his thoughts about what all the students would wear later. But his juniors interrupted his negative mindset. Tveen turned around and saw them bowing and thanking the senior for guiding them over the past few days. He was happy and asked them why they were being so sentimental, breaking the touching atmosphere between the juniors and the senior. Everyone quickly moved. It turned out to be a red alert. The vice principal ordered people to gather and support Tuchivin Tren. Before leaving, he instructed Etching Ein Than to quickly bring the teachers and students of the academy to protect the city, as the situation was unclear lately. Without hesitation, Nin then obeyed, ensuring he would complete the task. He turned around to gather his strength, and then leaped high into the sky toward the academy. Ethan then stood above, sending messages to the academy to prepare. All teachers and students in their second year and above had to return to the city immediately to maintain order and ensure the safety of the citizens. Those who were manipulative, oppressive, or taking advantage would be dealt with mercilessly. After the announcement and reminders, everyone had to pay attention to safety as Afterobon Mine then approached the new students. He explained that this sudden event had disrupted the academy's entire strategy to protect everyone, so he would hold off all those from the quadrangle and leave the rest to the new students. Before leaving, Hentiyiniging then warned everyone in the academy about an extremely important item. He instructed everyone to protect the academy well and not let anyone in. If they did, they would lose their lives. Everyone there swore that even if they lost their lives, they would complete the tasks assigned to them before Fdingan then left. Meanwhile, on the dry ground, a car was speeding by. It turned out the person inside was Didi's son and the girl who was crying and causing a scene. He was directing her to drive towards the bounty target right in front of his eyes. While the girl hesitated, they hoped they could negotiate a bit since giving her just a part seemed too little, especially since the car was hers. Suddenly, Di-sin yelled for her to stop, and the girl, frightened that she had angered him, said if he did not want to negotiate, then just a part was fine, but it was not because he was angry with her talking too much. Di-sin had received a message that Sigung Than was in danger and needed to hurry. They had to turn back immediately to save him. Meanwhile, everyone was gathered at the gate of the academy. Tunvin brought a large bag of items, sharing that his awakening item was useless in this situation. The bag seemed very heavy, and when he dropped it lightly, it made a loud thud. Originally, Tunlin wanted to buy these items for Didi's son, but he did not expect that they would be needed now, as it was filled with weapons. Chitithan held a magic core in his hand, examining its energy. Seeing this, Tunvin told him to wait a bit longer as he had sent someone to find the most suitable magic core for his awakening item. Using this one would not work. Chitithan interrupted him, believing that perfection is rare in this world, and only continuous progress matters. He could not afford to fall behind, as even the chance to be right behind the boss would not last. Without further ado, Chitithan infused his awakening item into himself. The power of the awakening item erupted. It was somewhat painful, but Chitithan could endure it. His friend shared the same sentiment. Even though he did not quite know how to articulate it like that, together with Chitithan, his friend directly infused the awakening item into his body. Immediately, the power from within began to radiate outward. Meanwhile, Yu Sun was speeding through the outskirts of the city, racing to save everyone. The girl with Di-sin kept reassuring them that they were almost there and hoped he would put away the weapon in his hand. However, Di-sin felt it was better this way, thinking that she would listen to him more. Upon arriving, a beam of golden light shot up from below, illuminating the sky. Di-sin was confused about what was happening. It turned out to be the fire phoenix of Evigo and Than. He declared that the commotion they had caused was significant enough that there could not be any lack of response. Without further delay, he was ready to fight. A figure introduced himself as Effie Longjiao, a disciple of the cult. Another figure, his face filled with fear, introduced himself as Long Thao, the second disciple of the cult. Long Jiao intended to use his national treasure to attack the phoenix of Hendrigang Than, but with just one kick from the phoenix, the fierce tiger cub now looked like a helpless kitten. Ethan Yigan then punched Jiao, making him turn away, declaring that today he would show the cult how to behave properly. Thao intended to attack stealthily from above. However, Ethan Yigan Than had already noticed him. The phoenix immediately struck, using its tail to knock Thao down. Hentiyinigin Than moved in swiftly and delivered a powerful punch to Thao's stomach. After being hit, Jiao thought Echinigin Than was truly brutal and ruthless. He could not hold on any longer and called his teammates to fight together at once. A teammate appeared out of nowhere, charging straight at Echingan Than, as if wanting to devour him alive. The three surrounded Echingan Than like beasts hunting their prey. Di-sin sat in the vehicle, observing them battle fiercely. He ordered the girl to switch to the other city gate. Her small hands immediately turned the steering wheel to move towards the other gate. The two left Agengan Than with those three enemies, at the academy's entrance. There were countless foes ready to storm through the back gate, with only Tin Vian and Ta Vin Hein present. Looking at the number of enemies before him, Tin Vin felt quite confused and wondered if they really would break through the main gate and scale the walls. TV and Heen stated that the academy had been around for many years, and Tin Vin believed that anyone could climb the walls to get inside at any time. Just as he finished speaking, an enemy was engulfed in flames, making Tin Vin unable to believe his eyes. Witnessing that scene, Tuna Vin felt somewhat reassured. Tu Van Heen thinks that the group needs more time to break through, so what they need to do now is to buy a little more time. The other teammates want to retreat as well. He used his awakening ability to scare off those outside. Tu Van looked at his teammates trying to stay focused to fight. At this moment, everyone really needed Du Sin and hoped he would return as quickly as possible. The girl and Du Sin arrived at the gate of Than, but encountered the main issue. The gate was closed and could not be opened. Du Sin told the girl to quickly break the gate open, but since it was her newly bought car, she was very reluctant. Du Sin did not care much and urged her to just go for it. Not hesitating any longer, the girl drove straight into the gate of Than. Before the car collided with the gate, both jumped out to ensure their safety. The impact at that speed created a loud explosion and a cloud of black smoke. Seeing her new car destroyed, the girl knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. The car created a large hole in the gate, allowing Du Sin to quickly get inside. He carefully took out his weapon and slowly advanced into Than. Noticing someone in trouble being attacked from behind, Du Sin stepped away from the wall and loaded his weapon. Each shot flew straight into the shoulder of the attacker, freeing the innocent civilians. Without wasting time, he continued running to help others. Suddenly, a voice commented on the recent events, praising him for looking decent. It turned out to be Tiu. That crazy woman said Du Sin was not very lucky today because she believed he would die at her hands. Suddenly, a painful slash came down, believing that today's death would be Qtuts. It turned out to be Bak Haidong, who after much effort found the one who killed Lungok. Seeing the two preparing to fight, Du Sin backed away while Bak Haidong wielded her long knife and struck Qtu's hand, causing blood to splatter, and she shouted, "Check." Qtu still retorted, "You are really scary." Du Sin frowned at the two of them. Thinking he could not step in, he quickly ran away, leaving Bak Haidong behind. While the girl was fighting, another character appeared, causing them both to turn and look. Qtu said, "I found you a match." This person was a powerful being, walking toward them with a smile. "Next, let me see with my own eyes what keeps you and the higher-ups of the divine cult thinking about in the academy." Back at the gate of Athay, Tuvan and Movu were also ready to confront those black-clad people. Athay looked down at Movu, stretched out his hands, and spoke. "Movu, I borrow your grave for a moment." Next to him, Tuvan raised his protective amulet. Thinking, "Damn it, this is the only thing I can do right now." Tun Vin walked over to put a necklace around Cho Ti Thuna's neck, causing him to wonder, but Tin Vin just replied, "Move along." Athay and Chu Ti Thuna's eyes began to shine with determination as they exchanged a smug smile. Then the two rushed forward, one needing the tombstone, the other carrying a sandbag, shouting loudly to Ichi. Chu Ti Thun charged to grab the sandbag to block one guy, who was holding a sword ready to strike him, still laughing mockingly, wanting to stop him too soon. But Chi Thun showed no fear, replying, "Get lost." The guy suddenly looked confused and panicked, not understanding what was happening. Then boom, a huge explosion occurred. He was instantly thrown back against the wall, letting out a painful groan. Chi Thun lifted the sandbag with glee, saying, "Enjoy my third skill." Counter-attack, Athay smashed down the tombstone, creating a shockwave that sent several black-clad figures flying. Tevin Heen was close, choking a black-clad man who turned his head to look at them. Thinking, these two are incredibly powerful. I can't let them get trapped here. TV and Heen quickly cut through each enemy he encountered, reminding them, "You too, conserve your energy. Do not let them take you down." Chi Then smiled at him, saying, "Don't worry, senior." But he did not notice a guy sneaking up on him. Tevin Heen saw this and shouted, "Watch out." Chu Thurn turned just in time to react, but the guy slashed him in the back, causing him to cough up blood as he laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha, you are doomed." As Chu Then fell, the necklace Toon Veen had given him suddenly glowed. He had been slashed across the back and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the guy raised his sword angrily. "Damn it, you still have a protective treasure. If one hit did not kill you, then another will." Instantly, Tevin Heen rushed in and slashed at his neck, leaving him frozen in place. Then he collapsed to the ground weakly. "Why are you doing this?" Tevin Heen ignored his words and turned to walk away. Chi Thin propped himself up, groaning, "Ouch. That hurts." Vin Heen asked, "Are you okay?" Chi Thin stood up, lifting the sandbag as if nothing had happened, ready to fight. But Vin Heen reminded him, "Be careful with your energy. Our goal is to protect the academy, not just wipe out the IS." Suddenly, a giant white figure charged in, attacking the group fiercely. Athay used the tombstone's power to slam it down, sending the black-clad figures flying away. Vin Heen shouted loudly to fall back and tighten their defense. He and Chi Then slowly retreated, fighting off the attackers, while the black-clad figures continued to push forward, making the battle even more intense. Masivi watched the scene before him anxiously, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, he grabbed a sword and charged in, declaring, "I am no weakling." Tuvan Somzodhar rushing in and stopped him, saying, "Hey, you are a mage, do not just charge in recklessly." Tevin Heen unleashed his ultimate move, attacking while reminding everyone, "Listen up, you little brats, remember this last lesson well." Vunin jumped towards one guy and stabbed him, saying, "Physical support is the eternal weapon that never changes." Another guy, lightly pushed by Ven Hin, fell backward. "Just make good use of every joint in your body." Then he gently moved and stabbed another guy in the neck. Winking, even as a healer, he could still send ease to you. One guy was getting ready to swing his sword at Tien when Tun Vin blocked him with his own sword. Vin Heen raised his hands in defense, looking completely exhausted. "Soon, we will retreat to the academy and close the big gates." Chati then confidently told Tevin Heaven, "Even though we are inexperienced, we are not afraid." Tevin Heen was too powerful. "Now I command you all to retreat to the academy and close the doors before I am forced to do it." Chati then turned to Di Ven Hen, calling him in concern, but he only replied that it was an order. Suddenly, Lumum Tigu laughed and pointed into the distance. "Look over there." A red magic thread cut through the crowd of black-clad men, severing their heads, and that thread belonged to D Sin. D Sin appeared like a god, and everyone was overjoyed to see him. saying, "The boss is back just in time." Ahali ignored Vin Hien's words and stood there, smashing each enemy with a tombstone. Masivi and Tin Vin, each wielding a sword, stood behind Thai, preparing to attack. They immediately charged out, taking down one guy. Seeing this, Vin Hien exclaimed, "Are you guys crazy? Get back here." GT Thun glanced at him, saying, "This time, let me show you the true strength of our class 140. GT Thun charged forward to attack two guys. Shouting, blood-red wave of death, he rushed toward Vin Hien, calling out, "To lose E." To Vin Hien, who was fighting, turned to look at TT Thun, relieved he did not arrive too late. Vin Hien moved toward Thun, swiftly taking down another guy with a quick swipe, and Thun smiled happily, saying, "I knew you would make it back." To lose E. Vin Hien responded to his concern with a simple grunt. TT Thun advanced and choked another guy, asking, "Why are you all running away if you are surrounded?" He threw out the magic thread, taking down all three enemies at once. TT Thun was fighting another guy beside him but still answered TT Thun, saying they had to protect the school gate and not leave. The two stood back to back, glancing at each other before Thun suggested, "Then let us head to the school gate." Li Buck appeared right in front, next to Vin Hien. DD Sin and Chi Thun flew straight through the crowd of black-clad men toward Vin Hien. The two quickly took down each enemy they encountered as they flew in. Vin Hien was astonished. Is this really the new batch of students? Vin Hien stood ready with two knives when Chi Thun fell down. Sighing, Chi Thun turned to look at Vin Hien proudly, saying, "How about it? Aren't our class 140 students strong? Have you heard of the Blood Red Twins?" Tun Vien, sitting beside them, shouted, "You have already taken the killing blow, but without my protective charm. They could have stabbed you in the back and taken your life." Chi Thun angrily raised his arms, ready to charge at Tun Vin, saying, "You dare insult me? I will take you on." Chi Thun angrily grabbed Tin and Vin's shirt, saying, "Damn it, you still have the strength to send poison." DG Sin, Zai Butch, and Nithai charged out to fight against the black-clad men. Dushin glided past each of them, taking them down one by one. Ziwenxian stood behind, smiling to himself, thinking this time there might be no need for blame. Shinboku Zongren was observing the battle from above, realizing time was running out for him. He thought about the fight between Bai Hai Tang and Ku Tiu Tiu. Facing an opponent of equal strength, Ku Tiu Tiu would not fight to the death, and would likely come up with a quick plan to escape. Another image showed Nguyen Than fighting fiercely alone. Now that no one was bothering them, it was a very fair one-on-one. He thought that although the defender, Machu Tiu Tiu, was very strong, it was only a matter of time before the graduating student would face defeat. He furrowed his brow. It was about time for the match to conclude. If he failed to protect himself, he could only temporarily distance himself from the divine cult. Shinboku Zongren squinted to see better and thought further. If he could infiltrate the academy and find what Hu Tiu Tiu was after, his status in the divine cult would surely rise. Not gaining the most, at least he should aim for second place. Sending these two new students from the academy to the gate, Hu Tiu Tiu had no reason to kill him. He glanced at Chu Tu Than and Tun Van, who were exhausted on the ground in front of the city gate, and decided to take the risk. Immediately, he stepped down among the group of cool-looking black-clad people. But before he could do anything, he was sent flying by Daibak's claw, which had drawn blood. He quickly grabbed a knife and plunged it straight into Daibak's stomach, yelling, "I am with the divine." Suddenly, a knife slashed across his neck, leaving him startled and screaming. He was immediately restrained by Duke Sin. Lam Tiu Tiu was tending to the wounded Daibach, while Duke Sin had already slammed Shenboku Zongren's face into the ground. Duke Sin picked up the knife from the ground, wielding a knife in each hand, charging straight at the two black-clad men blocking his path. Ziwenxian was battling another one when a figure, Du Jian, attempted to sneak up from behind, but he noticed in time. With quick reflexes, he crouched down, dodging the sword strike aimed at him. Ziwenxian turned to the academy and shouted, "You guys recover inside first." Lam Tiu Tiu quickly dragged Daibach inside to recover, while Tun Van and Chu Tu Than were still sitting exhausted at the city gate. Tun Van pointed ahead and turned to Chu Tu Than, asking, "Do you still have the strength to help Tiu Tiu?" Chu Tu Than replied, "I am a combat staff member. After recovering my strength, I still have to fight." Tun Van continued, "Right. You have to fight alongside your class representative." Right. Suddenly, Tun Van sensed something behind him and widened his eyes in alarm. He turned to see Shenboku Zongren appear and shouted, "Someone is sneaking up on us." Enraged, he thought, "What bad luck. I have been discovered." He jumped down, surprising everyone, gritting his teeth in anger. "Unfortunately for you, I am an awakened level 4. You all will suffer under my hands." Zine, blood boiling with anger, shouted, "You dare." He brandished his knife and charged at Shenboku Zongren, yelling, "Take this." He just smiled lightly, enjoying the academy while you guys were just hanging around. The triangle guarding the school gate was left, and with a knife in hand, Vian Hien prepared to strike and eliminate him but was stopped. The god of Bitsi Ting punched Vevin Heaven straight in the stomach, making him scream loudly, then spit out blood. Tiven Heaven was immediately knocked far inside the door, collapsing to the ground. His face twisted in pain as he looked at him, filled with resentment, wondering if this was how it was meant to be. Before Vin Hien could regain his composure, the god of Basi Ting charged straight towards him with a smirk. Unfortunately, due to hiding his identity, he could not awaken his powers. Otherwise, that strike could have killed him, but suddenly he glanced at Tugun Ven with a cunning expression. Thinking that the new Jest recruits could hold an unbeatable position, he switched targets and charged at Tin Van with red eyes and a fierce fist. Tuan Vien, feeling weak, could only raise his hands to defend himself, shouting that he would become a great hero in 2 years. But what he punched was not Tin Ven. It was the large punching bag of Chai Ti Thun. The god of Basi Ting looked confused, not knowing what he had just hit. His eyes quickly glanced to the other side. Chu Thien was sitting nearby. And today, Chi Ti Then will definitely send Jest your way for the future. He was stunned to recognize Chu Ta Then. He then changed targets and charged at Chu Ta Thun, shouting loudly as he rushed forward. It is worth it. DG Sin, holding a knife and fighting, heard the noise and quickly turned to look at them. DD swiftly threw something sharp at the god of Basi Ting. He quickly reached out to block it, causing DD Sin to underestimate his own strength. Just then, the god of Basi Ting struck straight into Cho Ti Thun's stomach, causing him to panic and cry out. At that moment, the ring Tin Vien had given to Cho Ti Thun shone brightly again. He turned to look at DD Sin with great intent, wondering why this little guy looked so familiar. He changed his plan and moved towards where Limes Tiu was standing, no longer worrying about quickly entering the academy. Lum Tiu was also very weak, having sustained serious injuries, but she showed no fear, holding the knife out in front of him. Back outside, Tun and Vin looked at Chu Ti Then, who was gradually running out of strength. Hoping the protective spell he gave him would really work, Tun Vin had also lost his strength, collapsing and falling into a state of unconsciousness. Lumdram Tiu was holding the knife out in front of him, shouting loudly, "Don't come here, I won't let you pass." His eyes were filled with cunning and a savage smile as he looked inside, believing that the fate of this academy was now in his hands. Lumen Tiu looked towards Taven and Hien, who was crawling towards his feet. He crawled with his body covered in blood, desperately trying to shout. Absolutely not. At that moment, the scene in front of the academy was tragic. Taven Hien lay sprawled on the ground. The Tinian, fierce and aggressive, wanted to enter but was stopped by Lum Tiu. Lumen Tiu gripped the knife tightly, gritting her teeth and warning Taingan that he could only enter the academy over her dead body. Tunganen smiled menacingly at her, knowing that even if she allowed him in, he would swiftly send her off to reunite with her classmates. Saying that, and stepped forward, but suddenly his leg was grabbed by a hand. It was Zi Wengxian, using his last bit of strength to hold Han back, not allowing him to advance. Tongren was once again blocked by Han, his expression darkening as he warned Zi Wengxian to let Han go, or else Han would take his life right now. Ignoring Han's warning, Zi Wengxian just smiled, unafraid of falling here today, determined to hold the gates of the academy. At that moment, a fire phoenix suddenly appeared from the sky, startling Tongren. Han, feeling everything was over, knew he could not linger here any longer. With this thought, he shouted loudly for his guards to let him unleash his power against Zi Wengxian. Immediately after, Han fiercely kicked Zi Wengxian in the back, causing him to cry out in pain and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Once he dealt with Zi Wengxian, Tongren quickly ran away. However, he was still unwilling to accept defeat. He was so close to getting inside, yet these damn fools were blocking his way. No matter what, he had to run first. Yusin had also noticed him fleeing, but with enemies still in front of him, he could only watch helplessly as Han left this place. Yuxin slashed the person in front of him, then looked in the direction where Tongren fled. Good, he remembered Han's face. He would definitely avenge this. Meanwhile, the Fire Phoenix had just appeared and aggressively unleashed flames to attack the cultists below. In an instant, flames erupted everywhere, engulfing the crowd along with their screams as they were consumed by the fire. Cyan Yuanqing also appeared, though he looked a bit tired as he walked to the academy's entrance. Sui then leaned against the door and sat down, while Lin Xiaoxiu looked at him with concern in her eyes. At this moment, the academy had been completely knocked down, with many injured and lying on the ground. Cyan Yuanqing helplessly slid down the door to sit. Sui said something about needing to sweep them out. Unfortunately, before he could finish, his eyes closed, and he fell asleep. At the main gate of the academy, there were corpses everywhere, along with injured and unconscious students, with only Yu Sheng standing there, carrying the severely injured Zi Wengxian on his shoulder. Inside the academy, the scene was similarly horrific, too tragic to behold. Yu Sheng leaned the weakened Zi Wengxian against the wall. Zi Wengxian hazily opened his eyes, giving a bitter smile despite his injuries, unsure if the academy's bell was ringing for him. At this moment, Zi Wengxian took a deep breath, feeling he had witnessed the human race saving some good seeds. Saying that, his eyes began to close. It was finally his turn, but at this moment, the image of Shiyu appeared. Shiyu ran up to him, her eyes filled with tears as she cried loudly. Zi Wengxian helplessly reached out to pat her head, softly saying that she would not be able to go out that door again until everything was resolved. Shiyu looked in shock at the hand that was slowly sliding down from her head. As Zi Wengxian's arm fell limply to the ground, Shiyu hugged the person in front of her tightly. Crying bitterly before taking his last breath, Taven Hien quietly encouraged Sidu. saying she was the hope of humanity and needed to persevere. A few hours earlier in Chunyu Kwang, the demon clan aggressively attacked, turning the ground into a blood-soaked battlefield littered with countless corpses. The demon beasts howled incessantly, with more and more attacking this place, while the humans steadfastly held their ground for the hope of their kind. In the sky over Chunyu Kwang, a giant demon bird appeared, constantly calling for the life of Trung Yi-Thay, declaring that today would be his last day. At the same time on the ground, a 1,000-headed snake was filled with hatred towards Trung Yi-Thay, demanding to destroy Chunyu Kwang of humanity today. Trung Yi-Thay was unafraid, gripping his spear firmly, resolutely declaring that as long as there were people, he would stand strong. If people were lost, then he would fall too. Immediately after, he rushed toward the two demon beasts, disdainfully cursing them as mere small creatures wanting to breach his defenses. The beast below did not hesitate to unleash a toxic breath toward him. However, Trung Yi-Thay showed no fear, firmly standing there as he began to spin his spear. Dust immediately dispersed in the air as he rode the wind. In an instant, he reached the head of the demon beast, fiercely stabbing the spear into its head while sneering disdainfully at its weak struggle. Suddenly, a man appeared, holding a flag. He then waved the flag, forming a seal with his hands, and a layer of spiritual energy surged to attack the demon beasts. Ting was unwilling to back down, glaring at Trung Yi-Thay. As long as he could hold him down, his own demon technique would be able to break the human defenses. What could he do, no matter how strong he was? Hearing this, Trung Yi-Thay quickly turned to look back. And indeed, the demon beasts had attacked the entrance to the human defenses, causing his expression to darken. Why had not the reinforcements from Xijing Thun arrived yet? Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, shocking everyone. When the lightning gradually dissipated, nearly all the demon beasts attacking had been eliminated. A man cloaked in smoke smiled arrogantly, muttering that this scene was truly tragic. He was none other than the principal of the academy, Cao Nan. Not only him, but behind him was a group of people in black. The reinforcements from the academy, including the education director Bu Vin Quang, vice principal Lai King Nen and Cao Nan, were still in high spirits, joking about capturing a photo of Trung Yi-Thay's miserable state to blackmail him. On this side, Trung Yi-Thay was still attacking Ting Liu, continuously cursing the beast, believing it would not escape his wrath. Saying that, he immediately swung his spear through the air, sending streams of sword energy slicing into To Liu, causing it to bleed profusely. Meanwhile, at Lum Xiaxi's location, the demon beasts attacked in increasing numbers, and the situation was dire. Without Trung Yi-Thay's help, the fight on the city wall would not hold out much longer. Realizing the urgency, Lum Xiaxi quickly pulled someone next to him to ask if they had sent a message for reinforcements. The other person nodded, saying they had sent it, and both the academy and the shadow faction had responded. Hearing this, Lum Xixia felt a bit relieved, hoping that no unfortunate incidents would occur. At the city walls, the attacks from the demon clan intensified, and many humans had already fallen to the demon beasts. The overall battle scene was truly tragic. Trung Yi-Thay wants to help but feels powerless. Suddenly sensing danger behind him, he furrows his brow and quickly turns around. He sees Ting Liu opening its gigantic mouth, ready to swallow him whole. Trung Yi-Thay quickly jumps to the side, causing it to bite into thin air. Cao Nan arrives with someone at the entrance of the demon-slaying army, shouting for the MSA Academy to provide support on the battlefield. Immediately, he orders the person behind him to go. Without a second thought, that person soars into the air with their white wings. In that moment, strange lights suddenly burst from the wings and fall to the ground. As they touch the soldiers of the human race, their morale instantly changes. Just a second ago they were sluggish, but now they roar in unison for the human race's victory and charge fiercely at the demon race before them. They continue to flap their wings and descend, but the soft pink lights cause the demon beasts to clutch their heads in pain. The worker from behind comes up to Cao Nan, praising him. Every time that old man uses the awakening material, it feels really cool. However, Cao Nan is quite dissatisfied and huffs, saying it is useless. Was not he also in pain from a punch? With that, he ignores it. Looking at Trung Yi-Thay battling Tunga Luyu in the sky, he can't help but feel emotional. Even with the upgrade to the octagon, Trung Lo might not withstand the demon beast's core. The worker nods in agreement, wondering if the old man can handle it here. Just as he finishes speaking, Bu Vin Quang descends from the sky in front of them. Then he boldly declares that they must fight, no matter what. With his words, the three join the fierce battle of the powerful in the sky. The human race cannot be spared. In an instant, the aerial battlefield becomes increasingly fierce. Qian Liu sees the three and disdainfully scolds them, saying that just three little rookies want to stop it. Immediately, fiercely flaps its massive wings, golden light erupts, and feather-like cages fly forward like deadly darts. Cao Nan sees this scene and is not afraid at all. He huffs, wanting to see how it plans to take his life. At that moment, a protective barrier appears around his body, and the feather cages that are tearing through the air collide with the invisible shield just before reaching him. Behind this barrier, the worker is holding the shield with his hands, then resigns himself, saying if that is the case, then take his life. The worker maintains the barrier, blocking the feather cages heading this way. Soon after, he quickly withdraws his hand. And below, There is a loud explosion, while Betch Vivin Kwang uses his wings to shield him from the blast. Seeing the battle of the three behind him, Trung Ngyethi is very satisfied and praises them, saying they truly live up to the old demons who lost their lives in the MC Academy before. At this moment, Trung Ngyeethi's face is slightly pale, with wounds all over, and blood coiling around him. His gaze filled with hatred falls on Ting Luyu before him as he grins, saying, "Now it is one-on-one. You demon." MC the Tunin Heng looked a bit distracted, then sighed and asked the man in front of him how things were going. The middle-aged man dropped his phone and reported that the frontline situation was at a deadlock. Hearing this, Tunineng nodded slightly to indicate he understood, then instructed the middle-aged man to leave. The man quickly exited, and the sound of the door closing followed. Tunineng stood up and sighed lightly, then picked up the phone to call a number, his voice deep as he began discussing the deadlock on the front line. After speaking, he hung up and placed the phone on the table. His face reflected a sense of helplessness, sitting in the rear while feeling quite unsettled. At the same time, in the nearby mountain range, a strong man was listening to a phone call at the city gate, with thousands of soldiers lined up below. A moment later, he nodded in response to something said on the other end, his face showing a mix of fear and excitement. Immediately after, he raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly, announcing that the reserve team had been preparing for 2 years, and today was the day. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire reserve team echoed his words in unison, their voices resonating throughout the forest. After 100 years of silence, the first counteroffensive battle of humanity was initiated by the reserve army. The troop led by that man crossed several vast forests, then joined the battle against the demon beasts, the sounds of combat ringing out endlessly. Outside the demon stronghold, Trung Ngyethi floated in the air, laughing at the demon beast in front of him, saying it was outmatched. The demon seemed unwilling and tilted its head back to call for help from the golden eagle. Immediately, the golden eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp gaze scanning the crowd before charging toward Trung Ngyethi. But before it could reach him, it was intercepted by the blood dragon, causing the golden eagle to roar in anger. Trung Ngyethi held a spear in his hand, standing on the blood dragon and sneering, saying it truly could not withstand a single blow. Then, the blood dragon's massive tail swung at the golden eagle, startling it into retreat. But it was not over yet. Cao Hiyunan suddenly appeared behind the golden eagle and delivered a powerful punch. Cursing as he did, the beast instinctively had to endure one of his hits, and he asked if it hurt. Those watching from below were secretly furious, as the 10,000 God sect, which was on the verge of destruction, dared to use their demon realm as a weapon. After thinking this, they turned to Trung Ngyethi and warned him not to get complacent, saying this debt would be settled with him, and he would eventually destroy the demon stronghold. With that, it ordered the golden eagle to retreat, and in an instant, the demon beasts quickly withdrew from the stronghold. Trung Ngyethi retracted the spear in his hand, and the blood dragon soared into the air around a man, who looked at him and declared that they had won this battle. The man seemed uninterested in his words, quickly wanting to leave, promising they would meet again later. Trung Ngyethi watched his back as he departed, whispering that he thought humanity was unjust. But the things he did were also hard to justify. He would deal with him after taking care of the demon beast. Right after that, Trung Ngyethi went to the city gate and shouted loudly about the pact between the two clans established here, saying that there would be no major war this year. At that moment, the voice of the headmaster of MC Kahonan came from behind Trung Ngyethi. The main issue is that after the Love clan suffered such great losses, they still agreed to uphold the pact, so the Yao Guard must remain vigilant. Trung Ngyethi also so, sighing and nodding. But then, Kao Nan suddenly changed his attitude, smiling mysteriously and calling out to Trung Lo, asking how much he was willing to pay to buy this picture. Trung Ngyethi turned around in confusion and saw the picture of herself struggling on the phone, her expression immediately darkening as she angrily cursed Cao Hunan for seeking death. 3 days later, the funeral of Ti Ven Hien officially began. All the students, including Chiyu Then, Messi Via, Athai, and Lum Tu, who were injured, also got out of bed to go to Tainan. Sefadu looked at the person covered with a white cloth on the stretcher, tears streaming down his face. For many years, he had always protected her from behind. She really always wanted to fight alongside him, but now there was no chance left. Sefadu, filled with sorrow, tilted her head back, forcing her tears to flow inward. She knew Ti Ven Hien did not like to see her cry, but he was her last friend. How could she not feel heartbroken? Sefadu, lost in sorrow for a long time, then shouted loudly to send her friend Ti Ven Hien off. With her shout, Lum Tu and Chiyu Then behind her also solemnly bid farewell to Senior Ti Ven Hien, and Muvi Ivanathai did not hold back either. DG Sin, standing by, looked at everyone's sullen expressions and felt somewhat confused. After a moment of hesitation, he finally imitated their posture and shouted his own name, saying goodbye to Senior. Buffy Haziadunda stared blankly at Ven Hien's body and then straightened up, shouting loudly to say goodbye to Senior. Immediately after, all the new students present in the yard shouted together to send off Tivumin Heaven, the sound loud enough to shake the sky, filling the atmosphere with a sense of sorrow. After completing the memorial ceremony, the coffin was officially closed. Another person had sacrificed themselves for the human race. Sefadu quietly watched the vehicle carrying Ven Hien's body go for burial, saying nothing, but her back could not hide the pain, At that moment, the sky suddenly poured down rain. As if mourning for those who fell in the battle against the Love clan, Sefdu walked silently in the rain, making her sorrow more intense. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the vice principal standing there. She passed by him and softly said she felt ready to prepare for the experiment. With that remark, she returned to the inner courtyard. The vice principal watched her retreating figure, somewhat surprised, then could not help but sigh again. On the other side, Enti Ningen Than, upon returning, started to bandage the wounds all over his body. But he still did not forget that today was the funeral of Tithan in heaven. Sitting on the hospital bed, he smiled bitterly, acknowledging that his awareness was truly unbeatable, raising a toast to you, to Vinheen. At the same time at the Love stronghold wall, the battle ended. Trung Ningitha still had not left. He kept his gaze down at the gate, his back filled with sorrow. A moment later, someone approached from behind to give him the relic of the late master, saying that according to his wishes, he wanted to gift the vehicle to Tri Than Y of Seeing Then. Upon hearing this name, Trung Ningitha suddenly erupted in anger, cursing loudly. What does the title of master matter anymore? A battle has ended. What use is it? Seeing him furious, the other person awkwardly asked what to do with the vehicle, to which he coldly replied to have it taken away, not allowing others to live in peace even after death. The person quickly took the order and left, but looking at Trung Ningitha standing on the city gate, he felt speechless. In that moment, Trung Ningitha silently stood in the rain, his expression changing as he turned away. The proud expression he had before had vanished, replaced by deep sorrow. Was the world really not allowing others to live? Tithan woke up, his face dazed. His body was covered in bandages from head to toe. He looked up at the house, and outside there was a knock on the door. It was Di. He said, "Open the door, I am coming in." Without waiting for Tithan to respond, Di-sin entered casually. Tithan did not mind and gently replied, "Okay." Dijin smiled at Than and said, "Since the battle at school, it seems I have understood the feeling of joy in helping others. I never experienced this kind of feeling before." Tithan did not know what to say, so he continued to say, "Okay." Dijin approached to help Tithan stand up, supporting him while reassuring him. "Last night online, I sent a new move that experts say has a great impact on muscle recovery." Tithan hesitated a bit, not allowing him to refuse. Dijin immediately spoke, "No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Now let us go outside. It is nice to breathe some fresh air." Tithan waved Dijin's hand away, feeling flustered. It is really not that troublesome. I think the air in the room is quite fresh too." Dijin quickly threw his arm around Tithan's neck, catching him off guard. One hand held tightly onto Tithan's neck, while the other pointed to himself as he spoke. "We are friends. I am not afraid of trouble." Outside, some girls were whispering about something. It turned out that in the distance, Dijin was carrying Tithan somewhere. A gray-haired boy approached and asked Dijin, "So, are you helping Tithan recover?" He coldly replied, "Yeah." Tithan was being carried, his hands clenched tightly, his face stained with tears. He thought to himself, "Why did not you just die at the hands of that guy? This must definitely be a scheme by that Tun Vine." DC set Tithan down next to a tree, a place with few passers-by. "Let us practice recovery here." Dijin raised his hands behind his head and swayed his waist. "Come on, let us train together." Tithan saw this and felt both startled and shy. He was frightened. "No, I am not good at these things." Dijin thought for a moment and then replied, "Well, not really. Right? You are just a little stiff. Then let me help you." He moved closer, holding Tithan's hand, his other hand resting on Tithan's waist. Tithan's face turned red with embarrassment. He nervously spoke, "You really do not have to do this." Dushing smiled brightly and said, "It is fine. I am not afraid of trouble." The two of them were discussing training and did not notice the many cameras pointing at them from behind. At that moment, Ziking was being dragged by Du Sheng, jumping up and down, unable to resist. He cried while dancing along with Du Sheng. After the training session for Ziking, Du Sheng went to find Sun Wen, who spoke up, "Du boss, did you know? The demon clan has broken the pact with the human clan today. 6 celestial leaders teamed up to attack the demon suppression pass. The situation there is extremely dangerous." As Du Sheng supported Sun Wen, he replied, "Yeah, I saw it on the news this morning. The demon suppression pass is in danger, and the leading teachers of the academy, as well as powerful figures from nearby cities, have all gone there to assist. Worrying about this now is pointless. We should focus on recovering our strength. I read online that after drinking water, it is best to use the restroom within 5 hours. It has been 4 hours since I last watered you, so hurry up and go." At this point, Du Sheng had led Sun Wen to stand in front of the restroom. Sun Wen, hearing this, seemed flustered. "Du boss, I really can't." Du Sheng pulled out a sword, laughed, and replied, "It is fine, I am here." Without saying more, he struck Sun Wen's private area with the hilt of the sword, causing him to cry out in pain. Sun Wen's legs trembled, and he covered himself with both hands, while Du Sheng urged him, "All right, go now." Outside, fierce battle was taking place, with flames raging. 2 people were standing by, observing. Elder Zhong and his friend. Elder Zhong spoke up, "The demon clan is truly untrustworthy, breaking the pact themselves. Do they really think we humans are helpless against their attack on the demon suppression pass? His friend waved his hand and replied, All right, stop talking for a bit. They are not gone yet. Do not provoke those 6. Hearing this, Elder Zhong became frustrated and snapped back. So we just let them do whatever they want. His friend quickly reassured Elder Zhong. Don't rush. Do not rush. Just wait a bit. Elder Zhong could not hold back any longer, pointing ahead and shouting. Waiting? What are we waiting for? Are we supposed to wait for those 6 bastards to destroy our beloved demon lord? Before he could finish, Elder Zhong fell silent and looked up at the sky, where the moon was surrounded by swirling red mist, looking very ominous. Elder Zhong felt a chill of fear. He gripped his staff tightly. This is my Ying-Jin Mountain. A red bird, like a flame, swooped down from the dark clouds, spreading its wings across the sky. Suddenly, a tornado appeared in front of it, causing the bird to halt in shock. Before it could turn to flee, the tornado sucked it in, and it screamed in fear. Help me. A bright red beam sliced through the bird, causing it to cry out in pain. The light caused the bird to vanish, turning into a piece of stone. The stone flew into Elder Zhong's hands, leaving him astonished. Kid, you did pretty well. Humans have gone mad. We can't fight at the demon suppression pass anymore. Retreat quickly. Elder Zhong commanded his subordinates to withdraw swiftly. A muscular old man stepped out from the smoke, holding a drug bundle in one hand, with a sickle tucked into his pants. He spoke up. Listen well. Demon tribe. Today you face the wrath of the mighty. He exhaled deeply. Your tribe has violated the pact. 6 celestial lords have united to strike at our demon realm today. From today onwards, the demon tribe is banned from approaching for a year as punishment. If not, I will definitely kill your kind, the old man declared with a fierce tone, causing the green dragon to roar in anger. You dare? The old man drew his sickle, a strange blue light emanating from it. What? You are afraid? The old man shouted, and following his roar, a beam of golden light erupted, slicing straight at the green dragon. Today, I will eliminate the demon realm's 3 tribes, sending your Yestin a level 9 along with me. Follow me, and you won't regret it. The old man finished speaking and slowly vanished into a cloud of golden smoke. The green dragon in the sky, now split in half, began to fall before Chung Lao. Chung Lao quickly knelt, hands pressed to his chest, looking up at the sky. May my master travel safely. 2 days later, it was raining, and a black car drove into the city. It drove to a castle deep in the forest, surrounded only by grass and hills. Moving further inside, after a while, the car came to a stop. A man stepped out of the car, followed by a bodyguard. The man instructed his bodyguard, Wait for me at the door. The bodyguard quickly replied, Yes. Then the man climbed the steps alone in the rain. He stopped in front of a rather old and small house, surrounded only by grass and trees. Very secluded, his face was sad as he thought, who would have imagined that the human tribe would gather here in this desolate place? He stepped inside, his footsteps seeming a bit heavy. He put his hands in his pockets and observed his surroundings. Searching for the weakness of the human tribe, he approached the wooden plaques engraved with each person's name, picking up the one with Van Ba's name. He looked at it and mused. The mountains and rivers are still here. He took out an ink pen and wrote the number 3,141,592 on a piece of paper. After writing, a look of sorrow filled his face. For 149 years, our human tribe has sacrificed countless lives for survival. He looked at the 3 wooden plaques and exclaimed, My lords. He taped the piece of paper with the number to the middle of the wooden plaques, and lit a few incense sticks, praying for those named on the plaques to find peace. After finishing, he quietly stepped outside, his back reflecting deep sadness. Day after day, year after year, in the blink of an eye, it had been 149 years. Outside, it was still raining heavily as he stood dazed among the grass in front of the house. He looked up at the sky and asked, When will this path reach its end? One day, I will come to be with you all, he thought as he firmly shut the door. His eyes were filled with determination. But before that, he would strive to change this world for the better. As he reached the car, he asked the bodyguard, I remember the freshman competition of the academy is coming up soon. He got into the car and instructed the bodyguard, Prepare to announce the academy's champion this year. Regardless of the resources provided, the champion will receive a divine beast blood contract, a perfect match for the demon corps. The bodyguard quickly replied, Yes, I will arrange it right away. The vehicle started rolling out of the forest. He looked outside, his face still cool yet tinged with sadness, as if this significant event was a tribute to him. In the administration room, the vice principal and Echinin Than were discussing something, with the vice principal holding a piece of paper. He handed the paper Echinin Than, which was the latest announcement regarding the freshman competition organized by the academy as usual. Echinin Than picked up the announcement to read. Feeling panicked. What was this? The competition required at least 2 members per team and a maximum of 5. Did that old man Toon and Heng not know that his drunkard grandson was in our hands? The vice principal coughed a few times and replied, Please be mindful of your words. Teacher Haya, don't he say the academy is like a bunch of thugs? In short, the situation is as it is. For the honor of our academy, please lead the team. To showcase the style of our academy for this cohort, The vice principal placed a hand on Havargai Van's shoulder and asked him. Teacher Hai angrily opened the door and stepped outside. The vice principal was inside, and if our academy did not secure first place this time, as a replacement teacher, he would cut your salary for a year, plus 3 scholarships and running the course for a whole year. His face turned red with anger, thinking that this old man was using personal grudges for revenge. He should be careful, or I would end up like a fish caught in a torn net. At the student dormitory, Teacher Ha worriedly handed the announcement to D-Sin to read. Hey, Dujia, take a look. For the honor of our academy, should we voluntarily participate in the freshman competition to help us secure first place? Without hesitation, he refused, to the surprise of T-Then. No, I want to stay here and take care of my classmates. DG turned to him and said, let us go. We have to practice, making T-Then even more panicked. He quickly persuaded D-Sin. No, Dujia, you have to participate in the competition, even if it is not for honor. You could win some money through betting to buy good medicine for our recovery. T-Then urged DC. Avanian then chimed in. That is right, forget about the competition's prize. News of the injuries of you freshmen has already spread. The betting odds around our academy must be very high. T-Thumb became even more enthusiastic. Try it, Dujia. D-Sen listened to their chatter and felt speechless, but he also seemed a bit swayed due to the enthusiasm of the two. He had no choice but to pull out his phone. Wait, let me make a call. He called Fiepingoi, and the person on the other end picked up immediately. Hello, what is going on? DJ asked coldly. Is there a betting spot for this national competition? The person on the other end, with dark glasses and a mysterious black mask, raised an eyebrow. Huh. What do you want to do? He replied casually. I want to place a bet, but I am afraid of being cheated. The person on the other end's eyes lit up like stars upon hearing this, their tone excited. Boss DD. We are all brothers coming from the underworld. Just tell me honestly, what is going on with the academy this time? DD's replied. This time, the academy has to go into battle. The person on the other end curiously asked, can you tell me a bit more detail? Du Sheng answered, promising that Nguyen Than would lead the team. The teacher, at this moment, looked pale. Is this really Du Sheng? Ziethan was not surprised at all. It was indeed true. The guy on the other end seemed frightened and was sweating profusely. Go ahead and make your offer. Du Sheng did not make an offer but asked back. This time, several private banks scaled up, and a few belong to you, the other guy quickly replied, saying that a total of 2 of them are mine. Du Sheng listened lightly. Well, Nuling then heard this and turned even paler, waiting for the boss's land with only 2 private banks. Du Sheng immediately hung up the phone. Honey and then asked why he hung up when a deal could clearly be made. The big boss of those 2 casinos. Du Sheng, you have already made a fortune from him. Du Sheng just sat there calmly, not moving, when suddenly a phone call came in. On the other end, the guy from earlier was furious, asking why Du Sheng hung up on him. Next time, could you at least give me a heads up before hanging up? Du Sheng replied with no emotion, saying, sure, I am about to hang up now. And then he hung up. The guy called back and said, okay, I admit that out of those 9 casinos, I own 1. Let us continue talking. Du Sheng calmly raised his offer. Alright, this time I want 5 parts. Teacher Gian then beside him was left speechless, his face still pale. At the academy dormitory, Du Sheng opened the door with a cheerful face, saying, Tuan Vien, I am here to visit you. Tuna Ven's face looked forced to smile, mixed with a bit of fear. Du Lo De, you have come. Du Sheng, as usual, helped Tun Vin to the restroom, reminding him, after I leave, you must remember to go to the restroom on time. Just as he finished speaking, Du Sheng pulled out a hammer that had been prepared in the restroom. As always, he swung the hammer down on Tu Van's little brother without hesitation. After striking, he calmly stated, remember to tell the doctor to keep this here. Just in case I forget, I will leave the hammer here. When I am not around, you can hit it yourself. Tuan Vien, sitting on the floor, trembled and replied, thanks, Du Lo De. Then Du Sheng turned and left, and after seeing him walk away, Tunvin secretly felt relieved. Phew, with Du Lo Dai participating in the competition, I can finally have a few peaceful days. This money is well spent. Du Sheng walked into another room, looking at Tu. The little girl was playing with Zia Butch, and upon seeing Du Sheng, she happily ran over to him. Du Sheng said, today, Zli Buck has taken his medicine and has been training according to what I said. He made a face that was quite ugly and very scary. He advised Tu. Is that so? So in the days I am not here, remember to take your medicine and train. Tu looked terrified at his face. Then he slammed the door and left, and Tu sat hugging Li Butch, crying heavily. Zai Butch, Du Sheng is too scary. At the dormitory's main entrance, Nguyen Than, Chedi Then, and Du Sheng stood in front of the schoolyard. Teacher gave D Sin a shirt, which he wore, looking like the boss Tun Hyuna at the market. D Sin put on the shirt, striking a cool pose and showing off the chaotic letters on the left sleeve. He flipped the hem of the shirt and turned to move forward, saying, let us go. While he was striking a cool pose, Ubli and Than and the members of Chuktai Than had already walked ahead, so he hurried to catch up. While preparing to leave the dormitory, many people called out your name, Du Lo De. Tun Van shouted down from above, Du Lo Dai must not return without getting first place. Mo Vu also cheered. Du Lo Dai will focus on competing and we will take good care of our injuries. Xiao was also very enthusiastic. Du Shengji can stay a few more days in Mo King. Atai smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. I think so too. Hearing the cheers, Du Sheng along with Yuan King and Zi King waved goodbye to everyone at the main gate of Mo Academy. Oran then smiled and said, "This time Master Tun even sponsored us a luxury 3-row business van right in front of us." Zi King asked with some concern, "Era, are not we taking the train?" Teacher Hai reassured Zi King, "There are so many people on the train and it is so noisy that you can sleep well. Why not drive over there?" Zi King looked at Teacher Ha standing at the back of the car. Confused. "Teacher Hai, are not you driving?" Ablomamun then led Zi King to the front and pointed to Du Sheng sitting in the driver's seat. "I feel like Du Sheng is very eager." Zi King sighed helplessly. Silently thinking, "I hope Teacher Ha does not regret it." That comment made Yang Gain then feel puzzled. Du Sheng then excitedly stepped on the gas. The car sped away so fast that all you could see was a cloud of dust. Not the car itself. Ingain then shouted in fear, "Adieu. You have to watch the road when shifting gears." In the end, the car was wrecked. Black smoke billowed up from it. Ogim again then held his head speechless, and they had to stop right under the mountain. So that was the end of the story concerning the Chine Yu Quan.